Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Wednesday edition. Hope you guys are all doing well. Today's the early show, and I think that most of my regulars understand that, so appreciate y'all checking in. How are you? What up, Etch? How you doing? Bryant, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Like I said, hope you all are doing well. Man, kind of sucks. I wasn't able to really get a lot that I wanted to get done in the last day and a half here. Getting, man, gotta love that little extra bit of dumb stress. You know what I mean? Like the ones where you're just like, oh, I haven't been able to watch a show. Pep, them allergies are getting you. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So we had a really bad storm cell come through yesterday. Thank God. We didn't really get hit too bad. We got mostly like the rain. Dude, my sub pumps or sump pumps. Which one is it? I don't know. Sump? Yeah, I think it's sump pumps. Either way. Yeah, or is it sub pumps? Wait a minute. You know what? Hold on. Is it sump? Yeah, sump pump. Okay, that's what. All right. That one of those mental moments. Yeah, my sump pumps were working overtime yesterday. I heard them ejecting a lot. Where it's just like, okay, this is a little concerning. I also came down here, made sure that everything that was on the ground, which it just made me realize I'm like, what am I doing? I gotta make sure that everything has a little bit of elevation, especially if you got some stuff in the basement. Yeah, the deep voice. Yeah, I I guess that's one of the side effects. I don't know, man. I might be getting sick. I have either like severe allergies or I hope I'm not getting sick. But yeah, that's usually what happens. So, but like I was saying, kind of had that moment where I was not able to get some stuff done that I wanted to get done, and you ever have that where your brain kind of it goes like, all right, I wanted to clean I wanted to do clean this. I wanted to actually, like, there was a car thing I wanted to do, and then the stupid shit. I wanted to watch Invincible. I wanted to watch Daredevil. I haven't been able to watch any of that. So, which sucks because I want to start talking about a little bit of that on stream a little bit more, because honestly, like, yeah, you guys, it's part of what I do here, it's part of what I do, just in general. I think that if I'm enjoying something, then I can just kind of tell you guys that I'm enjoying it, and if you guys want to check it out, then you can check it out. That is how it goes with streaming, right? It's the same with video games. God. So, I've been toying with actually bringing some of my gaming to stream, so look out for that. If you guys don't already follow me on Twitch, definitely start doing that. Although I will likely simulcast as well. But yeah, it's going to be like a Pep Games kind of thing. I'm going to literally rebrand away from the High on Politics for those specific episodes. You guys kind of got me on this one yesterday, where I was thinking about how I kind of need to step away. I'm not stepping away from politics, trust me. Like, that's not happening. But I do need to kind of diversify and just kind of, get my brain right. Because, dude, following this stuff all the time, it is kind of, it wears on you, man. What type of men do you like? No, well, if you're talking sexually, none. But you know what? I like dudes that are, solid, men of integrity, an actual men of integrity, not just like say that, oh, I'm a man of integrity because I'm an American. No. Like actually has empathy, is vulnerable, you know, somebody that if I see a dude crying, then yeah, I happen to know that that's one of like the most masculine dudes in the room. Like, you guys just don't understand that, do you? Like, it's not about being jacked. It's not about any of that shit. And you're probably somebody that watches Clavicular and all these looksmaxers, and you don't see that, ironically, you're the gay one. Like, you're the one that's obsessed with dudes' looks. So, I always thought that was kind of funny, like with the Andrew Tate stuff, listening to some of what these dipshits were saying. It's just like, you do understand that this is some of the gayest shit I've ever heard. Gotta watch that cortisol, Pep. Yeah. Gotta make sure that my cortisol levels don't spike. Yeah. Or is it you want the cortisol? I don't even fucking care. I don't know. Dude, what a miserable life. Like, when he started crying because he couldn't, like, he got cheese on his burger, and it just, what a fucking asshole. What a bunch of assholes, just in general. Like, god damn. Also, it's nice to see that they're living this miserable existence, this absolutely miserable existence. Actually, speaking of Clavicular, did you hear that he overdosed in a nightclub yesterday? Yeah, I don't even know on what, but I just know that he OD'd, and then when he got back, he addressed the audience, which, holy shit, dude. Like, as a content creator, you know how, like, there are moments that I understand. You kind of, like, if you're sitting in a hospital, you want to let your audience know, but this shit was wild, where he went live and then he was just like, I'm mostly mad that I had to wear a hospital mask and it messed with my face and it made my face break out. It's just like, again, not beating those gay allegations there, homie. Is that what I meant to say? Holy shit. Oops. Oh, man. Yep, Pep gonna get himself canceled by just misspeaking because I wanted to call him homie. Pep, don't feel like you need to tell us what's going on if you're hospitalized. I mean, it depends on what it's for. It depends on what happens. It's just the fact, I mean, this one's a little different because I guess it happened on his live stream. Like, his audience watched him OD in real time. Like, that's kind of, I don't know, dark as shit. Just gonna say. Yeah, dude, the internet is just, it's weird today. So I don't know, like, what is going on with the universe where all of a sudden it's just like, does this creator specifically annoy you? Well, they're likely getting theirs, because Sneako got sucker punched in the street, which I am covering that, and I'm just gonna say it's fucking hilarious the way that it happens. Yeah, Clavicular. I'm not gonna call him Clav because I'm not in that sphere. So Clavicular, the fucking looksmaxer, OD'd at a nightclub and passed out, and then Johnny Somali got sentenced to 6 months in Korean prison. So, yeah. Yeah, the most annoying, I guess, of like the top, like the triad. That's what it is. The annoying streamer triad. Yeah, you know what? They're having bad times today. So, comeuppance are finally cashing in. Yeah, well, I mean, it's testing my whole thing with the, my whole challenge to karma, but. Dems wanted to talk about Epstein, but not Swalwell. Yeah, sure. You guys care. You care so much. You guys literally have a sex offender that has been convicted as your Lord and Savior, but you guys are go all batshit about Eric Swalwell, who the Democrats literally fucking the first time that we heard about it, everybody was just like, yeah, cancel his ass. And if anybody tried to cover up his bullshit, yeah, cancel them too. The thing is, you don't have moral consistency, so good job. I mean, I get it, man. Trust me, I'm prepared for this shit. Sylvie, thank you, Sylvie, for already kind of like letting me know what some of these talking points were going to be. Crazy timing. I was just watching crash out with Pearl Mania and Philip DeFranco, and they actually have the answer. That's why Melania Trump came out and did her press conference. Oh, shit. What's that? What's that, Sylvie? I don't know. You want to challenge this this guy that's trying to be edgy? I mean, just look at his name. I mean, dude, we get it. You're racist. You're kind of just a... I mean, dude, you're literally like the fucking cockroaches of the earth. You understand that, right? Nobody likes you. You don't even like yourself. That's why you're here. Like, bro, we get it. I don't think that trolls understand how bad they come off looking. Hello, good morning. What's up, Ravy? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Oh, that name is getting reported. Cool. Awesome. Oh, yeah. You totally own me. 100%. I don't even have the energy today. I'm just like, you know what? Fuck these assholes. I just don't care. Whatever. Fucking Sneako got punched. I get to laugh at that shit today. Meanwhile, these assholes are sitting there acting like they care about victims of Eric Swalwell. Uh-huh. Dude, it's legitimately just fucking funny at this point. They try so hard. Like, do they not understand how fucking just how much of an ass clown like they are following when it comes to the president, and then somehow, some way, the bullshit that just seeps out of his fucking mouth daily, they baby bird it. They're like, here, open for daddy. Chirp, 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 chirp. I'm gonna go parrot what daddy just fed me. Fucking pathetic assholes. Woo, early afternoon, Pep. What up, Isaac? Yes, it is early afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Can't remember. Wait, there's someone in the Trump administration that directed ICE to deport their ex, or someone's ex. She's been tweeting from Colombia. Anyhow, she's gonna release the information on Melania and Epstein. Oh, shit. Oh, cool. No sleep this week between food Oh, dude, yeah, it sucks. Food poisoning's the worst. Although I've gotten, you know what, I'm gonna knock on wood on this one. I have gotten lucky on that end. That sucks though. That really sucks. I think that I went through the saga of Taco John's, so you guys know that I am not adverse to talking about some of the worst food poisoning incidences that I have ever had, which I'm blaming Trump due to fuel costs. There you go. Yeah, it's the fuel. Yeah. Cost of fuel is making it. I'm a go. Okay. Yeah. No. Dude. We see what you're doing. It's all right. You do it to yourself. You do understand that if you get a perma from YouTube, I mean, I hope it likely. This is why I always do kind of find it funny, because it's like, okay, so you catch a perma, they ban the IP. The IP is usually tied to a device, like a certain device. So this is likely a bot farm, because if that device gets IP banned, they don't care, because they have 80 other ones on their stupid wall. How is it going, comrade? How much rubles you get paid to do spam and go to YouTube accounts that do leftist politics to try and convince them to quit internets so they can have only right wings, so Russia and China can take over world? How's that? I think I nailed this guy. It's pretty obvious what he is. So, yep. That's exactly it. Sure. That's exactly what it's about. Digging for crude oil. Wink, wink. We know you're not talking about sand. Yeah. Well, he might be. I mean, we've covered this. It was one of those things where, like, during the Bush administration, they used certain slurs, so we know exactly how this goes. Doof. What up, Doof? Doof Baboof. Doof Baboof. All right. That's all. I like that. That's one that I'll remember. How you doing? I hope you're enjoying the show. Are we winning yet? Do you feel like you're winning? I mean, today's tax day. Nice, you said it right. Hell yeah, man. Well, I'm glad that I can make that a little bit, make you a little bit happier, and also just, hey, thank you for being here, man. I always appreciate when people come and check out the show. Also, if you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe. Here, we got to start something. Let's see. Have you liked the stream yet? Liked the stream and subbed. There we go. Yes. Let's see. We are winning. Welfare queens aren't. Yes. You're likely one of them. If you make that much money, then you can donate $420 right now to tell me to shut the fuck up. If you are truly that in the wealth. I mean, honestly, the fact is, I've had people do just that, and it has been funny. There's that one moment where the guy was like, oh yeah, fuck you. I'm like, oh, he does have money. But then there's the other ones where we prove that you don't have shit. Doof Baboof. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Thank you. Welfare queens. Yeah, meanwhile. Pendulous Dragon, it is so good to see you. How you doing? Went from 4,000 joint tax return the past few years to $700 return this year. Again, the tax cuts only, or the tax breaks only benefited the fucking wealthy at this point. Yeah, I actually saw a little decrease myself. Also, yes, hey, 220. Well, it's 420 somewhere, right? Where would that be? Middle of the Atlantic? They're like Greenland or some shit. Geography. Cheers, people. Is it 1987? What do you mean? Is that like a 1987 insult or something? Welfare. They were a welfare queen. I got nothing else to add to it. I just wanted to sing that. Good to see you, my friend. Hell yeah. No, it's always good to see you, man. How's it going, y'all? It's going. Maybe the only goon is you Wickstein. You guys are on it today. I appreciate this. Guys, gals, non-binary pals. Yes. I've always liked that. That's a good entrance for you. Looking to help. Yeah. He's gonna mistype it at some point. We're just kind of waiting. Anti-cringe 0. Yo, what up? How are you? I hope that this channel is anti-cringe enough, since you seem to be the arbiter of what is anti-cringe. So, hope that this channel fits that. But if it doesn't, then okay. Then I'll just be a little bit. I'll take that one and just be a little sad. Do any gaming? I do. I mean, are we talking physical gaming? Because yes, I do. Warhammer, miniature gaming. I also like to play Magic the Gathering. And I dabble a little bit in the Pokemon cards. Just like I actually play the stupid game. Which is it's the worst game right now to be into. Actually, outside of One Piece, which I don't even like. I like One Piece the card game, which I'm just now starting to get into One Piece as a show. I never really did. Don't hate me. I just didn't have time. I literally didn't have time. But yeah. Where from? What do you mean where from? Anyway, I was just about to say, yeah, I'm playing Final Fantasy Rebirth. Likely what I will be doing, though, is I might play Final Fantasy 9 on stream, just for fun, you know? I think that I need to just, there needs to be like a little chill, just gaming stream where we just hang. Like, I need a hang stream. Like, I've done that before where I just don't even do the politics and we just chill. Yeah, well, I'm talking to you, gamer boy. Yeah, you've been playing 14? Nice! Fuck yeah. Yeah, you know, I've been thinking about getting into 14, because, like, I've heard some that, like, not only did they get rid of almost every bug that broke the game, it just, I don't know, it seems like a good time to do it, but MMOs are just, I have a rule about them. I tend to get a little too into them. Yes, I love Final Fantasy IX. Hell yeah. Well, that's the only Final Fantasy I never played all the way through. I started it, obviously on PS1, and I think that I maybe got through like 2-3 hours of it, and I never went back. So, yeah, it's going to be an experience, like legit. It's just going to be like, yay, my first time experiencing this game. I did that with Final Fantasy V on 3DS, which I'm kind of glad that I didn't play it on anything else. Like, the 3DS version is so fucking good. Dungeons and Dragons, maybe? I mean, yeah, D&D rules. Let's see. Let's roll a D20. Let's see. What do we get? What do we get? Who's that call the number? Who's that call the number? Ooh. I'll say this much. This seems to be a common roll. What the fuck? All right. What's the number? There you go. You guys can guess what I just rolled, and you win me just being like, whoa! I'll do that again. There. Maybe a strange take, but my favorite is FF Tactics Advance. That's actually not a strange take at all. It's a different game. I like the system of it, but I'll just say it's a totally different game. So Tactics is, yeah, it's incredibly underrated. Overrated. Yeah, no, it's not overrated. Yes, it's very, very underrated, and I do think that, aren't they doing a sequel soon? Maybe I saw that on the internet, and it was one of those, hey, it's on the internet, it must be true. Which, that'd be disappointing if they're not, you know. Hey, you, what's up? Say hello to the boy. Whoa, you come and visit? Yeah, I think that you heard somebody subscribe there, buddy. No treats yet. No treats yet. You know what? You gotta chill. That's one of the things you gotta do today. You gotta chill with us for a little bit because you've been upstairs with your mommy too much. Well, not too much. That's why you've been missing out on some treats. Nah, he's been taking really, really good care of her. Dude, change your name. Seems pretty racist. We already kind of covered this. Honestly, just don't feed the trolls, guys. Just don't. Not today. Don't give them what they want, because that's all they care about. You're not gonna change their minds, because what a cute buddy. He is a cute buddy. Where are you going? And then I got the cat, who's dude, that was hilarious yesterday. The cat was on the bed and they just stared at each other, and I was like, "This is gonna be a problem." And he just sat on the cat. I guess that's one way to get him off the bed. What's up, Carl? How you doing? Welcome to stream. Appreciate you being here, man. I mean, if he actually cares about, like, people trying to kind of save him from getting a YouTube ban, then yeah, you should probably, because I'll tell you, like, right now, with everything going on in Iran, YouTube is up to date on their lingo. So if you try to play games like that and you try to, you know, even be like low-key racist, which you're not even doing well at, yeah, they're gonna come after you. Trolls pining for attention because they have no friends. I know, dude. I've been thinking about this. How sad the state of just like the mental health of these idiots truly is. Because, like, you gotta think, nobody in their lives ever told them, like, they never actually stepped in, so they didn't have good parenting. I'm gonna just say that much, and I'm gonna call out, if you don't actually step in and, like, try to change your kids' behaviors and, like, let them know specifically that, like, it's not about punishing. Like, so for instance, you catch your kid being an asshole, bullying, and then also being a fan of Andrew Tate, you gotta, like, actually do the work and kind of show them why Andrew Tate's a reprehensible human being, and why being like that is, it's like, it's not going to get you far at all. Most of the world hates those people. Rightfully so. But you have a small, like, you got this little small subsection of just toxic dudes that they create these little internet spaces, and that's all they broadcast out to these like younger kids. And they think that that's like peak masculinity. Trust me, we had the same thing. We had the same thing in pop culture. Like, dude, fuck. Late 90s, early 2000s, it was pretty bad. I mean, I can think about, like, just the toxic, and I did hate that term, toxic masculinity, because of the way that, you know, you could easily just be like, about it, which the left needs to get better at, and, like, Democrats in general, needs to get better at that shit. It's very MAGA coded as well. Well, yeah. Yes, I mean, who cares? I think that they are MAGA. I mean, if you're talking, like, they need to get rid of it because they're MAGA, I don't give a shit about that. Peak masculinity is a lumberjack who is okay. It's a lumberjack that literally comes home, you know, loves his animals, loves his wife, takes great care of his kids, you know, and also calls out people for having reprehensible takes, and calls out the guys at the fucking work site that are just like, the old ball and chain, you know, I got the side piece waiting for me, but the old ball and chain at home is starting to catch on. Like, goddamn. Here's a little secret. There's a lot of that. And me as a white cis American, guess what? Guess who gets to hear a lot of that? Because, man, the amount of dudes who get really comfortable with just another guy, like, shooting the shit, locker room talk. Yeah. Well, I'm going to break the locker room door open. you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I never took an oath. Yeah, locker room talk is usually just a bunch of dudes trying to fucking seem like they're way cooler, so their insecurity makes them either lie about the fact that they have a mistress and all that, or they do, and they're just very open about it. It's a lot of, like, talking about side pieces. Like, that's just it. If your dude plays a intramural sport in his 40s, there's a good chance that, he's cheating. I mean, if you're not going to his games, trust me, there's a good chance. Ooh, yes, I love this. Oh, yeah, fuck these assholes. I couldn't stand it. Even when I was, like, playing hockey, the amount of fucking just blatant misogyny that these assholes would do. Especially when we had girls on the team, too, where it's just like, wow, you guys that's a special thing right there. Oh, you don't want to fight me there. I would be trying to find out how to text his wife. Yup. Oh, most definitely someone's going to those games if you're not. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the other thing is, it's just like the ones that don't, like, have their game schedule, you know, readily available for the misses kind of thing. Yeah, just, I don't know, guys. You might want to check on what your mister's doing. How much pickleball's he really playing? Huh? You ever think about that? Ooh. Yeah, I just kind of wish that we had some more MAGA, either chuds or just, like, the MAGA misses it. Dude, I don't think that we've had a lot of, like, MAGA females. I was your only guy's... I know. I know. Yes. We actually had that moment where I'm pretty sure that we won a championship and she was the only one in the stands just like, yeah! Hey, you know what? She has her own fan jersey, man. Like, that was pretty cool. At least my wife cares. I even brought... Yeah, you did bring the sign. You also, you could chirp. I mean, you used to chirp the guy, FedEx. There was this guy that used to use packing tape because he worked at FedEx, which I gotta admit, it is kind of like, I used to make fun of it a lot more, but now I kind of understand it. Because, yeah, like, hockey tape, it's kind of expensive. So if this dude's just like, you know, he's got packing tape to spare, well, but it ruins I mean, dude, like, it pulls the fibers of the socks, like, but But yeah, it was kind of funny. He literally would have FedEx just all over his legs. And yes, I have a jersey and a sweatshirt. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you have the sweatshirt. My phone just told me that some person named Daniel Christopher is deaf. No idea who that is. Or dead? Daniel Christopher. Wait, Christopher Daniel? Wait. Let's see. Man serving prison sentence for murder dies in Las Vegas. Yeah, Daniel Christopher, 35-year-old. Okay. So it's not okay, that scared me for a second because Christopher Daniels, if you don't know, he's actually kind of like a legendary, like he's a legend in the wrestling business, but mostly with people who are like really into wrestling because like he's kind of like a coach and he's like a behind the scenes type of guy, but he's also like been a TNA champion and all that. But yeah, that would suck. Nice dude too. Actually, Uni also met him. You guys had the sweatshirt done for me with the extra punches from making the jerseys. Oh yeah, the patches, punches. Dude, whatever. My fucking eyes. Today the dyslexia is taking over. Hope you're feeling well. Oh, hey, yeah. Thank you for yeah, I forgot to announce that. Uni and chat. Hey guys. Oh, it's like a state prison. Okay, weird. No idea why my phone felt the need to tell me that. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, do you like follow so was it from like a local news source? Like, yeah, what happened there? That's a little odd. But God, I'm partnered with a lovely ace guy. Nice. I'm bi, so we have a great line of communication and an arrangement in place. Security in one's self is peak masculinity. That's that's why anytime that somebody's just like, what are you, trans? What are you, gay? And it's just, no, who cares? My biggest thing is like, why do you care so much? I do have the local news app. I think it's through that. Yeah. No, I get the same things. Because the local news apps, for some reason, those are the ones that like I forget to turn the notifications off. I'm having a pretty okay day today. I'm currently doing foot massage treatment therapy for my neuropathy. My friend got me for my birthday. It's amazing. Oh, nice. Oh, you're using that now? Do you need anything? I'm assuming that you can't move from your current position, so just let me know if you need me to grab something and I will. Those are the ones I go to fight with Maga because they're all up in it. Yeah, I do what's happening pages. Like I like to. That's why I ended up in what's happening in Rockford because I like to frequent the what's happening pages in Maga counties. There's one specific one in Missouri. That's fucking hilarious. It's I forgot the name of the county, but it's the county that's in between like Illinois and Missouri. Technically, they like share the county there. So I'm good. I'm just melting. How is it warm? Trolls are a nuisance, but I do love the way Pep deals with them. Oh, thanks, Reverend. Yeah. Not a lot of people know how to do it with the nuance that I do. Yeah. I also just, like I said, going back to me feeling kind of not bad, but just in general, like, I guess I do feel bad. I guess that's the best way I could put it. Like I feel bad that like their lives suck that much that they need to just do that shit. I mean, it's basic bullying. Like it's literally bullying 101 where you're just like, okay, hurt people. It is warm, but it's also super relaxing. It feels really good. You're going to want to try this thing. Oh, nice. Gotta bounce. Going to the dispo. Hell yeah. Well, thank you for popping in, Pedulous. I appreciate you being here. Hope to catch you on the next one. I will likely be taking the day off tomorrow, so yeah, catch the stream on Friday. Okay, you're back. Where'd you go? What were you doing, Brian? I didn't even know that you... Oh, you're gonna be back today. Sweet. Cool. Today starts early voting for local primaries where you live. No shit. If you want to shout out your primary, I mean, go ahead. If any of you guys are like local to Tennessee, you guys might want to know about this stuff. Man, I hope that Tennessee starts turning a little bit, because it is kind of pick me up a zipper of a quality shirt. I had exactly one person to vote for. Oh, really? Was there anything else on the ballot, or was it just like literally? Man, I haven't thought about that, but there has to, just statistically, there has to be at least like a few counties out there that have just one person for one position. It's like nothing local, nothing out. Like, oh, dude, that would be crazy. $5 add-on. Ooh. Yeah. I gotta say, I've been liking the pre-rolls. You know, although I did encounter an issue with one of them. Where like, yeah, it was just packed way too tight. So it's just, I'd rather just roll my own or just pack my own at that. You know, I don't know. But I did kind of find myself being like, well, this is not bad, especially for the price. Because yeah, my local one, they had a massive sale on that stuff. Ooh. Oh man. Okay. Yep, here comes the sneezes. I knew it. We got another one. I think I'm good. If I sneeze like all over my computer screen, like I did, oh god, was that like a month ago? If you guys weren't here, I had one of like the worst sneezes. Just like, it was after I did a 2 sneezer, which I'm usually a 3. So I was just kind of waiting for it, and I was in the middle of saying something, and it just hit. I just fucking, that was disgusting. But I think I'm okay now. Anyway, I'm just kind of rambling at this point. You know what? But I just want to chill right now. Fuck. There's one thing I will say for yesterday's stream. I was definitely stressed. I'm feeling a little bit better today. I think that everything is kind of getting to me. Therapy is definitely it's gonna be kind of wild this week, because I just feel like I got a lot to go through. No one's judging for the chill stream. No, I know you're not I know you're not judging by the, but I do want to get this out there. But by the way, guys, if you haven't already, hit the like button, share the stream if you guys don't mind doing such. Also, if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so and joining the community, because we do have an awesome fucking community here. Oh, look at this. So he was gonna, what? All right, so someone got mad because now they're going like through all of my videos and they're fucking making comments on all of them. Jury finds that Live Nation and Ticketmaster held a legal monopoly in ticketing. Oh, shit. Settlements can range from a modest set of conduct changes. I mean, I hope the conduct changes are what really take effect. Do I gotta go and fight someone in the comments? No, you're fine. You're fine. you're definitely okay. No, Sylvia, I appreciate you. I really do. Like you were there yesterday, holding it down. I think that you might have been one of the ones that kind of noticed that had some stuff going on. And yeah, you kind of you ran interference, and I appreciate that. So, yeah. So you all you behave, otherwise, Sylvie, she's coming after you, and you don't want that, honestly. Sylvie, when she's when you get the spicy Sylvie. There's sometimes where it's like I'll read something, it's like, oh god damn. Yeah, I engage a little too much sometimes. Yeah. I mean, let's put it this way. Steven was not feeling great about himself. I was able to catch a little bit of the back and forth. You guys, because yeah, man, you guys were like chat was rolling yesterday with that. Appreciate it. But also, yeah, I was like, oh, damn, you're kind of cooking him right now. I'm just going to stay out of this. Every once in a while, I will have that happen where I'll like want to read the chat, but then I see that you guys are having a back and forth, like a pretty intense back and forth. I'm like, okay. I'm just gonna move on to the next segment. Let this happen. When you're doing your thing, then suddenly the human body does a thing and throws you off for a second. I can write a book about this. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Sneezing is a big one lately. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but my sneezes have been they've been off. You know, like I said, usually a 3 sneezer. You just saw it. Only 2. Then there's the other ones where like I'll do 2 good ones. You ever have the half sneeze? Or like not even a half sneeze. It's like you sneeze, but it hits something like a wall in the back of your throat. You're like, oh. Like you almost choke on the sneeze. And then it happens while you're doing that. So you're like, and then it's just like, man, I had that happen recently. And I looked at myself in the mirror and like my eyes were watering. I had snot everywhere. I'm just like, what happened? What am I doing? How did this happen to me? It's like, I forgot how to sneeze. What's going on? I hope this isn't, and I hate to say, like, I had a hypochondriac moment too, where I'm like, I hope this isn't like a neurological thing. Like, what the fuck was that? Because I have seen that, by the way. God, I forgot what the hell I was watching, but it was like a medical mystery show. And they said, like, this guy kept, like, it's the way that you look at, like, the sun, right? And then you can feel, like, your sinuses do the thing, and you're just, because I guess it's your optical nerve, when that happens and it gets triggered, it triggers everything else in your face. But it's like that. But yeah, you have like interruptions. It's fucking the most unsatisfying sneezes. So annoying. Yeah, especially when they're like as I said, half sneezes where it's just like I don't feel better. I actually feel worse. There's nothing worse than when you sneeze and you know you're sick. I had that happen this last winter. I was in my car, and I don't know why this like sticks out to me so much, but I did have that moment where I went, oh no, I think I'm sick, and I felt it, and I kind of, maybe it's because like my brain did catch up, and it was like, I'm just gonna go to bed now. I don't feel very good. I have very physical panic attacks. I have so many embarrassing stories. You know, I'm not sure if I've ever covered this, but I've had I still to this day have panic attacks. I do my breathing exercises, which tend to work. So I got this thing where I count backwards, and I don't know why it has to be 16, but if I start counting backwards from 16, it kind of calms me down a little bit. I'll also say that if I have potty anxiety, that I will do the same thing. It's nothing worse than when you're standing at a urinal and, like, again, you're open urinals all over, right? And someone does the thing. Like, everyone that has had this moment, you know what I'm talking about, where it's just like, come on, why? Why did you have to walk to the one right next to me? Like, bro, and it's usually absolutely nothing to it except for the guy's just like, I don't want to be the guy that's going to break the line, so I might as well just start a line. It's like, why? Or the worst is when you have, like, you're at a sporting event, every urinal's taken, and you got a line of people behind you. That shit fucks with me. And like, I've gotten better about this. I used to be one of those guys that would just wait for a stall so I didn't have to deal with this shit. But now I just don't care. But I will have that moment where I'm just like, I could feel the people like waiting, where they're just like, come on, dude, just pee. It's just like, yeah, dude, just pee. What are you doing? And then I'll just count backwards from 16. It works like a charm. Hey, actually, I said the magic number, I guess. Hey, whatever works, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. It turns out mine were mostly unmedicated ADHD. Yeah, well. Yeah. Dude, I took the one time that I did Addies, for my ADHD, I had a pretty bad reaction. Like, yes, I was super focused, but too focused. And I don't know. It didn't feel very great. Because I did a week-long trial of it, and obviously by the end of the week, I was just like, I don't think that this is for me. Like there's, it makes my mind race. Like it's almost worse. You know what I mean? Whereas this is, I've been, doing this myself for quite some time, and it works. It calms me down. So that's at least what I try to get out of it. Just so you guys know, obviously this is not a medical advice. This is not medical advice for me. I do not provide medical advice at all. I'm just saying my own personal experiences with things. So, damn dirty dopers. It's Cart. Yeah, dude, we haven't had. We used to have this guy that comes in here every once in a while. He'll have a new handle, but I'll always remember him. Oh shit. Well, I'm not gonna always remember him because I'm forgetting his name. Shit. All right, now I need your help. What was the dude's name? He because I know his new one, or like his second one, ironically, was Hot Rod, but yeah, he it wasn't Reverend, because I'm seeing Reverend. No, it was something like that, where he wanted to save like his whole redemption something. Oh fuck, god damn it. Well, he wanted to, like, his whole shtick is that he comes in here, he's like, you dirty potheads, you got to repent, blah 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 blah. Hey Pep, what up, Teddy? Teddy, do you actually like my show? Like, I know you came in here, like, you've been pretty consistent in trying to troll, but at the same time, Repentant Man. That's what it was. Repentant Man. Thank you, Pinkerbell. Thank you so much. Yes, the Repentant Man, which I gotta say, that was way better than Hot Rod, whatever the fuck he was doing. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, there we go. But yeah, anyway, I was dead serious though, Teddy. Like, I know that you like, isn't that your thing? You want to troll the stream? Back to work. See you guys later. Jewel, thank you for hanging. I will catch you a little bit later then. Yeah, I'll be on until about, I think, 6-ish. I don't know. We'll figure this out. But I'm also going to be doing my Pepaganda show live tonight. So, hence the day off tomorrow. Lots of streaming, and yeah, I should probably just take the mental health day. I recommend that for a lot of people, but I understand like how this shit works too, where not everybody can do that. Yeah, Thursdays are like, I don't know why, but Thursdays have always been the day where I'm just like, can I have Thursday off? Alrighty, let's see. You are a creature. I am indeed a creature of some kind. Some call it human. Others, a walking bag of herb smoke. Nobody's ever called me that. I'm a smoke creature. That's what I am. Yes, I'm the smoke. I'm the mist monster. Of course, I can't get. It would help if this was on. That's commitment to the bit right there. I knew that it was killed at that moment, but mist monster. Oh look, Eric's. Yeah, okay. Okay. Whatever. Dude, you don't care about Eric Swalwell in the slightest because you literally have a sexual deviant as your fucking president, but whatever, man. Don't see you calling that one out. Also, just in general, he's out. Kind of weird how that works, right? Kind of weird when you don't have an entire like party that just like stands behind a fucking sexual predator. Kind of odd, right? I know you guys know nothing about that. Because, like, that's where I was going with this, guys, by the way. Because we did this with the Al Franken discussion, and I'm not going to really discuss the fucking Swalwell stuff as much. Like, we already went through it. Like, there's nothing real. Like, the fact that now people are just like, oh, the Democrats must have known. Like, here's where I'm kind of at with it is, it's not my job to defend the Democratic Party. I'm not a Democrat, and I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't give a shit. They don't want to fuck. If they were covering it up, okay, we can vote all of them out. Or they are voluntarily leaving. But what about that Torres guy? Is that his name? The one that, you know, that girl, like, committed S-side and just, yeah, it was proven that they had a affair. Like, what about that? What about that? Because, it seems that only after Swalwell got busted, then this guy was like, yeah, I guess I'll drop out after fucking going to the primaries. That's kind of weird how that works. Like, I don't see you fucking even making the comparative to that guy, but Swalwell. Yeah, moral inconsistency is actually kind of funny. At least to me. Because it just means that you have absolutely no leg to stand on, so. What's up, Hermit? Oh, dude, I missed your, I just realized that my Twitch chat is not on. There's a reason it's not on. Twitch chat's not working. Come on, OBS, do your thing. Like, and not by do your thing, I mean, can you work for once? That'd be nice. There we go. All right, now I got Twitch chat enabled. Woo! All right, sorry about that, Hermit. I think you're the only one I missed, though, right? All right, cool. Yeah. The common thread is the elite class. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like all these elites have... It's almost like that wheelchair guy, Madison Cawthorn, was telling us exactly what goes on at, you know... It doesn't matter what party they're from. They have these weird, like, orgies and shit. Like... But... I see that you got your talking points. My question is, do they send it in like an email packet, or do you just like, is this organic for you? Do you learn it from Twitter, or is it because Trump said it, then all of a sudden you're gonna just parrot it? Like, it is crazy how consistent like that is with the Republican Party, where they get a message and they all lockstep that shit. Back to the Angry Ginger's whole point, which also shout out to AG, man, I miss him. I know that he's taking like a content break. I'm not sure if he's actually coming back. It's been a minute, but I miss him. My content bro, but he had a great fucking take on this, where he's just like, here's the right, you know, literally right hand. But they're always like this, lockstep, no matter what. So it's very hard to break them. Like, when you got your fist made, it's very hard to get that to break. This is the left, and every once in a while they'll do this, like they'll kind of get together, but it's like, but then they're like, no, we gotta fight, no, and meanwhile it's just, so squishy. Yeah, so squishy. It really is. But it is also just like, okay, can we, I don't know. If you think that, if they even thought that this is where I'm kind of surprised by this. If it is true that they did know about Eric Swalwell, and like this was something that was kind of known like in the political circles, hell of a gamble to have him run for the fucking governor's seat and also be the front runner for it. Gotta say. You know, that's a little... Oh, what's up, Ryan? Good to see you, man. How you doing? How is your... Dude, how are you doing? Fuck, man, you've been in a situation, that's for sure. I hate that I just said that. But yes, how you doing, man? Mikel Montoya, how you doing? Thank you for, saying hello. I appreciate that. Poorly. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you've been in my thoughts, man, and I know that a lot of people here have been kind of worried about what's going on, and just in general, man, it sucks. This week's been awful for many reasons. Shit, dude. You know what, man? For real, yes, I'm gonna smoke in your honor here, cause fuck. Also, yeah, I've had a pretty piss poor week myself. So, mental health, guys. Cheers to your mental health. Still alive though. Well, hey, you know what? Is it bad that like when I wake up, like I do kind of have that moment where I'm just like, hey, still here. Like, cool, a new day, woo. I hate to admit this, guys, but I think that I've been able to kind of keep my my chill about me, because I've been doing like stupid things in the morning. So, for instance, I'm not sure if you guys know what the Tubby Nugget is, but I love it's a wholesome little like they always do like maybe 20-second videos. They make me feel good, and you know what? It brings a smile to my face, and it's like an affirmation page where it'll just be like, "Hello, friend. I just wanted to tell you how wonderful you're looking today and how you got this." It's just like, I needed that. Like, I remember it was like right after my mom died, or like around when my mom died, was the first time that I had seen one of those videos, and I was just like, I really did need that. Thank you. And ever since, I've been like, hey, I'm gonna take that. I feel that, Ryan. I wake up like shit. I'm breathing. Wow. Oh, guys. No, I really like if we were in a circle, I'd be like, nah, bring it in. Come here. What are we doing? Like, come here. No. Guys. Oh, I'm sorry. That's never a good place to be. I don't know why I'm nervously laughing about it, because that it sucks. Like, God, this is why I'm the worst in these moments too. Like, I am very emotionally vulnerable as far as just like being empathetic, but also at the same time, I have had moments where like the only way I can respond is nervous laughter, because I'm just like, ha ha ha, and then they like somebody sees that and they're just like, "What, you think this is funny?" It's like, no, oh shit. It's like, no, I get, when I get nervous, I laugh, and I try to, I don't know. It's definitely a coping mechanism that I haven't really processed. So, oh man, what's that? Who that? Oh God, bust down. Hi, welcome to the show. Thank you for following. I appreciate that. Bust down lit. Oh man. All right, can I just ask this? I'm gonna admit something here. It's kind of shitty. So when I was in high school, we used to party with this group of girls, and it was very like, it was the way that you would party with girls. But there was one girl specifically where we called her the bust down. And was that normal, or were we like a special type of shitty? Because as I have said many times, I'm not proud of who I was in high school at all. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Uh-oh. Hey. So I'm gonna take it as a no. That this was not something that was a little bit normal. OMG. Yeah. Both realistically. Oh God. As I said, man, like, being a teenager and then being a teenage boy, there's just a special type of shithead that you are, you know? Like, I get it now. I get it. My dad used to say this. To my face, by the way. He used to tell us how he was, yeah. He's just like, yeah, wait, canceled on Twitter, career over now. Wait, I'm canceled on Twitter? Oh, God. Well, nobody actually answered me on this one. So I thought, was it a common term or phrase? I guess that's what I'm asking. I don't know. Kind of starting to realize that I hung out with some really shitty people, because I really did. I hung out with this one guy where he was like the classic piece of shit, where he used to catcall girls, and he was the worst. He really was the fucking worst. He used to call my wife female. Like, she went, oh my God, she kicked him out of the house when he did that shit. And he didn't get it. Like, he had never been challenged by a female. What up, female? Oh, God. Fucking cringe. Was this guy's from my school? No, actually. No, we didn't. So, like, I had an interesting high school dynamic where I hung out with mostly public school kids. So, like, I was always in a group with different people from different high schools. Like, I actually had that's why I would argue I have a diverse group of friends now. Because I still hang out with some of my friends, you know, the ones that weren't just certifiable pieces of shit. But yeah. It was kind of it was growing, and it was actually, you know, I got to give my wife a lot of credit on this one. She was the one that really opened my eyes to the fact that it's like, no, it's not okay that he treats women the way he does. It's not okay that he talks about them and to them the way he does. You need to just not have him in your life. It's like, that is somebody that you need to cut out of your life. And she was not wrong. Glad I'm not the only one that gets instantly disgusted hearing people call women female, but call men men. I don't know, dude, man, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not like you're walking up, what up, man, or what up, men? Like, wait. Now I'm a little confused, because, like, I do that. Like, what up, man? Like, that's just how I talk. I haven't put that much thought into this before. That's why you actually kind of like, there we go. I like that. Yeah. There. Yeah. How's it going, males? There you go. I like it. It's like, what? Like, yeah, how you fucking how you like it? Oh. There's a comedian that does skits like that. If you haven't seen Kim Congdon, at least she used to do this, where she would do skits objectifying dudes, and like they would get uncomfortable. It was funny. Gotta give her some credit on that one. Wonder if she's still, like, I don't know. She's still going strong. What do you think about Sneako? I think that he's a moron that somehow did figure out how to get that bag with Kick, and just in general. Like, every once in a while, like him, Aiden Ross, all, like, they are certifiable dipshits. Like, when it comes to actually knowing things specifically about politics and the way that the world works, yeah, they're complete fucking morons. But there is something about the fact that they did know how to use their audience, and they gained massive followings through it. But there's also the allegations of the fact that they had some help, if you know what I'm saying. Like, the smartest thing that I think a lot of these guys did was they got in on the bot farms before, people started calling them out. And that's also why I think that's why they're on Kick, is because Kick is propped up by bots, and that's by their own admission, by the creators' own admission. If they got rid of bots, they'd be fucked. Which, that's a problem. I don't know. If I found that out about YouTube, which I have in some ways kind of figured out. Yeah. I call everyone my bro, sis in Hebrew. Oh. Hello. Hello, fellow ponies. Now you're gonna have them thinking that we're bronies over here. Like, the fuck, man? We no ponies. Now that's a bridge too far. Why are you calling me a pony? What's up with that? What's up with that? I'm gonna report you for that. I've called a guy out for referring to a woman as a female. More specifically, that's no female, insinuating the person was trans. Told the dude that makes him sound like an incel. Oh. Yeah, this guy was even worse. This was like, it was like a vernacular. Like, he was, I can't even say the term. I just realized it. Because, yeah, it ain't politically correct anymore. But he thought that he was, he was a white dude that was really into hip-hop culture, but not, in a cool way. And his biggest thing was the fact that, like, gangs respected him, which always did bother me because it was true. I remember, like, me thinking he was full of shit, and then I met, like, one of these guys. He was part of the GDs. I was like, oh shit, he's not fucking lying. That's not great. Bronies was so long ago. In 2026, they'll just think that you're a furry. It's fine. Every male had a sparkling pony on the inside waiting to burst through. I hope they all experience that someday. Mine's more of a Pegasus. But yeah, sure. You should have seen the comments on the PVD episode today. Brutal. What happened? Wait a minute. Hey, give me a little bit of a breakdown here. Maybe I have to go find that episode. You had a friend like that, minus the gang part? Oh, so he was just like, he was a poser douche? At least I can say that this guy wasn't necessarily a poser. Like, nah. I mean, the desperation of the Trump bots seems to be fucking pretty felt now. You guys panicking because, TPUSA can't even fucking fill a building. You guys can't even hit 25%. That's insane. By the way, that empty building was embarrassing. I don't care if it was for JD Vance, Erica Kirk. I don't care who it's for. The fact that it was a TPUSA event in Georgia and nobody wanted to go says a lot. Lynn Alden is a Bitcoin author who was the guest today. Trans. Oh, shit. So I can only imagine that. Yeah. Okay. The comments were probably pretty bad. I would dare to guess. I'm racing my coffee getting cold. Give me a second, guys. I hate when this happens. Eat a thermal cup, too. I thought I had this one nailed. Ooh. What do you think an American Civil War looks like, bro? What, you think a bunch of fucking boomers from, southern Florida are all of a sudden just gonna be like, yeah, gonna practice my Second Amendment, gonna take my pickup truck up to them Yanks. What do you mean I can't afford to get my pickup truck to the borders? What do you mean? Doggone it, Donald Trump gone and done it again. I don't know. Maybe it's not worth it. I don't know. No, dude, seriously, there's no fucking Civil War that's gonna fucking happen. Shut up. Shut up. Sorry. Bust down. I'm not trying to, call you out anything. I'm just saying, in general, I don't think that, anybody that's just like, I feel like a Civil War's gonna happen. Uh-huh. That would require people to get off their fucking bricks for enough time. Yeah, you know what's gonna end up happening? It's gonna be this shit. I'm on my way to the Civil War. Yeah, hold on. I gotta sit down for a minute. 8 hours later. Oh, shit, I forgot what I was doing. I'm a little tired now. So, you know what? I don't have the energy for a civil war. Fuck them. Like, to be true, you aren't lying. They couldn't even do anything about Epstein. Yeah, nothing's gonna happen, man. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing. The elites are gonna rob us. We're gonna sit here complaining. We're gonna sit here fighting on the internet about it because we're a retarded country that can't get past the fact that they are 100% utilizing our stupidity against us and our emotions. Like the fact that they make politics the game that it is in America, it's all orchestrated to keep us in this. And that's why I do kind of agree that the Democrats being silent is orchestrated. And again, I think there's a deal. I think that Trump made a deal. That's why he's been so sad out there, just going, you know what? Historically, the party that's in power, they lose the midterms. I don't know what that's about, but it happens. It just happens. Meanwhile, he needs to stoke his base, so his base needs to feel like, well, what about the election interference? What about the elections? We need to protect the elections! Except for this whole thing. You know how they talk a lot of smack about the 2020 election? You have, finally, which, again, I'm not sure what the fuck they were waiting for, but you have some fucking Republicans, or some Democrats coming out of Congress going, all right, so we're going to do 2024 too. Because it was the same exact, we used the same exact machines. We did the same shit. We didn't change anything. So, because, dude, if we really were a smart country, we wouldn't even have to play this game of just like, who was president in 2020? Who was president during the election? Trump? So it was Trump's FBI that rigged it against him. What? And then you're telling me that while Biden was president, he could have rigged it against him, but didn't? What? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's honestly why people just are like, you know what? I don't care. I just believe that the Democrats are, they're corrupt, man. These Democrats are so fucking corrupt, man. They just extended the but if I say 702, I don't know the implications of that. I don't know. Stoking the politics. You're so right, Pep. It's so sad. No, it is. That's why, at least if you guys can come here and still even think about politics the way that we do, at least we cover it. The one thing I'm gonna give us, all of yourselves, I'm gonna give you a round of applause. Everybody in my chat, for real, thank you. Golf clap. Yeah, I'm giving you guys a round of applause for being able to stay engaged, because that is something, it's getting harder and harder to do, but I also think that's by design. Like I said, they just want to either keep us fighting or keep us disengaged so they can keep taking from us. So, all Democrats and Republicans are pathetic. You are buying into the system and doing exactly what they want you to do. Did you not hear my little tirade right there? Or are you just coming in at the very back end of me literally saying pretty much the same thing? Even though you got to say it in all caps because, reasons. Got anything else to say there, Jason? Just got here. Please stop using all caps. I can see just fine. If you're doing it for your own site, then I recommend that you change the settings on your computer, okay? Keyboard is wonky? What do you mean keyboard is wonky? Is your caps lock is your caps lock broken? Really? Come on. Bro. I'm not trying to chastise you. You just got here and I would like you to hang out. But I have a rule about spamming and I have a rule about using all caps. I mean, if it's keyboard is broken. All right, fine. Etch, referendum from the top here. Jason can use his all caps since his stupid keyboard's broken, but you got to get that fixed, man. And if you start misbehaving, then you're banned. I'm only giving you this one, okay? Because if your keyboard's broken, sure. I mean, to be fair, God, I want to watch Always Sunny. My number lock is broken as well. So you know what? I can buy it. Still standing wipe. Trust nothing. Exactly. Yeah, we know that all Maga are sit wipers. We're not going there. Wait a minute. I'm not going there again. I lost audience because of that. I legit did lose some people because they were just like, this show is so juvenile. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. And then they were just like, it's gross. It's crass. That was the one that got me. They're like, I didn't know you to be so crass. It was just like, oh my God, not again. Yeah. Well, yeah, Pinkerbell, I mean, if you're saying we're not talking about that again, but yeah, no, I had it happen again where I had somebody fucking get a hold of me, which thank you, I guess, to anybody that feels like they need to take the time out to let the creator that they watch a lot of to know that they're a juvenile and that their crass humor is not for you. It's just like, dude, especially because I'm not going to say who it was, but they've been here a minute, and I was kind of like, oh, it's like, this is the bridge too far? It's like, how did I go that long without offending you? None of the Democrats would ever reschedule marijuana, but Trump did. Yeah, but he did that for a very specific reason, and the rescheduling actually ended up fucking over a whole bunch of CBD companies, or CBD companies. Yeah, the thing is, dude, I was trying to give Trump some credit for that until I learned some of the repercussions. So, dude, we get it. You're having a little bit of a crisis right now because nobody is backing you up. You only have you and a very small contingent of like 18% of America that's even listening to you or thinks that like what you're saying here makes any sense. Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're like I am kind of sorry like that you had to find somebody to put like your stake in, and like that's who you like base your identity off of. And it's gotta suck to have your identity based on somebody that is failing you. And then you just, again, sunken cost fallacy all fucking day, man. Like, you're just, again, you feel the need to come in here and just be like, don't talk about my daddy. The Democrats with the triple Ks, Democrats. I'm so clever. I'm clever with a K. Ew. Beef Torque Hunk. Hey, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. Welcome to the community. I appreciate you. Sure, Janet. What's the crash out count today? Also super funny that your wife made you cut ties with your friends and now hold up in the basement with F-17 viewers. Janet was meanie bobini to me. Janet, no. I can do that for another minute. No! Janet! How dare you? How dare you? And to bring up my low view count. Oh! She hit me where it hurts. Oh, man. First mosquitoes of the year. No. Wait, you got mosquitoes already? Oh shit, dude, that sucks. Gotta just say, that's never fun. The demon rats. I learned this funny term on the Facebook, and I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna call them the Democratic rats. We're hilarious. Dude. It's fucking so pathetic that you guys can't eat, like, dude, at least the left, we spent like years just making fun of Trump, so I have seen some of the funniest nicknames for him. Mango Mussolini is one of my favorite ones still. Cheeto in charge. Tangerine Palpatine. Like, goddamn. But this shit, it's all you have. Like, you go back to shit that's fucking almost a decade old. Like, you fucking hacks. You fucking hacks. Get new material. Fucking Christ. No mosquitoes in my area just yet. I live on the Gulf Coast. Giving generic talking points that don't have much truth. Also trying to say that Donald Trump is somehow far lefter. Go ahead and ban me, because being banned from a chat like this is a badge of honor. Yeah, see, that's what they literally do. So you know what you do? You do this. You put them in timeout. You beat me to it, motherfucker. Sylvie. Wait a minute. Did you ban him? I was gonna put him in timeout. No, it's all right. We're not. No, I mean, unless Sylvie just. Listen, I'm not gonna fucking cry over that guy. Trump supporters love gobbling tiny mushroom. Oh yeah, they do. They love it, love it, love it, love it. It's almost like they're trying to fucking get their. Do you understand? I was gonna try something funny, but it is actually even like it's so pathetic. They try to stand up for somebody who will never know they exist and is actually annoyed by their existence. That in itself is hilarious. And then you see just how much he truly hates the Republicans that love him and serve him. Maybe give him a chance. I'm not giving him a chance. Huh? I mean, if he's gone, he's gone. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't care. So, y'all want to leave? You can leave. This is always a riot. Come across this feed. Being banned or blocked by somebody like you who can't actually argue and constantly crashes out as a badge of honor. Mm-hmm. The point is not giving them what they wanted. Yeah, that's the thing. I was just about to say, we can just ignore them. Pretty easy, man. You just go, all right, fuck this. The motherfucker said he's 60 and his badge of honor is getting banned from YouTube chat. Oh, what a sad... Oh my god, I couldn't imagine being 60 years old and just... That's his existence, dude. His existence is going on YouTube during the day. I bet he also goes to Facebook pages, and this is like his entire They got bots for what you do, man. Like, you don't even need that. Like, what are you doing? Oh, man. That's sad. Anyway. Alrighty. Should probably cover some news. We're at that point. I just kind of realized what time it was. Janet, for somebody that is looking for the badge of honor of being banned, I'm not going to ban you. And also, you seem to hang out here a lot. I mean, you already changed your name. Ish. That's how I know it's you. Because you're dumb. What are you, 60 as well? And this is your hobby? God damn. It's likely a bot or a paid account anyway. Keeps going through the script, a script like that they read. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's who? It's you, Janet. It's you. A script talking about a specific comment he made. Old people be trolling the youth. Yeah, sure. The fact that they think it, like, that it worked, like, they don't know. They just don't get it. They don't understand. Nobody cares about you, Janet. You understand that you could be doing so much more with your life. Just, I mean, fuck. Going for a walk. But here you are. Just, this is what you chose to do with your time? All right. Well. So, when did he previously talk about his wife causing him to cut ties with his friend? I literally talked about how I had a friend that called her female, and she was just like, oh yeah, okay. You're gonna call me female and not respect me, you can get the fuck out of my house, and that was, yeah, that was that. It's almost like my wife is a badass and actually has some self-respect, something you know nothing about. You spend almost every day, single day streaming as if it's an accomplishment event. I mean, I think it is. Isn't that all that matters? You come in here getting roasted by the people that I have watching my show. Who the fuck cares about you? Nobody. I mean, if you have kids, they probably hate you. That's the reason that you're here. It's like, you have no hobbies. Because again, if this is your hobby, that's fucking sad. Like, damn, Janet. Damn. Just to play devil's advocate, I think that the point Jen is making is that it wasn't a script if he was responding to Pep directly. There's bots that can respond. That's the thing. If they're not, actually, that's how we can tell that they're bots, is that if they're not responding to certain chats asking them things, but they only respond to me, because that's what they're kind of like. It's AI prompt bots. Yeah, a bot or paid account. And she's focused on the bot line. Yeah, I think she's a bot. They are a bot. I don't know. Actually, it's a... if they're a bot, they're technically binary. Beep boop, motherfucker. 010011. Yeah. Yeah. I just spoke code to tell you to get fucked. No, it's still too short. Waka waka. Not paid either. Doubling down on the AI aspect. Oh, wait, you're not paid? Well, that's even sadder. You know, they have actually, like, I think they have programs for that. You could go sign up. You should. Huh. Okay. At least I got a community that cares. What do you got? God, I bet your chair smells like fucking old cigarettes and fucking has a bunch of crumbs on them. God, you definitely have cigarette stained teeth. Let's see. Just come your corn on the cob and go. Dan treats.
At Isaac Newton 98 $5. I pay Pep to give Stan treats.
Well, you pay for the right thing. The fact that you had to answer. Oh, you actually like chewing these words. I forgot. There's certain treats where he's just like, yes, I must chew this one very delicately and get all the flavor profile. Other ones he's just like, is that a milk bone? Gow! I want bacon treats too. Bacon. How do you guys cook your bacon? Do you guys cook your bacon on a tray? Like, the way that I cook my bacon is I like to crinkle up some tinfoil. I'll use 3 sheets of tinfoil, 1 long for the pan. Kind of make sure that it's all, like, you know, nice and even on the edges. Then I'll crinkle up two more tinfoils, kind of wrap these center together, so it creates, you know, a nice little bacon grease pool, if you will, where it kind of, you know, it also gives it, like, so the bacon's nice and, like, risen where it should be. And yeah, I cook it at 400 for about 18 minutes. Perfect bacon, telling you, it's so fucking good. And then yeah, easy cleanup, because then you can just fold up the tin foil, roll it up in a ball, and boom. I recommend it. But if you guys have a better method or you have a different method, I will listen, because I've been kind of thinking about it. Test some new some baking cooking methods. Janet, you're so full of yourself, it's kind of funny to watch. Ah, I'll be back. Did she just fucking Arnold me? I'll be back to troll you some more. Whatever. Ooh. Ooh, that hot sauce just hit. Ooh, God. I might need a Tums. Uh-oh. Oh, man. This is what I get for dousing my eggs in mango habanero sauce. Oh, so good, though. You ever have that where it's like your body starts pushing back against you, or you're just like, why did you do too much hot shit? It's just like, I needed flavor. Oh, what the fuck? My notifications are not damn it. I was worried about that. Also, I didn't send a notification on Discord. I should probably do that. Sorry if you got the if you usually get a Discord warning about the show or a Discord alert and you were looking for that, because that was my bad. But yeah, no, YouTube, I've noticed I've been having issues with that. Dude, okay, so this is kind of shitty, where I'll get like the alert that goes through on my phone to tell like, hey, Pep Talks is live. I get that for pretty much everybody that I follow, as far as like, I get a lot of notifications from YouTube, I should say. But yeah, I've been noticing I haven't been getting that. So it's a conspiracy, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, folks. No worries, but yeah, I usually get 2 notifications. Yeah, that's crazy here. Also, if you guys are wanting to watch this in horizontal, you guys can go to my Twitch. Which, by the way, I'm going to be keeping the horizontal going. I just have to figure out a few things. Because, yeah, I think that I talked a little bit about this, but I did also read the contract in full, so I can just say that there is no issue with me discussing the fact that, yes, it's a bandwidth issue. So YouTube is kind of making creators choose one or the other, and also letting us know that there's going to be like a cap. And it's kind of like, oh shit, well, I don't want to get anywhere near that. So, yeah. Because of how long I stream, it's going to, yeah, it's going to be weird. So, I'm going to be figuring this one out. All right. Why is this not fucking working? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure... The fuck? Love stoners, hate weed junkies. Oh, okay. Have you checked the current oil prices? Yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah, and they're only set to go up. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to actually get to, so I can get to some news here. There we go. That's only one part. What the fuck, man? Sorry, guys. OBS fucking updated, and I knew this was going to be an issue. I knew something was going to go wrong today. There we go. All right. All right. I fixed it. I just had to go reset my capture window. So here we go. All right. That's not where I'm covering. So here's a little something something. If you guys live in near, or if you live in or near a desert community, you might want to pay attention to this.
New at 5, we've talked a lot about water issues here in Arizona, but residents of one Arizona town, they are really on edge. They are facing the real chance that they could run out of water this summer.
That's right. Town officials in Kearney sent notes to their residents telling them that the
That's fucking terrifying.
town doesn't have enough water.
12 News journalist William Pitts explains
But also, stop building towns in the desert.
what happened in that town and how officials are hoping to keep those taps running.
Town officials have been trying to come up with something for months, but now, unless they find a solution fast, this town of 2,200 people will run out of water right in the middle of summer. The note on the door of City Hall lays it all out. The green bar is how much water Kearney uses. The purple line is how much water they have. When the green bar hits the purple line, that's it. They're out of water. And that will be 3 months from now.
We only flush once or twice a day, and it's Kearney, so after dark you can pee anywhere you want.
Jerry Kaufhold is throwing
This is a man with solutions.
every
I appreciate this guy.
idea he has out there.
And this is Kearney, so you know what? There ain't a lot of people around.
I'm wearing shirts twice, 2 days in a row,
If it's yellow, let it mellow, you know what I mean?
just to cut my laundry in half.
It's not an exact
You know, also I learned how to do the waffle stomp, and I gotta say, it's not causing them that much of a problem, so...
exaggeration either. The town says the faucets will literally run dry for
This whole town's waffle stomping during their showers.
2,200 people.
It is really tragic, and it's nobody's.
Hey, Mary, you got some brown on you missed some. You got some brown shit on your heel. It's like, oh, damn it, I was doing the waffle stomp this morning.
Fault. The reality is there's just no
God damn it.
water available for everybody's use.
Mayor Curtis Stacey is trying to figure out how to save his town.
Can't
I've learned more
vacation.
about water law than I ever wanted to know. It's not a challenge that I was looking to face.
The town of Kearney gets all of its water from the Gila River, and it's regulated by something called the Globe Equity Decree. It's a very old agreement that divides up the Gila River water between mining companies, Native American tribes, and towns.
Yeah, it's almost like those mining companies. I don't know. They should be the first to go, right?
That means in a bad drought year, like now, Kearney gets its water cut. Kearney uses about 280 acre-feet
Again,
of water.
I love how the town's the first one that gets fucked.
This year, they're only getting 77.
Well, the water will be in the ground. There will be water there.
Now, the reservation, hey, they were there first, motherfuckers.
There will be
Both y'all. Peace.
water likely in the river. We just won't have a right to it.
But
Town
the
officials are trying to
business,
fix up
yeah.
some old wells, but that won't be near enough water. No one in the town can use water for anything but drinking and sanitation. And Mayor Stacey is trying to convince the nearby mines to sign over some of their water.
We need to clear a path for that to happen, and that means everybody along this river would have to agree to a transfer of water.
That means any of the other groups that get water can veto that idea, even if the mine agrees. That leaves the entire town in limbo.
We're looking to get 50-gallon barrels so we can harvest rainwater.
They hope a good monsoon will help them get to the end of the year. If not, the clock is running, and the water won't be. William Pitts, 12 News.
There are so many
I mean, God forbid they have a fire.
communities dealing with
Like, you understand? Like, that's all it takes is just literally, like,
water agreements that basically
why does the mine need it?
supplying what we need, including
Because I'm guessing that, oh, it's the drills. No, that's how that works. So, yeah, have you ever seen one of those giant drills? They always have to have water on it to kind of, like, moisten the debris around it and shit like that. I don't know the technical science, but I just do know that those giant drills, they are always spraying water on them. So, anyway. Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring that up because it seems like that's going fucking super underreported. Even though it is just a town of fucking 2,500 people. The thing is, the Colorado Basin is also drying up, so it seems like it's going to be a problem for a lot of people coming up. Oh, did you see this shit? Justice Department moves to toss seditious conspiracy convictions of Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. God, sorry. Didn't mean to go to media. I meant to go to this. Yep. Fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. Stuart Rhodes. Justice Department moved to dismiss the seditious conspiracy convictions of Proud Boys and Oath Keeper members Tuesday, undoing one of the Biden administration's most celebrated victories against those who would said. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Do they understand that they're actually kind of shooting themselves in the dick here? Because if this means that that's what we can do, well, you know, we just got to make sure that you hold up a bunch of pieces of paper that are like, this is, hey, listen, this isn't seditious conspiracy at all. We're just here for a guided tour.
I want to bring in MS now.
All right, but Let's see. On his first day in office, Trump issued the pardons, blah, blah, blah. Don't care. The spokesperson for U.S. Attorney for Jeanine Pirro's office declined comment. This is a slap in the face of American people and American democracy. Defendants whose convictions may be dismissed are Oath Keepers Stuart Rhodes and Kelly Meggs. I don't care about that. Trump left office just 2 weeks ago. All right, who gives a shit? All right.
Lots to talk about, so let me bring in Ian Bremmer, who is president and founder of Eurasia Group and G0 Media. Well, let me start with a couple of things about whether or not maybe there could be some optimism on A, extending the ceasefire, and B, talks for a more comprehensive deal that could lead to an end of this war.
Did you pray to the YouTube gods?
Absolutely, Chris.
Is that how you graced me with your presence? Is I prayed to the YouTube gods and Live to Survive has shown up?
I mean, the fact is that Trump started this war and he declared the war goals, and he's now changed them. He is the one that has the ability to de-escalate if he chooses to, and his orientation in the last several days, most of a week at this point, has been towards de-escalation, towards negotiating. And yes, there is a blockade in place right now that provides the Americans with a little more leverage, shows that they're more serious about willing to take economic pain to get to a deal. But the most important point is that we have a ceasefire. So the Americans aren't actually blowing up targets in Iran, and that means that the Iranians aren't responding back with drones and missiles against the UAE, against the Saudis and the rest. That's very meaningful. And everything we've seen from inside the White House is that they are more optimistic that with a second round of talks in Islamabad, that there will be a constructive ability for the Americans to announce victory.
Well, yeah, I want to go back to that, the idea of announcing victory, and play for you what Vice President Vance said about the kind of deal that the U.S. is seeking with Iran.
Well, the president wants to make, he doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain. He said that if you're willing to act like a normal country, we are willing to treat you economically like a normal country. He doesn't want a small deal.
So does that contradict what Trump is saying? He says he wants a grand bargain, or, to pick up on the last point that you made, is a grand bargain whatever he says it is. It's his war.
You're making your rounds and asking questions? Oh, nice.
Of course, it is the
Welcome to the show, man.
latter ultimately, because if Trump decides he wants to get out, then he's going to sell whatever it was that he agrees to as a huge deal. But what Vance is setting up here is that there's going to be a lot of give from the United States to get the negotiations done. So you're going to see at least $6 billion in Iranian assets presently frozen in Qatari banks are going to be unfrozen as a part of this deal. And American sanctions on Iran will be suspended or lifted.
Yeah, so it's just like everybody was saying. This is a win for Iran.
To a large degree as a part of this deal. In other words, if the Iranians are coming to the table and giving Trump what he describes as a win, then Iran being treated as a normal country means there's real economic upside for the Iranians. And whether you call that reparations for the war or sanctions relief or reconstruction money or tolls, I mean, you can frame it however you want. But what it means is billions and billions will be going to this Islamic Republic. By the way, the same regime that Trump said he was going to rescue the Iranian people from when they were killing the Iranian people by the tens of thousands at the beginning of the year.
We talked a lot about the impact that this has had on the American people and the economy, Ian, but I also want to ask about outside the U.S. The Wall Street Journal is now reporting that European allies are working on a fallback.
What up, Godzilla God King?
Plan
Did you see the trailer?
in case the U.S. does leave NATO, as Trump has for a while been threatening. The work actually began last year, they report, accelerated after Trump
I may have had like one of those little like excitement squeaks where it was like, ooh!
threatened to seize Greenland, and especially now, given Europe's refusal to back the war in Iran. Where do you
We're doing something serious. We're doing news here, folks.
Now of kind of a new NATO where Europe can defend?
Honestly, but here's the summary on this one. Trump fucked around and found out. He kept threatening NATO, and now NATO is just like, oh, we don't need you, pal.
Itself, if the U.S. gets out.
Much higher than they were. The United States is not going to leave NATO, and that's not in Trump's capacity. It requires Senate, and he wouldn't have Republican support for it. but certainly the United States is much less relied
But I thought he could just do whatever he wants. He says that's how it works.
upon. Even Giorgia
What do you
Meloni,
mean?
the one European leader that actually came to Trump's second inauguration, is now having a big fight with
No way the trailer is real. I thought it was fake. I'm going to be... Yeah,
Trump.
yeah, go watch it now.
In part because of his criticism of the American Pope Leo. And
It's a very small teaser. It's not the full trailer, but God, even just... I think it's like 20 seconds long.
his response
They showed.
was how disappointed
I think that's
he is in
Gitara,
Meloni
by the way.
now. Alex Stubb and Mark Rutte, the president of Finland and the secretary general of NATO, about
Can
the
you
only
plug a
two that are
similar channel? Sure, as long as you
carrying
can
water
do the same in their
consistently,
chat.
for Trump at this point. Well, what this means is not only will the Europeans count on the
If they don't
Americans
mind
less, but
me
they will
getting a
spend
plug in
far
their
less
chat, then
money
yes, I'm
on
all
American
about
military
equal
industrial
sharing there.
defense complex.
Yes.
They're not. They're going to spend. They're going to build up their
YouTube
own
game is-
defense
yeah,
companies.
it is
That's
what it
what
is.
they're going to spend their money on. My friend Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, got a standing ovation in Montreal earlier this week by telling the Canadian people 70 cents on every dollar of defense
You already
spending in
did?
Canada
All right.
is spent
Yeah, you're
right
fine
now
then.
on American companies, and that will end now. That is enormously popular for the country that has been closest to the United States, the Canadians.
What about Bob?
All of this money used to be spent on American
Oh,
companies,
geez.
American jobs.
Is he back?
Help support the American market. That is going to go away.
Not on my
and that is
game
a
today. I
direct
wouldn't be able to
consequence
really
of
do
President
much.
Trump's policies.
Ian Bremmer, thank you so much. It's always good to have your perspective.
Okay. What is this with the... What?
Today, there is growing pushback to the Department of Justice's claims that all of the Jeffrey Epstein files have been released.
They're trying this again.
Democrats say about 2.5 million
Oh, I
files
didn't
are
think
being
they'd have the
withheld,
balls
and
to
that
do it,
only
but I guess they're doubling down.
half
All
of
right.
the documents have been made public. But Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche told Fox News that's not the case.
You have the authority to go ahead and release more, do you not? And you have the authority to go to Congress, perhaps?
No, we have released everything. So listen, we reviewed 6 million pieces of paper. What we released...
God, this guy's so weasel. Like, look at him. He always looks like you just asked him a question that you know he's totally guilty of. Like, hey, Todd, did you eat the cookies? Literally has fucking cookie shit all over him. What do you mean? I didn't eat the cookies.
Anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a single piece
man.
of paper. Nothing that should be released. If we find something else tomorrow, we'll release it. I don't anticipate we will.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You care so much about sexual assault and the survivors of sexual assault of any kind because you care so much that you had to just be like, it's the Swalwell files now.
Joining me now.
Dude, Swalwell's out of like he's already out. He's resigning if he hasn't already resigned, and he's already out of the fucking race. He actually did the right thing despite the fact that he's a piece of shit.
Oh, Epstein survivor.
And the Democrats, they held him to account, unlike you Republicans. You guys, this is my favorite part about you. You think this is a dunk? You're just reminding everybody that you stand up for anything or anybody that happens to benefit your party. And then you worship a known sexual offender. I don't even have to fucking say allegedly. He lost in a court of law.
Danielle Bensky, thank you for coming back
whatever.
in. Is he right? Has everything relevant been released?
Well, first, thank you for having me. And no, it hasn't been released. You know, we know this. In 1996.
Oh, wait a minute.
Maria
Oh my God. That's what they programmed the bots to say now. Okay, cool.
Farmer gave a report, and we were
Well, we know which accounts are what.
able to find that first page of her report. We know that there is a second page. She has confirmed this, and we have yet to find it. So we know that there are more documents. That's just one. You know, I
don't watch Vitali.
believe
I don't watch any of these fuckers.
that we have
The only reason I know any of them exist is just because Atozi has been fucking covering them on his channel.
given a list of documents that have been missing as survivors. And
If you genuinely watch them, I do kind of feel a little bit bad for you.
so for him to
Like, Come on, man,
say
really?
it's just a complete farce for him to say that there are.
Is it because they make you feel smart? Is that what it is?
Documents, not to mention,
I'm sure that's why some people are here.
Contradictory to what has been said in the past, and it just goes back to the only thing that we can bank on with this administration is uncertainty, because they say, Pam Bondi says the files are on my desk.
Which is not great for geopolitics.
And there are no files. Then then we've released them all. No, we still have some. Now we've really released them all, and it's just like this game of. It's just a chase.
Do you believe some of these files that have not been released, I'll ask you point blank, point fingers at powerful people?
Definitely, yeah, I do. I think because just knowing what Maria's statement says, it was who she saw there. So maybe not pointing fingers directly in the sense of that person performed harm, but there are co-conspirators named in those documents, yeah.
Todd Blanche says it's a misconception that the Department of Justice has closed the case, noting that from the information they currently have, they cannot bring a prosecutable case. Why do you think there is not a prosecutable case?
I honestly don't understand it, because I was in the UK recently.
Nobody cares about Eric Swalwell except for you.
Parliamentarians.
He's already been taken care of. Keep going, dirty money.
And they're like, why hasn't any
Look, I acknowledged you. Now you can respond to me, because I know that's how the fucking AI bots work.
anybody gone to jail?
Because you can't actually be like serious here, where you think that this is not.
Why hasn't there been a
like, if you're a real person and this is your best argument, you do understand that you're making the same exact arguments that the pre-programmed bots make.
single trial?
I shouldn't be giving you the inside details, but that's we see through it. Man.
What is happening in your country? And
members of parliament?
Yeah, members of, well, not that haven't gone to jail, but why hasn't
Who's the co-conspirators then?
anybody been held to account?
Okay.
We're doing our
Also, do you feel this way about the Epstein files and Trump? Because, accusations.
best
Accusations mean that he did it, right? Right?
here to hold everybody to account. And
Is this where you're going? Okay. Let's play. Let's go.
being held.
Since you're so morally consistent. Also, let's get you guys demanding that we look into the 2024 elections. Or is there a reason that the 2024 elections are just fine?
Account. Mandelson is being held to account, right? Or we're starting the process.
You'll see these
And,
coming
it just
around
feels
here
like
soon.
In the U.S., we're not.
Notice that some of the stuff that I say, like here,
We're just not seeing
once in a while, it
any
does kind of pick up.
investigation whatsoever.
It's like, hey, look at that.
After, actually,
They learned.
interestingly enough, the only thing that we got out of that Pam Bondi hearing was she had made a comment saying that there were investigations that had started. We didn't know
What am I pivoting from?
when, we didn't know where, we didn't know who. Like, we had so many questions about
You do understand that it's like, again, you have no moral consistency.
that.
That's your problem. You came in here thinking that you had something, but that would require you to actually care.
But she did
But you don't, and it's easy to prove.
say that there are investigations that are being started.
But you watched Fox News today, so you know exactly what to take to the internet.
And now Todd Blanche is saying there's nothing to see. And he's
Oh,
also saying
wow.
that they weren't mishandled.
It is actually kind of sad that they all say the same thing. It really is.
Everybody in America can
God
see,
damn.
and beyond, not just this country, can see that our names were out there for the world to see. Our, images, there were nude images that were released. And so I just think how anybody can look at that and say that this was handled correctly, I mean, it's a flat out lie.
This has been a lot for you, for the others who have come forward and fought this fight. Let me ask you a big picture about victims of sexual assault. As you know, two members of Congress, a Republican and a Democrat, Tony Gonzalez, Eric
What's up? What's up with that, too? So we're not going to talk about that Gonzalez fella?
Swalwell, have resigned amid allegations of sexual misconduct.
Interesting. But only Swalwell.
Does it confound you that we're continuing to see this, or in some way, do you feel like there is progress?
I think we've seen some progress. I think in the handling of that case, the turnaround time, the belief in the survivor, that was a shift that we've started to see. I think for so long, the burden has been on the survivor, and we're starting to see a culture shift. And I do think that it's because of the tremendous advocacy of survivors across this country.
Danielle Bensky, thank you again for coming in. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Now to the latest in the war with Iran. President Donald Trump is expressing fresh optimism ahead of a possible new round of peace talks. However,
what was this, the fourth round?
However, Iran is leveling new threats after the United States sealed off its...
I'm kind of glad that, like, Iran is just fucking like, all right there, Orange Man.
ports with
You go ahead and tell your people that.
the blockade. ABC's Olivia Rubin has the latest from Washington. Today, the
Just so you know, the markets, when they crash, we're the ones that are going to be left holding the bag, and it's coming, man.
U.S. military says its blockade against Iran's ports is fully implemented, completely halting Iran's sea trade. The Trump administration trying to squeeze Iran economically to force them back to the negotiating table. The Secretary of Energy
You do understand that at the end of the day, he started this for no reason.
saying this.
That's why they're going so far out of their way to be like, it was 40-something years where we were always under the threat of nuclear war. Like, all right. It's like they watched 24 and they were just like, yeah, it's going to happen again.
Fox News.
We put the military pressure on Iran to degrade their capacity.
I mean, didn't JD say, like, and soon they could have had it in a suitcase, or they could have been wearing a vest. It's like, oh, we're just doing this all over again, eh?
But Iran today claiming the
Not even trying.
move violates the 2-week ceasefire, calling it illegal, and threatening to block any other imports or exports in the region, causing more global economic pain. Oil hovering around $100 a gallon, translating to $4.10 for a gallon of regular at the pump, up $1.16 since the war began. Still, President Trump confident he can get a deal, and in an
Just a reminder, this is CBS.
interview with Fox News, insisting the end is near.
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been leading the negotiations, noting the difficulties.
After 49 years, there's a lot of course, mistrust between Iran and the United States of America. You're not going to solve that problem overnight.
At a Turning Point USA event Tuesday, Vance acknowledging a lot of young voters don't agree with the administration's Middle East policy after fielding heckling from some in the crowd.
I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide, whoever yelled that out from the dark.
Meanwhile, heavy attacks overnight
There's a reason it was dark, because no one was there.
in Lebanon, just 24 hours after officials
I'm covering that. I got the receipts on this one.
met in Washington to broker a deal there. Now, no official in-person talks have been scheduled between the U.S. and Iran, but Trump indicating in an interview they could come in just a few days. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying today that America must, quote, prove its seriousness on diplomacy. In Washington, Olivia Rubin, Channel 6, Action News.
All right, inflation, shall we? Inflation. We have Donald Trump. He gave an interesting interview here with Maria Bartiromo. Here he is saying that the Iran war is closer than ever. And guys, let's just run it concurrent with him talking about inflation. So let's take a listen to these two clips.
I had to divert, because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon.
He's sounding fucking awful, man. He's starting to do the Joe Biden thing where he's starting to get the, like, soft
And
voice.
if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah.
What the fuck? What's the fucking... God damn it, I hate how funny he can be sometimes, unintentionally. But that's hilarious right there. And it's not even like, that's not cool funny. This is hilarious in the fact that, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And
just like you do to me. They say, sir, sir.
You don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
That fucking pause.
I think it's close.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what?
Whoa.
If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished.
Courage the cowardly
I think
dog.
they want to make a deal very badly.
Is that going to be enough
What
to
up,
offset
boys?
the increase in gasoline prices?
It will be, because gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
So you think gas prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think they'll be much lower before midterm, much lower, yes.
Okay. Now, you've
I mean,
suggested...
that's on the assumption that we stop a country that cannot have a nuclear weapon from...
If he had just stopped talking right there.
If you give...
He can just never stop himself.
Iran a nuclear weapon, you want to see bad stock markets? You won't have a country. the world will be blown up. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So on the assumption we have that settled, hopefully long before that.
Is it possible he's ready to surrender?
And maybe almost immediately. Could be very soon.
Could be very soon. On the assumption that we have it solved by then, yeah, I don't think so. So it's what's today's date? It's April. All right, so the midterms are in 6 months. What we know from right now is that the amount of oil backlog and just shock
Argentical. Thank you for the follow.
Generally to production is a minimum of 3 to 4 months before things can somewhat resume to normal. That's if things end today. All right. So not some like, oh, in the future and all of that. So we have 27% cut from OPEC. Let's put, what is it?
Can we just pause that? Because while that was happening, I went and pulled up what Donald Trump actually told Maria Bartiromo herself 2 days ago on Sunday Morning Futures. She asked him the exact same question. Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections? This was Donald Trump's answer. I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. He's saying 2 days ago, an interview with the exact same person to the exact same question, maybe actually it'll be higher. And then 2 days later, he's like, no, it'll be much lower. It's coming down soon.
Right, and let's put A6 on the screen just to give everybody an idea.
I like how these are the Republicans, like both of them. You know, Sagar and Emily, like these are the right wingers, and they're even cooking his ass.
Remain at $4 and
usually they would do this thing where they wouldn't be giving just Democratic and liberal talking points.
11 cents a gallon here nationally, and I mean, in some ways, the national
I guess that the TDS got him.
Price isn't really like reflected.
Damn.
If we take the major population centers, so let's take like what's the biggest population in the country, California. They're paying $5.87 a gallon. Next is what, Texas, right? So they're paying $3.76 a gallon. Florida, $4.14 a gallon. New York State, $4.12 a gallon. Pennsylvania, $4.13 a gallon. I mean, if you actually look at the most populous states in the country, it's actually higher in most cases, except for Texas, where all the refineries are, from what the national average is. And even the Pacific Northwest is just getting absolutely hammered. But also, the entire Acela corridor, from everything I'm seeing, is well over $4 a gallon on top of Florida. And so, yeah, like maybe like more rural states or North Dakota or Nebraska are $3.60 or something. But the vast majority of people are paying well into $4 a gallon, which is at this point, I saw a gas analyst say that they have spent tens of billions more on gas than if this war had never happened. So it's not just about the cost to the United States, which is probably what, I don't know, 50, 60 billion.
Yeah, that's why most of the people in this country are getting a little pissed.
Just in sheer hard cost.
I've noticed it.
From what the
You know what I've noticed a lot of? Guys with big trucks kind of like looking at the pump a little bit more angry, and like they definitely leave the gas stations a little bit like
more cost. Think about all the money.
But you know what they're not doing? Rolling coal
out of our pocketbooks that is just spent on gas, not to mention everything else, right?
Yeah.
And so with
almost
inflation,
like people know that this is Trump's fault.
Really pernicious. Put A1.
It's kind of a bitch when you spend all that time just being like, Biden rose the gas prices, the price of eggs, everything, inflation was through the roof. What's inflation today?
Up here,
still over 3% now.
This was from the IMF. They say that
we got it down to 2.4 at a just for a hot second there.
This war will slow global.
He had $2 something average gas, $1.99 gas.
Economic.
Not talking about that anymore, are we?
Growth.
The Dow is at 50,000. Not anymore.
Will fuel another bout of inflation.
It's kind of
funny.
funny.
The Middle East has upended the global economy, and they say specifically they have downgraded all growth forecasts globally, exposing the economic fallout. Quote, the global outlook has abruptly darkened following the outbreak of war in the Middle East. The war interrupted what had been a steady growth trajectory. Here's the kill shot. In the best case scenario, the fund expects global growth to fall to 3.1% this year from 3.4. That is down from the 3.3 that the fund projected in January, and is also lower than 3.4 growth that it was prepared to project before the war broke out and oil shipments across the Middle East happened. Now, of course, GDP growth and all of that is not everything, as we've covered ad nauseum here on the show. But I think in this case, what we do know is that it's going to hit specifically the consumer sector, which is the lifeblood of the U.S. economy.
We'll see what happens with the Fed too.
Right, exactly.
Big
high inflation.
Question.
How are you gonna affect rates? They're almost certainly not gonna cut rates. What's the mortgage rate at today? Like 7%.
It's up there. It's an unanswered question for Trump. That's
disaster, right? And then his own guy, what is it, Kevin Warsh, I think is before the U.S. Senate. Sometime soon, his vote is supposed to happen. He's going to face significant questions over. He may not even get confirmed, as I understand it, because he has problems with what's his name, Tom Tillis, is that right?
Yeah.
Over at North Carolina.
Yes.
So there's that.
Yeah, and that's the same guy that Donald Trump was just like, Tom Tillis, he's not even in Congress. It's like he's in Congress until 2027, but he's gonna leave.
There's also we have to comment on this. We talked yesterday about the DoorDash.
Sorry, your boy's leaking his fucking gray matter out of his brain, out of his ears. Hey.
Here in the U.S., she was
brought
to the Oval Office to talk about how greatly she has benefited from no tax on tips You ask me, you hear a story like hers, that story shouldn't be there, period, and definitely shouldn't be helped by no tax on tips. Let's take a listen to her.
My tips were over half of my income from last year. So
that's a life changer.
Yes, it is. It is. And when, like I said, when you're dealing with someone that has gone through cancer and, you love them, you don't want to lose them. So you do everything that you can. And, you go through your life savings, but this no tax on tips and the help from DoorDash is life changing.
I mean, look, God bless this lady, but for me, it's like, what kind of society are we living in here? Ladies delivering DoorDash, grandma who was talking about her husband's cancer treatment and blowing out her life. This is sick, right?
Well, and Trump was just positively gleeful about the entire thing, and this is. I mean, he's supposed to be a shock to the system. That's how he pitched himself to the American people. And here he's doing essentially a DoorDash commercial because she's emblazoned with the DoorDash logo. And God bless her, she is amazing. I love her.
Yeah, she's not complaining. I know exactly. So
and she was a good.
She's not even part of DoorDash. DoorDash actually came out and said, like, we don't employ her.
But bigger picture, you're like, come on, man, like
at all.
This shouldn't even. DoorDash grandma should not be a sentence I'm ever uttering.
Right.
It's almost like it was a fucking a photo op for using an op, which was then proven that she is indeed a Maga op because she was used disingenuously for another hearing.
Like some of the Trump people.
Odd.
He tipped her $100. I'm like, oh, that's so disgusting.
Grim, yeah.
It's so disgusting. But this is the point that you're making is that it's a symbol of a really broken system. And to see him just gleefully enjoying that symbol of a broken system it was pretty gross.
I mean, look, you could choose to view it a couple different ways. I think, we were talking about earlier, and I was like, my heart breaks every time you see an older person just delivering DoorDash, just because you're like, man, like, look, I want to be very clear. Like, I'm not saying there's no dignity or anything in that, right? Like, if you need money and you're working, like, I got all the respect in the world. But I'm saying, what kind of a system is it where people who are of retiring age have to do it to pay for their husband's health care, right? For cancer treatment. That's where I have a real problem. And yeah, with Trump, I mean, they're talking about no tax on tips. Okay, I mean, look, I'm not going to begrudge anybody for saving $11,000 on their tips, and which I believe is the maximum amount that a lot of these workers get. I think that's great. However, what do we also know is that, healthcare premiums, which went up 25%, I think, on Obamacare, and even generally.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They're trying to take victory laps for like the little bits that some people are getting with their tax returns, but also ignoring the fact that we all paid a shit ton more because of the inflation.
For most people, especially if you're not.
Also because of Trump's tariffs.
W-2 and your 10.
Just blanketly, in the last year and a half, things have gotten so much worse economically for your average American.
And you have to have some semblance of healthcare outside the system, and you have a higher deductible. I mean,
whatever.
I remember, what was it like?
It worked for Biden. It totally worked for Biden.
Talking about $5,000.
Ignoring the bad economy, telling us how much Bidenomics ruled.
Baby checks.
Yeah.
Do you remember this discourse? They're like, we're going to give $5,000 to everybody. I'm like, yeah, that wouldn't even cover my hospital deductible.
Yeah.
Like literally would not even cover the deductible that was hit whenever I had a child for a I'm not saying you wouldn't take it. I think everybody would take it. But let's be honest here about what the overall effect is. So, yeah, this is a sick system. DoorDash grandma shouldn't there shouldn't be a DoorDash grandma. Period. DoorDash grandma should just have like the ability. I mean, we know this from. I know a lot of people. I talk a lot of trash on boomers and on property tax, etc. But I think I think everybody knows I'm definitely not talking about these people, and the vast majority of people. What is it? 50-something% of elderly U.S. citizens rely almost entirely on Social Security.
Yeah.
Like, that's really grim, right? I mean, something has gone very, very wrong if you don't have a dollar to your name except the Social Security check, which is coming your way every month.
Well, and may not ever come the way of people our age who are paying into the system. So
what trickle-down economics, guys? Seriously.
Yeah.
Also, they got a bunch of people that are their age doing just fine. They got vacation homes, again, like he just said. The boomers that just fucking. They have everything.
And we're wildly,
paid nothing, have
we're
everything.
Wildly overtaxed, so I think that, I'm talking as a country, not certain people who are wildly undertaxed. But this is to the point about how bleak it is. This woman is now in a position to just, as she said, she wants her husband to live. Like that was, when she said that, she was like, you care about them and you love them and you want them to live. And Donald Trump has this tweak to the system. I like no tax on tips. When you have a divided Congress, you have a really hard time doing anything but tweaks. So I think that's great. Republicans have zero interest in fixing the healthcare system.
Yeah.
So that's, to me, it's just an extra layer of grossness that you're kind of celebrating what is good, but is ultimately a tweak without having any interest in fixing the system. And these gig economy companies are, to the extent they are actually profitable, not all of them are, they're just propped up by cash infusions that may not be sustainable. And you have millennials getting used to having 60-something-year-old boomers trying to pay for cancer treatment, delivering them McDonald's like she gave to Trump for $30 for a couple of burgers. It's not a sustainable system. It's not a good system, but it's not a sustainable system either.
I agree. Let's put A3 on the screen just to show you some of the more vulnerable Americans, what they're getting hit with right now. This is from the Farm Bureau. They just released this yesterday. Quote, most farmers cannot afford fertilizer. An overwhelming majority of America's farmers who responded to a nationwide survey say they cannot afford to purchase enough fertilizer to get them through the year. Percentage who purchase fertilizer very significant.
So are you one of those guys that you're just like, yeah, technically Trump's a secret socialist?
By region, they say that 70%
He's getting rid of corporations, not rewarding every single one of them, you know. That just came and sucked his little mushroom a little earlier.
Fertilizer is now so expensive, they may
that's
not be able
That's a level of TDS that I haven't seen in a long time.
Buy all the fertilizer that they need.
Thank you for the
More than 5,700 farmers, both Farm Bureau members and non-members, from every state took the survey. 8 and 10 in the southern U.S. say they can't afford all the supplies, followed by Northeast and West at 69 and 66, respectively, compared to some 48 of the farmers in the Midwest. So obviously this will have...
We just figured out that this person's in their 60s and feeling a little inadequate about themselves.
Huge impact. But what they say specifically here is that all of this traces back to the Iran war. Spring planting decisions depend heavily on access to fertilizer and diesel fuel, both of which have been impacted by geopolitical risks. Since the escalation of tensions in the Middle East, nitrogen fertilizer prices have risen more than 30%, while combined fuel and fertilizer costs have increased 20 to 40. Urea prices have increased by 47% since the end of February, marking the largest month-to-month percent increase in the price of urea in history. These increases are occurring when producers were already facing tight margins for many consecutive years. So remember, food inflation was already one of the worst, things that was hitting the U.S. And then you have this fertilizer problem, which will directly show up in the price of food. I don't know, 6 months probably? And even some of the spot prices for things that you will see in the grocery store are already increasing dramatically. A5, please, can we put it up there on the screen? This is about the price of beef. So the live cattle wholesale price in Chicago, I feel like I'm, 1800s commodity analyst. While everyone is rightfully focused on gasoline and oil, this is Javier Blas writing, the meat market is not giving a respite. Live cattle wholesale price in Chicago have now reached an all-time high, surpassing last October's peak. So you can see that pretty high peak that happened in October of 2025. That's when the Trump administration was kind of throwing a lot at the cattle problem. But you can see they only got a marginal decrease in the overall price, far higher than where things were back in 2020. And then just take a look there at where things are right now. So, I mean, this means...
Good for the big guys.
Yeah, it's great for the big meatpacking households and for everybody else. But, I mean, if you just take a look at this, like, the vast majority of food at home inflation is apparently now running some 3% year over year. Wages are at 2.4. So there you go. Food is wiping that out. I saw another chart yesterday. I don't think we have it, which was just about cumulative inflation from January of 2021. It's 21%. I mean, that is a 1/5 overall increase in a 5-year period. It's crazy. That's why, I mean, people talk about sticker shock. And the thing is, I've always felt this about sticker shock. You don't absorb sticker shock month to month. Like I told that story about McDonald's, about going to the McDonald's and, getting a medium fry or something. And it was $4.59. I'm like, wait, what? Like, yeah, because this is not, I don't do this. This is probably the first medium fry I've bought in like years. And I was like, whoa, man. Like in my head, that's 99 cents. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on? We print $4.50. But yes, I did use the app for all the trolls that are in.
You get trolled about not using the app.
Yeah, well, because one time I paid like $20 and then all these people were furious. They're like, well, you have to use the app. And I'm like, okay, I'll use the app. You gave them all my data. And now I get 90 notifications a day about free breakfast. Yes. And also, fine, I did it all apparently still to pay $4.59 for a medium fry. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? But I feel like that's what most people just remember, those viral images every day of like old Chipotle prices from when you and I are in college, right? They're paying like $8 and now you go and they're like, oh, we have a new sauce and it's $2. You're like, whoa, like, the bowl's like $14 and you're like $16, $17, $18 with tax. It's madness.
Yeah, no, I went to Chick-fil-A the other day and I couldn't believe the bill for like 2 basic. Yeah, it was shocking.
Yeah, same thing. I don't get. So what's the price now? What's like a spicy chicken sandwich go for these days?
You think I have this on top of my head?
I'm just thinking. So I'll tell you what I think it should cost.
It's about $12.
It's $4. I think it should cost $4.
For the meal or for just the sandwich?
Just a sandwich.
Oh, interesting.
Again, this is what I would remember. Maybe I'm being delusional.
Let's see what it's running for right now. Yeah. All right. It's between $5.39 and $6.99. This is according to Gemini.
There you go. All right, $6.99. All right. Sucks out here. Last thing, message from Senator Roger Marshall, GOP senator. Here's what he says about gas prices. Let's take a listen.
Good news is we're the leading producer of oil in the world. We're exporting more than we're importing. We're not standing in lines. That overall wages have been growing faster than inflation under this president. Here it is. It's going to be tax day very soon, and Americans are going to get an extra $1,000 or $1,500 rebate as well. So I'm sorry the gas prices are going up, but help is on its way. And your national security, yes, is even more important than your pocketbook.
I mean, so actually, the AP did an analysis of this, interestingly enough, showing that with gas prices where they are right now, they'll hold steady through the rest of the year, the average tax refund is going to be, or the average tax saving is going to be totally erased by the increase in gas prices.
Yeah,
so to Roger Marshall's point, that doesn't even check out. I can't. The sentence that came out of his mouth, I'm sorry that gas prices are high.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that,
dude.
The midterms. Yeah, I mean, look, this is like the most ridiculous, and it's so crazy to me how not. Can you name a single Republican off the top of your head, not named Thomas Massey?
The Democrats actually play the game, though.
About this war and about the overall effect, anything
that
hasn't reiterated this. I mean, I saw something today. Tim Shee, who's in Montana, the guy who shot himself, right? Allegedly.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he claimed. What did he say? That it was about whatever. Megyn Kelly basically nailed him dead to rights on that one. But he came out saying about the blockade of the blockade, and he's like, "What a judo incredible move!" And you're like, "Dude, like, is this really? You know, like, I don't think he's a stupid person.
He's a
I really
SEAL.
don't.
I think he's a SEAL.
Yeah, he's like a former.
Hey, Amanda, I just saw that you got your 3-stream streak over on Twitch there.
Operator of some special forces or something. I don't think he's dumb, right? And it's like they really default to the lowest IQ level of defense, and everyone's like just sitting there eating this slop soup as if it's a reasonable political thing to say. You genuinely would think that people interested in their political future could come up with something better than this nonsense. But apparently that's how indefensible the entire thing is. It's just so crazy.
He is a SEAL, and also I found this AP trajectory. They say, according to the Associated Press, quote, the average household would pay $740 more in gas this year, nearly equal to the $748 increase in refunds that the Tax Foundation, which is conservative roughly, has estimated the average household will receive. Boom, gone. Sorry, Roger Marshall.
Yeah, literally dead. Right, exactly. And that's just now.
And that's also just gas. That doesn't even actually account for how the gas prices are trickling into everything else that you're paying for.
Yeah, I mean, you know how everybody always does like the Thanksgiving dinner inflation index?
Yeah.
Someone should do, I mean, honestly, with the beef thing, let's think about it. It's all summer, so it's barbecue season.
The funniest
how much
part
more
is,
cumulatively if you want to do
everybody in here that's like a Trump defender, these are people who voted for Trump. These are Republicans.
Are you going to pay? Because it's not just a one-time dinner event.
Keep ignoring this shit to your own detriment, man.
It's an entire season of where this is a significant increase.
I'm not even kidding. It worked so well for the Biden administration.
In uptake. I'm going to guess probably at least a few $100, I think, per household compared to normal. So yeah, there you go.
And what is
on top of gas?
Just last thought. What does this do for Trump's tariffs? How does he deal with tariffs if he has price increases like this steadily going into the midterms? Does it crush his tariff agenda?
Yeah. Wow.
More uncertainty from that.
There you go. All right, let's get to polling. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment.
Also, some breaking news: articles of impeachment introduced in Congress against none other than Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The allegations,
the thing is,
use of power.
There's a lot of people saying that there's the possibility that they're going to do a closed vote.
Politicization of the armed
if that
forces
happens,
and obstruction of congressional
he might actually lose. Like he actually might get ousted.
CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. Torian, let's get right to these articles of impeachment: the who, what, where, when, and why. Who's behind this, and what's the why?
Yeah, Representative Yasmin Ansari from Arizona. She's putting forth this after telegraphing it earlier in the week that this is the direction that she's going. In these articles of impeachment, there are about 6 articles here. It's for unauthorized war use against Iran and reckless endangerment of United States service members, violations of the law of armed conflict and targeting civilians, negligence and reckless handling of sensitive military information, obstruction of Congress and oversight, abuse of power, politicization of the armed forces, and conduct bringing disrespect upon the United States and its
I just heard a cat yelp, and I was like, what the fuck? My wife stepped
services. I do want to point out, though, that the likelihood that this goes anywhere is pretty low, especially considering this is a member of the minority party who it's unclear if she got backing or the support from Democratic leadership before moving forward with this. On top of that, the threshold for articles or impeaching a cabinet member is pretty high, considering it would have to go through the Senate, even if all Democrats were to support this measure and a handful of Republicans needed to pass it through a simple majority of the House for it to actually stick. But I also got to point out the parallel here between what we saw in the last administration when Republicans looked to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. While it did just narrowly pass out of the House, he was impeached after unsuccessfully being impeached their first effort. It ultimately was dismissed by the Senate, even though the majority in the Senate were Republicans at that time.
Okay, this begs a question relative to the articles of impeachment. So right now, as you point out, minority...
I mean, the thing is, Mayorkas wasn't openly committing war crimes.
Party doesn't look like this could have a lot of legs going forward. But what happens if the Democrats take Congress after the midterms? Could this be a bellwether of a plan by Democrats to maybe pursue impeachment again against Mr. Hegseth and other members of the Trump administration?
Sure, it depends on where Democrats want to expend their political capital. Assuming that it's best case scenario for them after the midterms, they win both the House and Senate. Again, the threshold in the Senate for this to actually stick would be pretty high. It would require 2/3 majority there. So there's just no pathway for that actually being substantive. And then also it could be pretty divisive when...
This is CBS News. This is owned and operated by Barry Weiss.
And they're looking...
Well, not. That's operated by Barry Weiss.
Regroup for 2020.
But yeah, sure.
So I think what...
Keep on with your criticism, douchebag.
We could see is an effort to...
The reason I actually go out of my way to try and find right-wing sources
that will have broad Democratic support
that aren't Fox News, because Fox News is literally at this point, it's like it's a skit.
Assuming
it's bad,
dude. Turn the tide and win in November would still mean that
at least these people try to pretend to be serious.
To be impeached and then removed is still very low, Reed.
Okay, now let's move on to what has been a roller coaster of a ride in Congress relative to a couple of representatives. Of course, we know California Democrat Eric Swalwell and Texas Republican Tony Gonzalez. They resigned from Congress. So what does this mean as we look at the balance of power going into the midterms?
Yeah, Reed, 4 vacant seats right now because of this, and potentially 2 more. Bringing that up to 6, considering that there are still lawmakers looking at an expulsion resolution for the 2 Florida members in Sheila McCormick, a Democrat, and Corey Mills, a Republican. Obviously, those are different reasons from what we saw for the ouster.
See? Notice how Gonzalez wasn't part of that.
Of Tony Gonzalez and Eric Swalwell this week. Mills is also accused of sexual misconduct, but also accepting weapons deals while in office. McCormick was convicted by a House Ethics Committee investigation of money laundering, as she's also undergoing a criminal investigation. So it's
no, he didn't just have an affair. He was accused of committing sexual assault, but whatever, man.
Different, but also similar in many ways.
You care so much about victims.
Lawmakers, bipartisan group of lawmakers that are looking to remove what they're seeing as this growing number of lawmakers who are just not fit to serve or continue out their terms. They're also still calling on them to resign. It's very rare that a lawmaker is expelled from Congress. The last time we saw that was George Santos. So we'll see what happens if this pressure campaign would also move them to resign from their seats. But as of now, both are maintaining that they're looking to stick it out at least through this election.
Torian Small with political storms on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry about that. Whew. Ran out of veggies. Yeah, Trump's tax cuts only help the wrong people.
Alex Tabbitt at a diner in Oakland Park, Florida. Jim Messina is former White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations under President Obama, campaign manager for Obama's 2012 re-election, and CEO of the Messina Group. Jim, can you sell a tax cut when people are feeling squeezed in their everyday lives, from the gas pump to the grocery store? Do they not get their own bottom lines?
No, you cannot sell a tax cut, especially this one, Chris, where the top 1% got more than the entire rest of the 80% of Americans. That's just not where people are. You know, I saw a recent chart that showed the president's approval rating literally moving up and down in relation to the gas prices. Gas prices are the #1 factor moving voters right now. And so they look at this and, you know,
it's almost like they care.
Were the most interesting. 70% of voters say their taxes are too high. That number for independent
that's what happens when you make it all about gas prices.
And so they just don't believe this whole tax cut is making my life better thing, because every day that's not their lived reality. In this logic-free zone we call Washington, D.C., people can, you know, talk on talking points and hope that
Trump, baby. Timing, man. You couldn't have used that. You couldn't have had better comic timing. That was hilarious.
People, but people are living this experience. They're living the fuel prices that you're showing on TV right now. And that's where the majority of voters are so angry at the political establishment.
Let me give you the specific numbers, Jim. The Nonpartisan Tax Foundation estimates that returns could be up to $748 larger than they were at the end of the last tax season. But Stanford economists, at the end of the tax season, but Stanford economists estimate the average American household will spend an additional $776 this year just on gas. Yep. So more money on gas than is the extra money they'll get in their tax return. Trump's gamble maybe seems to be, yeah, but when they see that tax return and they see they're getting more money than they did last year, that's going to help me. Could he be right?
He's wrong, and I've lived experience here. In 2009, 2010, we did a tax cut trying to help average Americans with Barack Obama, and it was a very important and very good tax cut that they needed at the time. But it did us no political good, because what they saw every day was how much their grocery prices were, how much their gas prices were. People live in today. The average swing voter thinks
still
about
haven't
politics
hit the
only
Biden
4
peak.
minutes a week, and they think about it.
I love how they're coping so hard that they're just like, it's still not as bad as Biden. Yet.
In very clear economic terms. I promise you, because I live this, Chris, Trump's not going to get any credit for his tax cut, because first of all, it only helped the wrong people. And second of all, people just don't believe it when they're seeing the inflation numbers, when they're seeing the gas prices that you just talked about.
The president has repeatedly promised major tax relief. I want to show you just some instances in the past month.
Already 45% of filers have taken advantage of our new tax provisions, with an average refund so far of almost $5,000, a record.
They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful
gas
bill.
went up because of COVID and then a war with Ukraine. Remember that we didn't have any part in.
Good press for a change, having to do with the fact that
didn't
people
take
are
us to war,
receiving more
dumbass.
money from their tax refunds.
And also, your argument doesn't hold any water. The gas prices were down.
They ever thought possible.
If you're going to judge it at his peak, that's retarded. Because again, what was the peak? 2022? 2024 is kind of where you should judge this, because then we were supposed to celebrate when it went to $1.99 or whatever the fuck Trump was out there spewing about it. But what about now? Now all of a sudden it's like, why are you guys paying so much attention to gas prices? It's crazy. Why would you do that?
Alex, what are you hearing from workers where you are? Are they feeling tax relief?
Like I keep saying, man.
We're hearing that it's a game
You wanted to focus on it,
now, and
okay.
It's much needed relief given the skyrocketing costs at the gas pump, when it comes to housing costs, when it comes to grocery costs. We talked to two waitresses here at this iconic diner, Peter Pan's Diner in Oakland Park, Florida. These two women, Hope and Andrea, have more than 60 years
and
of
it's funny.
experience in the service
honestly,
industry.
I'm laughing at all these ass clowns.
And
This is hilarious
to
me.
Tell me about
Keep
what
standing
this
up for
no
it, man.
tax on tips policy is doing for them.
It's made a very big difference in my life. I've added a lot of money for me. I was able to
send my grandson some money.
The gas is what, that's crucial. You pay a lot of money to get from one place to the next. And, it keeps going up. And it's like, but then here I am. I have a break on my tips, on my tax at the end of the year. So, as long as you can budget it, then it's profitable for some of us.
Now, who exactly is covered by no tax on tips? That was an outstanding question that the IRS recently just released some guidance on. So let's break into it. There's about 8 different buckets. Beverage and food service workers, or waitresses like the ones you just heard from. Entertainment and event workers, so musicians, DJs. Hospitality and guest services, so concierge, housekeeping staff, or bellhops, for example. Home services, so repair workers and groundskeepers. Personal services like event planners, photographers. Personal appearance and wellness workers, so hair and makeup artists, for example.
Here, dude, I'm just going to say it. The reason that you haven't seen this massive spike yet is because, what day is it? Oh, it's the 15th. Today's the first day that you're going to start seeing it start to cascade through the economy.
Recreation and instruction, meaning tour guides or
I don't think you understand how supply side economics works.
Example.
Like, I'm not the expert on it, but at least I understand, okay, so it takes about 2 weeks before we start really feeling the impacts from the time that they start reporting this.
And finally, transportation and delivery workers, so Uber and Lyft.
I mean, do you understand that you're just doing the thing like,
from
this
no
is
tax
fake
on
news, I don't
tips.
like it.
Chris?
Thank you for that. So
Criticizing my
Jim,
Trump daddy.
Look, even with that long list, my question is no tax on tips a winning message, or at least in terms of, say, the midterms? Is that a way too narrow for most voters?
I think it's too narrow. I think it's good, and I think your reporter just laid out some of the things. No tax on tips has been a bipartisan issue for a very long time, so it's good. But voters, to the one waitress who you showed, she talked about the gas pumps. She talked about the grocery prices, and that's what a majority of Americans feel. You can have all the categories of tipped workers you want, but 100% of workers feel gas prices, they feel grocery prices, and that's what really moves the political dial in this election year. We're 200 days out, Chris, and people are feeling this at the pump and at the grocery store every single day.
I want to bring in MS Now's Jackie Alamany, who covers the White House. Mark McKinnon was an advisor to President George W. Bush and John McCain, as well as
This guy's
creator
Dan
of The
Soder's
Circus.
cousin.
David Drucker is senior writer at The
mellow
Dispatch,
guy.
author of the book In Trump's Shadow, and an MS Now contributor. So, Mark, when you see Vance making that kind of admission, frankly, at an event that's typically all in with this administration, and add to that the empty seats you see in the arena, does it tell us anything about how the war is impacting the ties between the president and his party?
Yeah, it says something's up, Chris. I went to a Charlie Kirk rally in 2024 when, a lot of media weren't paying attention to him because I'd been seeing some of his TikToks, and I went to a rally in Athens, Georgia, and it was just a sea of red hats, and the square was so packed I couldn't even get through it. So just to go from that to see this vision yesterday of Vance at this rally, and it confirms
This is
in my
hilarious.
mind one key thing, which is that for a lot of voters, but
Dude, nobody on the
especially
Republican
younger
base
voters,
is
the
really
notion of no
amped
more
up. That's a
conflicts,
problem.
which is what and foreign entanglements, foreign wars, which is what Trump and Vance especially ran on. I think that's a pretty clear
Now you have to
signal
spend
from
all your
that
time fucking
turnout
defending
yesterday
Trump for all the
that
fuck
trouble's
ups.
ahead unless they get out of this fast.
It must be fun.
And David, I want to play part of what we heard from some of those attendees when they were asked about the war specifically.
I think Trump is a silly goose, and he does things that are silly. I personally don't think we should be fighting wars in the Middle East.
I just think it could have been handled a little bit better. I think a lot of things could have been handled better. But like I said, I'm willing to support him just because I feel like the opposite is just not the answer.
So the vice president tried to argue that Republicans can be against the war and
Rolling the libs is fun until it starts costing you money at the gas pump.
still be with the White House more
That's what I'm
generally,
seeing a lot
which
of.
seems to be what that one woman was saying. But in a world where traditional politics, where that might have worked, has sort of been thrown out the door, do you think there are real warning signs, David?
Well, look, we know there are warning signs. There's been some real attrition from the president's 2024 coalition, which includes a range of voters, including these younger voters many of whom voted for the first time because they just recently came of age. And for them in particular, even though Republicans broadly support the war, but for these younger voters in particular, they joined the president's coalition in part because he did run on this idea that he wasn't going to get the U.S. into foreign conflicts, particularly in the Middle East, and particularly not conflicts that drag on in this endless sense, or this feeling that it's an endless sense. And I think the longer we're involved in the war and that it can't really be declared
MS Now was MSNBC.
Over, the more difficult it's going to be for the president.
And Comcast, the parent company, they didn't want to continue to fund them, which that's why Trump is like kind of not going after NBC at all. I'm pretty sure they made that deal for him. In my opinion. But yeah, actually, funny enough, they kind of pivoted towards the center, and now they're more like classic CNN.
And Republicans in
like they're not overtly just criticizing him as much as they used to.
Congress, because you're going to see more and more restlessness from Republican voters. Look, it's as I travel the country.
Good move, because you knew that. Any Trumpers are going and watching MS Now and just being like, "Hey, man, they're tolerable now."
Talk to Republican voters all the time, and that includes
or it's assholes like me that were
just
like
last week in
no,
Indiana.
Some things on MSNBC are worth it.
The president's agenda, but still support him and will still show up to vote for Republicans this fall. The question is, how many of those Republicans are there? And right now,
Anna Navarro is literally just
are in a spot where
milquetoast,
they're going to see
centrist,
diminished turnout and diminished support, particularly because Trump's not on the ballot, but because you have a lot more discontent right now than you.
People don't want to critically think, so they don't even they just tune out now, which they won.
Had a year ago.
The elites, they got you. You're literally doing everything that the elites want you to do. They're going to keep taking your money. They want you to fight the Democrats. They want you to fight the libs. They want you to fight your neighbor. But meanwhile, they're not ever going to do anything that actually benefits you.
No.
Yeah, and if you stay home because you don't like the other side, as that woman said, the Democrats, presumably, who are running against the Republicans, that's like a vote for the Democrat if they lose that Republican vote, right? Jackie, the president seemed to almost acknowledge today that support is slipping, or at least that his messaging hasn't worked, although he hasn't made any apologies. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, Chris, Vice President J.D. Vance isn't the only one who is revealing his cards more, and this is quite unusual for a president who, at least over the past few weeks, has struck back vigorously against critics, people like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who have castigated him for this decision to go to war. But this revealing comment comes on the heels of the war sending inflation soaring, gas prices to a record high in March, the largest percentage increase that we've seen in modern history, and consumer sentiment completely plummeting. Let's give him a listen, and we'll talk more about it on the other side.
We took this path. We knocked the hell out of Iran. They have nothing left. They're going to make a deal. We'll see what happens. We have to explain to the voters, so importantly, the great job that we've done.
So essentially what you're hearing from the president there is an admission
so tired,
that
dude. He just wants to be done with this shit.
The stated reason for going to this war has not been clearly articulated by the president or the administration, something that has been noted since the start of the war, and him acknowledging that voters also are not understanding it, perhaps seeing the same polling that we're seeing. But
I'm glad that your trans fear is translated into, a worse economy.
Talking with
Good job.
The pollster last week, trying to understand.
But at least the transes can't do.
Base hasn't quite slipped the way other constituencies and sort of the non-MAGA Republicans have plummeted so far. Who basically said that for voters, especially MAGA voters who listen to a lot of conservative media, people again like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that when they take their opinion cues from them, the approval rates don't immediately plummet, and that it would take some time for those numbers to ultimately drop down and trickle down. As you noted, Chris, at the top, those numbers, even amongst the Maga faithful, are not as high as other approval ratings that you're seeing on other different issues, and you're starting to see mission creep as well when it comes to approval ratings on the economy and other key macro indicators. The other issue that this president is facing politically right now, again, is those non-MAGA Republicans, especially when you're looking ahead to 2026 midterms in November, where the House is fighting for a very, very slim majority, and you're having lots of purple districts where these small slices of the electorate are so important. We're going to see, I think, the White House, as we pivot towards November, try to clean up the messaging there to bring those non-MAGA voters back in.
Yeah, that becomes the question, right, Mark? How do you clean up the messaging, to steal that terminology, when Donald Trump, the leader of the party, has shown no sign of backing off from the message, we are winning and we are safer? Oh, and by the way, gas prices are going to come down.
Yeah, and Chris, even the economists who know a lot more than I do about this say that even if
you're the only one here crying about the fact that we're sitting here just reporting on your dear leader, sitting here thinking that, oh, look at these libs, look at this guy crashing out about Trump. Dude, I'm fucking chilling, eating chips. What the fuck's wrong with you?
The economic drag would last at least another 200
hey,
days.
Argent, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that.
To stop anytime soon. So it's a huge problem for Trump and for Republicans going into the midterms, which were already challenging.
I always appreciate someone that follows and subscribes.
That I think threads through everything that we've all been saying here is the thing about midterm elections, particularly, is that it's really mostly about enthusiasm of the base. It's your base.
I don't usually eat on stream either,
but it's hard to see under any circumstances where Republicans
I figured out that I should probably do that,
or even a little bit
I wasn't
rosier,
eating enough.
are going to be very excited about voting, because even if the conflict is in some way mitigated in the short term, it's still hard to see how we were in much better shape now than we were before the conflict.
David, the Reuters poll found that 20% of Republicans now say the war was not worth it, and another 24% aren't sure.
You're
has
grilling?
the Iran
Hell yeah,
war
man.
been worth it? Was the question. They aren't, at least 44% of them aren't sure. Is that level of distrust a problem long term? And when I say long term, I'm looking to November. Or could it go away? We have seen so often in this landscape how
quickly. No, the thing is, if he does end the war and gets the oil back to around $2, Democrats are fucked.
Seems like today's huge problem suddenly is in the
nobody's
rearview
gonna
mirror,
care.
and something
Even
else
if he
takes
rigs the election at that point, nobody's gonna care.
Yeah, look,
the only reason people will care if he even tries is because it's so obvious that he rigged the election and the economy's still shit.
In and of itself could end the next few weeks, let's say, right? And then we're no longer talking about it in the same way. But I think that the broader vulnerabilities that the president and his party
problem is they're expecting for the next 6 to 8 weeks. Even if he does do that, the economy's not going to turn around. People are getting hurt by this.
Are not going to go away. To Mark's point, economists call this the rockets and feathers.
Every American that votes, the number one issue is the economy.
Right. When you have geopolitical instability,
yes, you're not wrong about that. I'll be right back.
Forces gas prices up. They go up like a rocket, as the saying goes. But even if you can eliminate the instability and get things back to normal, they tend to drift down like a feather. And so it takes a long time for oil prices to get back down. And so it's going to take a long time. Even if this thing ended today as we speak, it would take into the fall, the heart of the midterm election season, for gas prices to come down, for jet fuel prices that affect airline tickets to come down, fertilizer prices that are impacted by higher oil prices, all of this. And this is simply exacerbating a problem the administration and Republicans already had. Voters, by and large, do not think that the high cost of living is under control. And the president, according to most voters, when you look at polling, is insufficiently focused on this
now I have
problem.
enough
When he does
energy
talk
to
about it,
complete the
he says
stream.
he's already defeated it, and let's move on. And so you can deal with the war, which could have been messaged better, which could have been justified better. There's a great case to make for it, even if you disagree with it, that the president really didn't make in a sustained way. But you can deal with that, and you're still going to have this other problem there that hasn't gone away and has probably been made worse because of the conflict.
Mark, the Hill's political editor is arguing in something he wrote today that the MAGA break with Trump on Iran is imaginary, that the media is not going to find many people who are actually part of MAGA but critical of Trump. He writes, it would be a level of...
Yeah, because you won't find a lot of self-identifying MAGA anymore. A lot of the people that would, they would still be wearing the red hats and be rah-rah about this shit. Now they're pretending that I'm apolitical. I don't even pay attention to this shit.
Cognitive dissonance that would eventually
fucking Homer Simpsoning into the bushes.
Resolved by either leaving the tribe or swallowing their doubts. Cults of personality don't do reasonable dissent. Is he right about that? And acknowledging that in a purple district, just having MAGA is not going to win for you this November.
Well, apparently he wasn't at the Turning Point USA event yesterday because he would have seen that this is a big issue for younger MAGA voters particularly. But again, even if you're a MAGA voter, a typical MAGA voter, a MAGA voter, you probably have a pretty strong opinion about this. It may not mean you're going to go vote for Democrats, but it sure as hell may.
No, you're just not going to show up.
I mean that you're not very excited about going out to vote in November and just stay home.
Yep. That seems to be the general consensus that I get from a lot of this. Dude, again, this is pathetic. Look at this.
When he speaks on issues today,
not even halfway.
Even when I disagree,
like, dude, that
how he's applying Judicial principles. So,
fucking TPUSA is cooked. Holy shit.
The president.
I mean, dude, the vice president is getting rattled by a college student. All right, everybody, I want to show you all the moment J.D. Vance gets into a legitimate screaming
he got a new mocklet
match with a student while he's on stage in Athens, Georgia.
Mockler.
J.D. Vance was at a Turning Point USA event that was supposed to be hosted by Erica Kirk, but it ended up getting hosted by Andrew Colvett, somebody that I've debated, actually, on stage before. Now, J.D. Vance turns over to the students and begins to debate him and yell at him while on stage trying to defend the Trump administration's foreign policy accomplishment.
Yeah, half-empty building for an event that was completely full just 1 year ago.
So this is rather...
Yeah. Keep ignoring the signs. Like, honestly, I'm here for it. You guys can defend Donald Trump literally all day. You guys can keep going well past him being, past his Mac attack, but for real, we're like most Americans are seeing what's happening here and just go, no,
they're ironic.
Prices are fucked. He kind of fucked up. Like, he didn't make the economy better like he swore he was. He didn't keep any of his fucking promises. And yeah, we don't have, the memories of a bird like he thinks we do, where no new wars, no new wars. We're literally the party of no new wars.
Ironic, because J.D. Vance has been kind of quiet about the war in Iran and some of Trump's other foreign policy botches over the past few months, because J.D. Vance doesn't want to be associated with them. But right when somebody in the crowd...
Fishing's stupid.
...yells...
It's boring. Fuck that. I'd rather go hunting.
...genocide, which is very, very true. Not only is Trump enabling Israel...
Actually, fuck hunting's stupid, too.
...to commit a genocide in Gaza, settlements in the West Bank, but Trump also...
Target shooting. Now, that is something I would fucking participate in.
Quite literally threatened
immediately, especially if the brass is on you.
Genocide the entire country of Iran last week by saying we're going to wipe out
I just ain't paying the prices that,
entire civilization never to return. So somebody in the crowd says, you're working for an administration that is committing a genocide. J.D. Vance decides this is a moment to turn and debate with the crowd, an absolutely absurd series of events that we're about to break down. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We'll break down.
Oh, yes.
On this,
because that's what Chicago is, apparently. Just a whole bunch of, like, I walk out the door and they're just like, look at this sissy boy.
Entire series of events. And I want...
What fucking world do you live in?
I want to point out, this was supposed to be hosted by Erica Kirk.
What you walk out of your door and you're just like, look, I fought.
Kirk, this event.
Look at my gains.
But she had to drop out due to...
I mean, realistically, you're the only one looking at a dude just criticizing his appearance, so...
Apparently credible death threats
Apparently you care about things like
Athens, Georgia, which is understandable given what's happened. What is not understandable is watching the vice president freak out next to Andrew Colvett. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. And remember the time
this guy's hair makes me feel things.
I debate
my pecker's getting hard.
This guy on stage. Check out this clip.
The justification.
Right. My pecker's hard for pepper.
For political.
I can't.
Violence. It shows up in every poll.
It's
coming from progressives.
It's them gays.
I have spent all of my formative years watching the President of the United States talk about the opposition party like they shouldn't exist. His claim to fame in U.S. politics.
Having an existence that is just like based in your insecurity, God, it's got to be.
Was saying that Obama wasn't born in America. That is how he entered the political stage.
Painful.
He was famous before that, but that was his claim to fame. He was the first presidential candidate to ever chant "Lock her up" on a political stage. He tried to coup our government. And I live in this. Let me finish. Listen. I live in the city of Chicago. Donald Trump, over the past 2 months, has not only posted an AI video of Obama being arrested, but then after that, he posted an AI image of Chicago being invaded. After that, he sent the National Guard to Chicago. So I've spent my formative years watching the president do this. And just think about this. We saw these Nazi group chats, which I'm sure you condemn, right? This Nazi group chat. Well, we can talk about it. Do you condemn it? I want to talk about it. Wait, so when they said gas chambers, when they say gas chambers, you won't. So you're like JD Vance. You just won't condemn this. Well, I actually had to.
It's fucking cowards.
On the show today, we had a whole conversation. You guys can all condemn this, right?
Oh yes.
Thank you. Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
But
Chris, can you condemn that?
Here's the point, of course. But that's easy.
Yeah, I got blacklisted from Turning Point USA because of that debate, because he didn't like the way that it went. So let's sit back, relax, and enjoy JD Vance getting confronted while on stage. In this first clip, he begins talking about...
I hate to say, this is actually a good Mockler clip. I've been watching less and less of his content, but this one's good.
Kirk, and says...
At least he's doing his own content on his own channel.
You know,
I think it's ridiculous that he has a friend that sits in for him as often as he does, where it's just like, dude,
to make sure that Charlie's legacy doesn't
it's not
die.
working.
And in that context,
it's not doing the Luke
everybody
Beasley
is
thing.
attacking her over everything, and they're lying about her. And it's one of the most disgraceful things that I've ever seen in public life. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my life as a political leader. And I will tell you that the people who tell you, I was there with her, I was holding her hand, my wife was hugging her while we loaded Charlie's body onto Air Force 2 and said the Lord's Prayer. The people telling you that Erica wasn't grieving her husband are full of shit. And we need to be honest about that fact. Excuse my language. My wife says I got to work on my language. She's been telling me that for 12 years, and it still hasn't taken.
I've actually been pretty nuanced about this on the Adam Mockler feed. I've never said that Erica Kirk never grieved her husband. I just said there was some
no, it's weird as shit.
Abnormal behavior.
It's weird as shit the way she does it. I mean,
after the fact,
everybody grieves like Shawn Michaels coming out to sexy
constant PR sprees, shopping sprees, being on camera, the constant events, the fireworks, the sparkles. It seemed like a short grieving process. I'm sure it did shock her and hit her hard. Of course, I mean it's very heartbreaking. This is where the shouting match starts. JD Vance is trying to talk about the Pope and talk about Donald Trump's disagreements with the Pope.
There you
and
go.
of course, he's saying washing it, downplaying it. It's just some disagreement. No.
Coming out like macho man.
The president of the United States
don't see her coming out the pomp and circumstance. Yeah, gonna say because she knows that there's no pomp and circumstance for her. Nobody cares. Look at this empty building. Not even a draw. Yeah.
Is attacking the Pope. And when JD Vance tries to invoke Jesus, an audience member goes, Jesus doesn't support genocide. And this is where it begins to devolve.
And how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis?
Oh my God, he is certifiably.
Was God on the side of the
I'm trying to be better about it, guys.
Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree.
It's never. This is what I hate about Christians and religious people in general that fucking pull this bullshit about talking how great God is and how merciful God is, and then bring some up like that. Yeah, how he blessed the survivors. What about the ones that didn't?
Jesus Christ does not.
Yeah, okay, so every baby's a miracle. What about the ones that die in childbirth? You're telling me that they weren't a miracle?
I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever
you only care when
yelled
it's
that out from the dark, he certainly does not.
Controlling women's bodies. We understand.
I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a pretty easy principle.
Oh no, he's one of those assholes that thinks that Jesus would have an AR-15.
Okay, so
instead of like, I've thought about this in depth. I did a paper on this in school, talking about how Jesus would not be able to understand the concept of a bullet, and he would think it was blasphemy. He would be like, "What is this?"
So here's a guy.
You're telling me that you made it so you don't even have to fight with your fucking hands?
Let me just say this. This is a guy.
What are you doing?
No. First of all, random dude who's shouting, can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted?
That's the vice president.
Is that okay?
And somehow he had a worse comeback than I would have in a moment like that. No, that's not great.
JD Vance then continues to argue with this audience member for longer. Take a look.
So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza...
Wow.
So if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem.
Wait, no, they didn't. The West Bank settlements are worse. Israel is more emboldened than ever and is currently starting regional wars. What do you mean you solved the problem?
And by the way, not only was our administration...
Because they got a ceasefire in Gaza.
Like the administration that solved the problem, but the...
Well, yeah, because these morons, like this is the one thing about the Republican Party and the Republicans. They say, like, the people in power say mission accomplished, and then somehow, some way, the people below them go, yeah, mission accomplished, and then they go fight for them. They know you're stupid, and they know that you're very useful.
President.
Because they know that you're emotional instead of actually like caring and looking at the facts. Nope, fake news. You guys are just a bunch of stupid liberals.
Excuse me.
The economy's fine,
sir. Right now, you see more humanity.
It's not a new war. It's an old war that he solved. Somehow they fucking the fucking gymnastics, the mental gymnastics that they have done.
Coming into Gaza that it has
it's
any
crazy.
time in the past 5 years.
But
because we have taken that
whatever.
situation. So if you
this was the benefit of not being a Biden supporter, like just somebody. I always kept saying I would vote for a dead Biden over a fucking anything Trump.
This is just not.
I was just like, fuck it.
True. JD Vance is absolutely lying. Donald Trump is posted.
But I wouldn't stand there and support, like, just blanketly ignore everything that was happening.
Videos of
like, you know, his cognitive decline. That was something that I brought up well before the election. And when he said, I'm staying in the race, I was like, oh no.
Dancing on the Gaza Strip. Him and Netanyahu shirtless on the Gaza Strip.
I was not sitting there like, yeah, 4 more years.
At the Trump Strip. Donald Trump has emboldened Netanyahu. And
I think that every fucking lib that did do that is cringe.
More aid from coming in. JD Vance then goes on.
I think they're just as cringe as any Maga supporter that's still just ignoring all the facts in front of them.
Extended tirade about the Middle Eastern policy of the Trump administration.
Actually, no.
Like for example, I recognize...
No, the Maga side is more cringe at this particular moment because they are ignoring all the harsh realities of the economy right now just to go like, you guys are just, you get TDS.
That a lot of young voters don't love the policy that we have in the Middle East. Okay, I understand that. I also know that we've secured the border. We've lowered housing prices now for 8 months in a row, and there's going to be more to come beyond that. We've made America energy dominant, which has lowered electricity costs and things like that. We've made it so that we have the lowest murder rate in 127 years. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. What I'm saying is, don't get disengaged because you disagree with the administration on one topic. Get more involved. Make your voice heard.
Aaron Parnas just reported Saudi Arabia is on the verge of cutting Trump's support for Trump-backed Live Golf League.
Even more. That's how we ultimately take the country back. It's not by you. You know, if you get 5 things you want and one thing you don't.
I guess there are.
Want.
Yeah.
I see way too many people, especially in sort of the online conservative, Twitter sphere.
You know, I would agree with the sentiment.
Also, fuck you, Saudi Arabia.
You should.
You kind of got what you deserved on that.
See the bigger picture.
Seriously.
And don't let one issue ruin the rest of the
Yeah, go put the boots on the ground for us, please.
Accomplishments of, let's say, the Biden administration. But The Trump administration isn't just bad on one issue, and they have no accomplishments. They promise.
And I love how, like, now Republicans are on the side of just like, yeah, whatever Saudi Arabia wants.
Lower prices. Prices have spiked, especially.
We've literally gone from, yeah, Saudi Arabia funded 9/11 to whatever you want, Mr. Shaw.
The gas prices,
whatever they are.
Spiked. They promise no new wars. We have seen new war after new war after new war. They promised transparency. We got the delayed Epstein files. They promised safer Americans. We got criminal thugs on the street with a badge and a gun and a mask on their face shooting people. So yeah, nobody got what they voted for. That's like 5 issues that we got betrayed on.
Who say, there's no point. No. Because, or let me give you another example, the SAVE Act, okay? A lot of people want the SAVE Act. I want the SAVE Act. I've been fighting for the SAVE Act literally since day one of the administration. And I've seen a lot of people saying, what the hell's the point?
J.D. Vance is just not a talented politician. I think
he's not.
That's the best way to say it. If he can barely even take on a college student without getting completely rattled.
No, he's very bad at this.
The president.
Like, if this was a guy that I was standing up for, I mean, this is like watching Biden, where it is just like, I can't stand up for this. This guy sucks.
I mean, dude,
like, what a weak, feckless asshole.
The vice president is getting rattled by college students. If he can't,
I love the fact that he's younger than me and I look better.
Take on a college student. I do not trust him to be our president. I do not trust him doing these negotiations in Islamabad on the global stage.
Get that turpentine really from the couches.
But the reality is, people are waking up. Even some of the conservative influencers are waking up. People like Theo Vaughn, people like Joe Rogan. I know it sounds trite at this point, but they've been saying increasingly, hey, we do not like this policy.
Who are some of the conservative influencers or the political influencers today? And there are a few people that I look to who I think have very, very smart and wise spiritual wisdom. I mean, like, I think Andrew and Blake and the podcast that they have at TPUSA is amazing.
Yeah, I think he's like 2 or 3 years younger than me.
Great. You know, I think if you want a good laugh, I love Theo Vaughn. Like, he's one of my favorite. I think he's just incredible. And he's got one of these senses of humor where, like, 30% of the time it goes completely over my head, and 70% of the time he's the funniest person imaginable. But I think Theo has a good heart.
84?
And that's one of the reasons why I really like listening to his show.
I thought it was like 30 and then just in terms of something. Wait a minute.
Like, you know,
Theo Vaughn agrees with that student and thinks this administration is committing a genocide, actually. So I'm going to leave it there. If you appreciate these videos, drop a like, subscribe.
40.
We're going to build a better country, a better America, a better world with Mockler Media. Peace out.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's really piss him off now.
We begin the day with an important and terrifying update on the severe and ever-increasing...
48% of Americans say Trump is suffering modest or significant cognitive decline. I'm pretty sure that the numbers were similar for Biden.
Cognitive decline of the President of the United States. The same president that we're stuck with for the next 3 years.
Yep.
Bad polling notwithstanding, a new interview with Trump and Maga Fox business host Maria Bartiromo just dropped this morning. And Trump has a scary...
I usually don't watch the full segments on these, but these two specifically...
...cognitive episode throughout the course of that interview that we have to talk about.
Shout out Josiah and Pondering Politics.
For the presidency, spiritually, psychologically, and mentally. But before we unpack all
his,
that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support
being
the
sponsored by the Joanna Gaines collection at Target,
please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, a hoarse, sweaty Donald Trump is losing track of time.
Really, he looks every day he's starting to sound and look terrible.
Understanding.
And he's like, he's getting dumber, if that was possible.
Linear time. He's visibly confused about major events of his presidency. And
it's fun to watch,
also
though.
His second presidency as well, starting with this.
Oh, look what happens to Justice Ginsburg. She was not exactly a young woman. The election was taken. They had a Democrat who could have appointed a liberal justice. And the liberals do stick together. There's one thing about those justices. They stick together like glue, not like the Republicans. But she decided that she was going to live forever. And about 2 minutes after the election, she went out, and I got to appoint somebody. So, you know, you make the case that at a certain time, you give it up so that you can have a justice. You know, the average is like 40 years. It's a long time. So that your ideology, your policies, your everything would be of the kind that we like. But it's probably not easy to give up for people, you know? They reach a certain age. Ginsburg could not do it. And she really hurt herself within the Democrat Party. People are very angry at her because I got to appoint people instead of Biden.
So a couple of things here. Trump has the timeline all screwed up. Justice Ginsburg died in 2020, Donald Trump's last year in office. Not just
that doesn't change the substance, though.
Just a few seconds after the election, years after he won the presidency. Number one, he has apparently forgotten all about that. He has no conception of linear time. He has no idea of a major event. Justice Ginsburg's death in the final year of the Trump administration was a massive seismic event that changed Trump's administration and American politics because it meant that Trump and his Republican allies in the Senate were able to cram through a third appointee. Okay, number one. Number two, even when President Obama was in office before Trump, he had to deal with a Republican Senate. That's why when Justice Scalia died in the final year of Obama's presidency, again, Trump's Republican allies in the Senate, led by Mitch McConnell, blocked President Obama from having a confirmation hearing, right? They wouldn't even give Merrick Garland, Biden or Obama's nominee, a hearing because they understood that he was so well respected that he probably would have made it even out of a Republican Senate. So to forestall that, they wouldn't even give the guy a hearing. It was an unimaginable breach of the constitutional obligation to fill Supreme Court vacancies. But it wasn't Biden, it was Obama. And Obama had to deal with the Republican Senate that cock-blocked him, which is how we got Justice Gorsuch in the first place. Biden didn't come in until after Trump. And Ginsburg died in Trump's final year. He has no understanding of time. None. And it manifests itself later on in the interview in another, again, cognitive episode here. As Midas Touch notes, he can't even remember his own presidency. Yikes. The man is gone, demented, senile.
Also, to be fair, Midas Touch has kind of been saying this about him daily.
Why we tolerate this, I will never know. The latest in the annals of, quote, who was president in 2020 discourse. Ginsburg died in September 2020, and Trump rushed to replace her with Barrett before he lost the election. He seems to be referring to Ginsburg declining to retire under Obama several years earlier. Again, but he said Biden, who came after Trump. Batshit crazy. Trump's recent disintegration is the perfect cure for that, quote, third-term nonsense.
How you doing?
The dementia symptoms are accelerating. His frontal lobe is a desolate wasteland, and his memory is crashing. Good to know the nuclear football is nearby. The entire political media would call to 25th Biden for this, referring to the 25th Amendment, which allows the vice president and the cabinet to remove the president from power. I know this is becoming a daily refrain, but what if Biden was this confused publicly about the timeline of something that occurred during his presidency?
Well, I mean, listen, let's be real. That happened. That happened quite often. See, this is where I get to laugh at you the liberal channels where it's like, you're still kind of doing the thing, you know? He was pretty fucking bad.
Chris Harris says,
you fucking morons.
People are not exaggerating when they question the mental health and intelligence of Donald Trump. Here you can see Donnie forget that he was president when Ginsburg passed on. And so on and so forth. I mean, just people are rightly raking him over the coals. Joe from Jers, he's talking about Alito. He's going to retire so that Trump can put that asshole cannon on, or fucking Ted Cruz. Now, before we move on to the next clip, just to kind of close the loop on this particular clip.
Yeah, but good luck getting someone like Cannon on.
As you know,
I have a feeling that the other justices wouldn't allow it.
I complain a lot about the Supreme Court here at Pondering Politics. They're referring.
It's not like they just can knight these people. They do have to go through like a procedure.
To recent reports that Justice Samuel Alito, who is an arch conservative, and he has become more far right as time has gone on, appointed by President Bush, not by Trump, but you wouldn't know that because Clarence Thomas and Justice Alito are even more loyal to Trump's MAGA agenda than Trump's own MAGA appointees, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. But Alito is in his 70s and is reportedly considering a strategic retirement, especially because the Senate is increasingly in play. The odds of Democrats retaking the Senate are increasing with each passing day. I would still say they're not favored to do so, but there's some evidence to the contrary, like Kalshi and Polymarket, the betting market, suggests that actually Democrats are favored to keep or to swing the Senate, and hopefully they are correct. But Thomas and Alito, who are partisan hacks in the worst possible way and give Trump everything he wants, they may strategically retire so that Trump can appoint 2 more Supreme Court justices if and when Democrats are able to take the Senate, so that right before Democrats retake the Senate, he'll have 2 more appointees under a Republican Senate. And I have to stress this before we move on to the next clip. Sorry to beat this dead horse. The Supreme Court matters. The Supreme Court alone is worth getting off your ass.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You supported Obama, right? It's not like he fought Mitch McConnell on that decision at all. They kind of did just sit on their hands and go, oh, yeah, you know what? That would be a bridge too far.
And going to vote for Democrats. Now,
and not that Merrick Garland deserves to be on the Supreme Court at all. That guy's also a fucking dumbass. But
I'm not a candidate for all.
Like, I hate the way that they do. Like, this is why Democrats always fucking lose.
Office, so I can speak to the American voter that way because I'm one of you.
You know, like, let's put it this way. If Eric Swalwell was a Republican, you would see wall-to-wall coverage about how, oh, yeah, you know what? It's just accusations. You can't really, like, we can't really verify this, blah, blah, blah. And they would just keep supporting the guy, and he would maintain his position.
I'm just simply an American voter. The Supreme Court stays with us.
Just breaking the facts down. Not saying that that's what we need to do, but I'm just saying that, yeah, that's how this works.
For decades and generations.
So don't be surprised when all of a sudden, you know, it's like, oh, they don't have principles. Oh, my God.
We have 9 Supreme Court justices. 3 of them were appointed by Trump. We have a 6-3 conservative supermajority when you combine it with the 3 other conservative justices appointed by previous Republicans.
Or we could actually appoint a fucking judge.
Republican president.
Someone, you know, from the federal, like the federal court system, kind of like that Ketanji Brown Jackson. Interesting how that works. Instead of doing this thing where it's like, oh, yeah, it's going to be a partisan hack judge, you know, Eileen Cannon, the one that is literally only, I think that she's not even been a judge for that long. Like, and on top of it, she's clearly like the fact that we are politicizing these things that should have never been politicized. The Fed. But here we are. And this is the real bitch about it. The cat's out of the bag on this one. So for the Democrats, if they don't politicize this shit when they're in power, then unfortunately, there's no fixing this. And at that point, yeah, dude, it was fun while it lasted. You guys might as well start learning Chinese because next 20 years are going to be interesting.
Or Alito retires, or both retire, and Trump is able to fill those vacancies. We would not
saying they're going to take us over. I'm just saying you're going to need to know Chinese for global trade.
Have a 6-3 conservative supermajority. We would have a MAGA majority court because Trump would appoint young, deranged lunatics. Some people are actually even suggesting that he appoint Ted Cruz or Mike Lee, 2 Republican senators who are also insane,
what's up, Rebecca?
Batshit, unprincipled losers.
Good day.
But he might also appoint Aileen Cannon.
Yeah, what happened in Australia? I always love finding out an international story. So what's going on? Details.
Appointed that he nominated to the bench, who presided over his classified documents case and tossed it.
Water.
A woman so partisan, so hackish that the conservative circuit court above her had to publicly rebuke her for how she handled Trump's classified documents case. He might.
Oh, that's great. One of our only 2 refineries is an inferno right now.
Make her.
Oh, that's not going to help oil prices.
For a Supreme Court justice. The only way to prevent that is to put Democrats in power, not just in terms of the White House and the House, but also the Senate, and keep them there so they can cockblock any of Trump's nominees. And any Democratic majority Senate better commit publicly that they will not give Donald Trump a nominee. You don't get one. We're going to do to you what Mitch McConnell and the Senate Republicans did to Barack Obama. We're going to keep these seats open if they happen during the final 2 years of your term, and we're going to wait for a Democrat because fuck you. You did it to us. We're going to do it to you. Now, having said all of that, let's move on to the next clip again of Trump misunderstanding linear time, visibly confused.
But I hate to be controversial. You know, I want to be uncontroversial. But
and you think Kevin Warsh can get confirmed? You think Tom Tillis is going to give you a vote?
Well, we're going to have to find out. He might not, but that's why Tom Tillis is no longer a senator.
Okay. On the AI
Tom Tillis is no longer a senator, right?
Well, he's on his way out.
Well, no, he quit, but he quit. And I think he doesn't want the legacy of stopping a person who could be great. I think Kevin Warsh is going to be great.
Guys, that was so bad that, again, MAGA Fox Business host Maria Bartiromo is so stunned by what Trump just said, his visible confusion. Her eyes widen. She puts her hand to her mouth. She wants to move on. She wants to cover Trump's ass, but he presses the issue and makes the mistake of asking her, and she has to correct him. Tom Tillis has not quit. Tom Tillis is my senator. I live in North Carolina. He is the Republican senator from North Carolina, representing North Carolina in the United States Senate. He will remain in power and remain in office until January 2027. He has not left office.
Yep.
And he has repeatedly vowed for...
This one's bad. This one's Biden level bad.
The remainder.
So defend him all you want, Maga, but this one's kind of
his term.
Oh, wow.
If there continues to be an investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell,
we don't know why or
that
what
he will
happened.
block any of Trump's nominees to the Federal Reserve, and he can single-handedly do so because he's on the Committee of Jurisdiction.
Likely, it was a static electricity fire. I know that at these refineries, that's one of the biggest culprits.
Can single-handedly.
My buddy's dad works on an oil rigger, and he said that that's pretty common.
Trump from replacing Jerome Powell. And by the way,
he's one of those guys that does like the deep sea
firing Jerome Powell,
where he has to like be in a tube for a major fucking majority of his stays.
The Supreme Court seems inclined, at least so far, to prevent Trump from doing that because they're worried about, the effects on monetary policy. They don't want to give any president, including a Democrat, the ability to just unilaterally fire Federal Reserve members. Doesn't make much sense constitutionally in terms of if you're going to give Trump the power to fire anybody else, which the Supreme Court wants to do, why you're going to give a special carve-out for the Federal Reserve? Because it's not about legal principle or originalism. It's about prudence. They recognize it would be incredibly foolish and dangerous, so they're trying to carve out this one single.
Yeah, let me know when you know, because I'm interested.
Exception. But the point is, Tom Tillis is in office. He's off. That's why he's no longer a senator. He is a senator. That's why he quit. No, he announced that he will not seek re-election, but he has not officially resigned. He's still in power and will remain in power for the next, 9 months? You're going to have to deal with him. And Jerome Powell's term is up as Federal Reserve Chair in May. But he doesn't have to resign from the board. He just no longer chairman of the Federal Reserve and just then goes back to being a regular governor on the board of the Federal.
Right. And at that point, Trump's done playing with his toys. So he's just going to be like, oh, you know what? After May, I'm going to put up this person. And you know what? Jerome, I suppose that we're just going to let it go. Bygones be bygones.
Federal Reserve.
And now you can be gone.
And again, Maria Bartiromo was shocked how Donald Trump doesn't understand linear time.
Dude.
There are other clips I could provide, but
that's
the
the part
point is,
that's just exhausting. It's just how fucking stupid he is. And then you got these assholes out there like he's playing the long game, 5D chess.
I mean, he complains about
Meanwhile,
windmills.
the rest of the country's just like, no, I think he's stupid.
At one point when she brings up the British economy, he's
All
like, they got to stop with the windmills. Donald Trump had a cognitive episode on our screens, in front of our faces, in front of Maria Bartiromo. She is shocked by what she sees. His total inability to grasp linear time.
She was like,
again, people pointing this out.
It was funny.
The president can't fire the Fed chair, but Trump keeps trying to intimidate and remove Jerome Powell.
So exhausting. I mean, it's crazy that that's coming from like somebody that lives in a different country.
Tillis is a senator until January.
I'm not trying to sound condescending about that. I mean it.
Like,
it's just so funny that like the whole world is just like, oh God.
Has the authority to fire Powell.
Maga tech.
This is embarrassing. It's just Donald Trump is a stupid person on the best of days, and he is far from the best of days. He's a malignant narcissist, an authoritarian, a sociopath. He has the worst psychological and mental qualities in a person. He is profoundly uncurious. He's profoundly selfish. And to top it all out, we're not even dealing with baseline Trump. We're dealing with a Trump in rapid cognitive decline, and we're stuck with him for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I know. Maga's just like, fuck yeah! Meanwhile, we're all just like, oh, God.
The corruption is not stopping. We've got a lot more stories today. But first, I want to talk about the reason why. It's because there are going to be no consequences for any of this. This is right out of the Wall Street Journal. Trump promises mass pardons to staff before leaving office. Now, I got to be clear. The president denies this through the press secretary, saying it was all a joke. The Wall Street Journal should learn to take a joke. However, we know already there have been a bunch of fraud pardons. Half of his 88 individual pardons are for white-collar offenses. Many of those people would have had to pay restitution, except now they don't. So their victims literally are not going to get their money back. One estimate put the total amount at approximately $1.3 billion in restitutions and fines that have been eliminated. And the corruption has gotten so insane that everyone has started to admit it, even people who are friends with this administration.
The Trump family has enriched itself to the tune of $4 billion since taking office again in 2024. Does this concern you at all?
Of course. I mean, I've been calling this out, I think, before pretty much anybody else. If the name were Biden and instead of Trump, people would be screaming bloody murder. and how this was not beneficial to President Trump's agenda either. So sure, that
well, not beneficial to his agenda or corrupt?
I mean, both, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
That was Ben Shapiro, arguably the biggest cheerleader for this whole administration. Even he talks about how corrupt it is, although when asked if there are going to be any consequences for it, he's pretty honest that he thinks there will be a way out.
So you're confident that the Justice Department will pursue corruption charges against the Trump family because it's independent?
I'm confident that the president will likely pardon himself and his children in the same way that Joe Biden did on his way out.
Now you can see it's almost become a Washington joke. The idea that there will be no consequences for this is such a foregone conclusion that when thinking about it, these people laugh about it. In other instances, people like Ann Coulter will allege in one breath that this is the most corrupt presidency in history, and on the other hand say, well, they just don't care.
Can't disagree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history with the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin. I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. And the funny thing about I don't care as long as we get a wall and mass deportations.
What do you mean you don't care? And why are we laughing? It's the most corrupt administration in history. I don't care. I just care about these other things. I mean, that is insane to me. Even Alex Jones does not try to defend some of the crypto tokens that have been released by this administration.
A bunch of the coins that groups that the president's with and all the kids put out. I say kids, most of them are older than me. They were rug pulls.
Yeah, so when you hear the word rug pull, you hear that there's going to be no consequences because there's going to be pardons. When you hear this is the most corrupt presidency in history, I just want you to know, that's not me saying it. That's Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, Ann Coulter. And that all brings us to a giant news story happening in World Liberty Financial. One of these coins that Alex Jones says was a rug pull. Now, I think that's pretty strong language, but as a reminder of what this company is, we have their Meet Our Team section. You can see Donald Trump, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Barron Trump, Chase Hero, Zach Folkman, Steve Witkoff. You got the whole team right here. That is, unless you tried to visit this website recently. The About page, where all their names are listed and their pictures, has since been removed. They're beefing right now with one of their biggest supporters, Justin Sun. Now, you may remember that name because Justin Sun was under investigation by the SEC until he bought a bunch of Trump meme coins and the World Liberty token. He became one of the top holders. He even became an advisor. And then the SEC proposed a settlement with him and dismissed all remaining claims. You can see Justin Sun is mentioned here. They entered a final judgment where they settled claims that, quote, they facilitated wash trading to artificially inflate the trading volume of the crypto asset TRX. Justin Sun admits he was an early supporter who heavily invested in World Liberty Financial, and he says he did so because he believes in the vision that was presented to the public, and maybe a little bit because of the investigation hanging over his head, although we can't say for sure. What he says, though, is what was never disclosed to me or any other investors that World Liberty Financial embedded a backdoor blacklisting function in the smart contract used to deploy World Liberty Financial tokens. And then he alleges that is what happens to him. So he's going at these guys. He's condemning them. He says so explicitly, I denounce the ongoing token scandals by the bad actors at World Liberty Financial. The World Liberty team has responded to him saying, does anyone still believe this guy? Justin's favorite move is playing the victim while making baseless allegations to cover up his own misconduct. My guy! They're basically...
The thing is, he's just going to get a fucking Trump pardon. Like, all of these crypto bros, all of these scammers are just going to get pardoned. But somehow, some way, the Maga base is just like, yeah, because you know what? It was a witch hunt.
Him a criminal, where it's like...
Stop going after the job creators.
Yeah, but isn't that why we should have gone after him the first time? And then they say this is remarkable. Same playbook, different target. World Liberty Financial isn't the first. Well, yeah, that's why we were investigating him until the SEC settled the case. They say, we have the contracts, we have the evidence, we have the truth. See you in court, pal. This is one of the largest investors in World Liberty Financial, calling them bad actors, essentially calling it a scam, this undisclosed blacklist function that he alleges was in there, that he alleges stole his tokens. Meanwhile, World Liberty Financial's like, you're a criminal. This is your playbook, whatever that means. See you in court, pal. So apparently, if you invest in the president's coins, you get a settlement. You don't have to go to court. But if you go after them, if you call them out for these alleged blacklist functions, well, now all of a sudden, we'll see you back in court. We're going to take you back there. Now, honestly, I don't know who I dislike more in this whole situation, but I have to say it doesn't stop with Justin Sun, because besides just mentioning his own grievances, he's calling them out for a very specific story that just dropped on CoinDesk. It says Trump's World Liberty Financial uses $5 billion World Liberty Fi to borrow $75 million from a platform its advisor co-founded. World Liberty Financial is a very illiquid token that basically they printed out of thin.
And yet, God forbid you misreport something on your taxes.
I mean, a lot of these tokens are currently locked up, and essentially the story,
like I said, guys,
story is that they deposited those.
I'm gonna borrow the line from George Carlin. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Illiquid tokens as collateral.
So stop fighting for the club. You're never gonna be part of it. It's time to recognize that, and the club is taking everything from you.
Onto a platform that their advisor is
This is like if you go to caddy for a place and you're just like, yeah, but this place is for the Masters, but then they keep taking your paychecks. But you're like, yeah, but it's prestigious, and you know what? They need that money more than me. Like, that's how I perceive Maga, where it's like, God, you guys are so stupid.
In order to withdraw 75 million real dollars. Now, that's a big problem because, of course, it's a huge risk for the entire platform to have so much of its collateral in this token that
how much
really,
are the pardons this time?
Will it sustain that sale? No, it won't. This is highlighted by a Twitter user who shows that if you try to sell $8 million of World Liberty Financial, you're only going to get $2 million back because there's just not enough volume to sustain this kind of selling. So the idea is if you're depositing all this collateral, a total of about $400 million of World Liberty Financial, and then using it to borrow a stablecoin, that's a huge risk that a protocol probably wouldn't allow, except for the fact that you know the owner. Now, for those who are watching who are wondering, okay, why is this all a big deal? Let me just explain that FTX, this is actually one big reason they collapsed. They were using FTX customer funds for trading, and one of the ways...
Thank you for the raid, DA. What's up?
They did that was they used their exchanges...
Everybody check out Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube and Twitch.
...native token as collateral.
What's up, man? Good to see
and
you.
They borrowed a lot of...
Hope you had a good stream.
...real dollars. They used their worthless tokens to borrow the real dollars.
Fun? I should
Not very dissimilar from what's
inspired me. I'm going to start playing more video games on my channel.
Going on here. Now, World Liberty Financial actually addressed all of what they call FUD going around in the World Liberty markets. Lending position. They say they are not anywhere near...
Be very, very quiet. We're trading in Bitcoin.
Liquidation, and frankly, even if the markets move dramatically against us, we'd simply supply more
Crimson Desert? God, I feel like I might,
collateral. But the question is, well...
I might have to get that game. Everybody keeps saying how good it is.
If your collateral is dropping in value, the World Liberty Financial, adding more of that same collateral is not going to do anything. And of course, this is just one of many stories of self-dealing that's come out in recent months about World Liberty Financial. Like this article from the Wall Street Journal that a spy sheik bought a secret stake in the Trump company World Liberty Financial, a $500 million investment for 49% of World Liberty. And then in the wake of that, the UAE won access to tightly guarded AI chips. And of course, the concern is when you look at the complicated financials, ultimately this is some kind of quid pro quo going on here, where foreign actors are basically investing money to get an outcome they like. And of course, Justin Sun is another one of those foreign nationals who is a huge investor in all of this. And it begs an interesting question. You know, we have basically the president's family's crypto empire being heavily invested in by basically other countries, right? Like the main business of World Liberty Financial is their stablecoin, USD1. Now, if you actually look at the market cap of who's using USD1, you see that it was used for a Binance investment And I will remind you that if you go to Binance.com, you can't use it because it's literally not allowed in the United States. They have a sister branch, but we're talking about Binance proper here. And then we have a USD1 Boost program, and then we have a $40 million reward program that spikes the utilization further. Now, of course, what's the connection here between Binance and World Liberty Financial? Well, many would point to the pardon that got subsequently issued to Changpeng Zhao. He was for a long time the CEO of Binance. He's also a heavy investor into something called Aster. This is another company.
Yeah, all these people are criminals.
Doing a big deal with USD1. Now, once again, you go to that website, it says service is not available.
I can't stand the fact that this is, and somehow this is propped up like, hey, it's still the next big thing. What, you're not invested in Bitcoin? It's just like, why would I ever?
Region. So a lot of the deals they're cutting.
The only reason that people react that way is because they want you holding the bag.
A lot of the money they're raking in is coming from products, places, companies, services that are not in the United States. Like, that's just a fact. And the question you have to ask yourself at the end of the day is your government working for you, or are they using it to work for themselves? Is all of this stuff actually benefiting the average consumer?
Gotta cook dinner.
And this brought me back to a podcast I had seen on the Iced Coffee Hour, where Eric Trump is talking about how he made so much money in crypto.
Eric Trump, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. Really appreciate it.
Good to be on, guys.
I can't. I'm not even gonna watch that fucking clip. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. No.
If I've ever heard one. I mean, you can.
No. The fact that, and then you got them fucking investing into drone companies and just constantly like, no, the just blatant corruption. But Hunter Biden's laptop and Burisma, like, this is what, again, why I can't stand the fucking Democrats. Like, they can't play the game. They just can't.
You can just take a look for yourself. You got the official Trump coin way down. You've got the official Melania meme down 94%. Even World Liberty Financial is not doing so hot. So when he says,
well, we started the three most successful crypto projects probably in history.
What is he talking about? And who is he talking about they were successful for? I mean, actually,
the one thing that these assholes are like, they constantly forget. It's like,
right, that they were some of the most successful.
We can see that you benefited from this
in history for certain people, but for the average investor who put their money in this stuff, it's been atrocious. It's been a bloodbath for most of them. And that's, of course, what corruption is at the end of the day. It's using political office or proximity to it in order to enrich yourself. Now, I'll remind you that all three of these successful crypto projects claim to have nothing official to do with politics, but it's obvious to see that they wouldn't have been half, a quarter, even an eighth as successful were it not all affiliated with the President of the United States. So I just wanted to call this out because although there's kind of this general consensus now that there is corruption going on, you have these, right-wing people saying it's the most corrupt presidency in history. There's varying levels of does it matter, right? And I wanted to say, I, for one, do care. I think everyone should care because not only is it wrong, it's demoralizing when you feel like there's two different sets of rules for like the rich, powerful people and everyone else.
Welcome to awareness. Doesn't that suck? You were playing apolitical for so long. But now it's like you're being forced to just recognize, like, oh, it's a two-class system. God damn it. Is it demoralizing? It's almost like we should do something about it, but we can't. Because we just let the power structure continue to grape us.
To acknowledge it.
And I gotta say great because, YouTube.
And say, well, it's just not one of my top issues. I have to say, like Ben Shapiro says himself, this stuff is harmful at large to the agenda you do care about because it is poison. Corruption is not just something that happens in the abstract. It's something that eats away at the very legitimacy of your own government. So, I just wanted to call out yet another story. In this case, we have Justin Sun, a beneficiary of this administration, calling it out. But this is a long trend of a story about self-dealing and corruption that I think a lot of people have not been paying enough attention to.
All right. This sucks. I gotta go deal with something real quick. Damn it. We can start at the Iran war. Let's do that.
Anti-Semitic.
Here, and if you want to watch the full thing, I will link that when I get.
So let me ask you this, as because there's a lot to cover. One thing I do want to talk to you about is the war in Iran, and there's been a big debate about what is Israel's role in that war. And again, we're being gaslit. Israel had nothing to do with it, even though Netanyahu's on camera saying 40 years I've wanted this war. Rubio on day 3 of the war said we did this because Israel was going to attack, that we had to attack first. Now here's again where I try and be fair. Isn't it the case, and I bet you're going to disagree with me, but it makes for a good conversation, when Joe Kent resigns, the National Counterterrorism Czar or whatever his title is, and he says, it's Israel. Israel did this. Trump was manipulated into it. My worry with that argument is that does start to get into a weird place, because then you're basically saying America has no agency, Donald Trump has no agency, the CIA has no agency. They're all just innocent fools misled by Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. And that I don't buy. The history of American imperialism is a history of American imperialism which has nothing to do with Israel. We didn't go into Vietnam because of Israel. We didn't bomb Cambodia because of Israel. We didn't take out half the South American leaders. So my worry there is, again, on the internet, people are becoming, I don't know what the word is, red pill, whatever the phrase is, where you blame everything on Israel. And in this case, we wouldn't be in Iran if it wasn't for Israel. I get that. But to say that Trump, America, Rubio, Lindsey Graham have no agency, I think that's wrong. What do you think?
I don't think it's about if we stopped thinking about it as Israel and America, 2 separate countries, and just think about it as people in power in both countries who have the same interest to do these actions in the Middle East. So stop thinking about England, America.
No, I'm agreeing on that. That's a good description.
But
unfortunately,
there's just people who are happy to be to control of the government, of the economy.
Have you noticed a lot of people on the right who have improved on Israel? You know the people I'm talking about. You went on Candace Owens' show. Tucker, Megyn Kelly. They have very carefully couched their criticism of this war. Have you noticed this? They say stuff like, who told Trump this? Who misled him? Who manipulated him? Why did Israel do this? Because they want to protect Trump and MAGA and Republicans still. They want to say that it's all Israel's fault. And that's what I push back against. Donald Trump, yes, he's a man-child, but he's still the president of the United States. Yes, he has, yes, he may have been manipulated by Benjamin Netanyahu, but he has agency. He's the most powerful man in the world.
Do you think he has agency?
Yes, of course he does.
Well,
you don't think Marco Rubio has agency? You don't think Pete Hegseth has agency? You don't think Pete Hegseth is a Christian nationalist who wants to fight crusades against Muslims?
Well, I think they're either blackmailed. I think they're even blackmailed.
First of all, you can't blackmail Donald Trump. He has no shame. The man's in the Epstein files. What would you blackmail him with? Well, he has no shame. Literally, you could put a P-tape out tomorrow. His supporters would support him.
I think they're blackmailed or bought.
Miriam Adelson gave a lot of money to Trump.
So that's it.
But the point is that still doesn't take away your agency.
No. Why do you think he cares about the American people anyways?
No, I agree. But why do you think that a lot of people on the right...
Because he's either to protect himself or there's gain by...
Bassem, you dodged my question. My question was, do you agree with me that a lot of these right-wingers who have improved on Israel, who've called out the war in Iran or the genocide in Gaza, they're still protecting Trump. They're still protecting by dumping it all on Israel. They're saying American hands are clean, which is not true.
It's not clean, of course. Yeah. I think. But
do you recognize they're doing that?
Yeah, I think they are. But I think like Israel is just like an extension of America's policy, and just like it doesn't matter who's basically holding the leash. In this case, it's Netanyahu, but it's the same thing.
No, I agree with that. Is it the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog?
Yeah.
Ultimately, the same people benefit.
Yeah.
Military-industrial complex does well.
Yep.
Christian evangelicals can count their red heifers.
And that's why I'm not thinking about this as in form of nations. I'm talking about like it's just individuals.
There's been a lot of fights online about all of this in MAGA world. I watch it as an observer. I had Crystal Ball on the show recently from Breaking Point. She and I talked about the Ben Shapiro versus Candace Owens fights, all these Megyn Kelly fights. Right-wing media is really torn up a lot over Epstein, Israel, a lot of this. Marjorie Taylor Greene quit Congress over Epstein.
Do you think it's an act?
I'm asking you. You know that well better than me. You went on Candace Owens' show. You're friends with some of these people, or friendly. I'm not.
Why are you shaming me for being friends with some of these people?
I mean, some of them are freaks.
Why don't you like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson?
Because they've said some horrific things over the years.
So what?
I mean, why don't you like Ben Shapiro?
I mean, Piers Morgan has said the horrible things over the years.
He's not said anything close to what Tucker Carlson has said about Muslims, about Arabs, about immigrants.
And why can't we be strategic and use their platforms?
They can.
Yeah, but like
some people do.
You don't like that. You don't like.
No, it's not that I don't like it. It's that my worry is that for the sake of one important issue, Gaza is a huge issue. We're giving a pass to these people to launder some of their other objectionable. Like I said just now, they're not disowning Trump. Actually, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm gonna have to go home and take a shower after this. I give her credit. out of all of them, because she actually picked a fight with Trump. She gave up her political career. So she actually put her money where her mouth is, to use a phrase. The rest of Tucker doesn't say a single anti-Trump word. He acts like the war in Iran came down from the skies. We wouldn't be in this war in Iran had Tucker not promoted Trump for president, had Candace not promoted Trump for president, had Megyn Kelly not promoted Trump for president. We're in this war. Joe Rogan, Theo Von, all these guys. Did you watch Joe and Theo the other day saying they're fucking terrorists, Israel? I can't believe we're in this war. You guys gave us Trump. You said Kamala Harris is going to do war. Trump is anti-war. How did that work out?
I think it's all an act.
Well, whatever it is, they got their act fucking wrong.
Well, they're actually not. They're doing very well, and they're reaching a lot of people, and they're affecting a lot of people.
But they're affected badly. I could argue that Joe Rogan helped Donald Trump win, so Joe Rogan is the reason we're in the war, Iran. If I wanted to, I'm just saying, if I took that argument to its logical
conclusion. Do you think
Joe
Rogan would help? Like the Democrats, they would never stand up for his opponent. What was her name?
Kamala Harris.
He
was a Bernie guy once, but then he got red pilled.
She is that useless.
She's
that useless.
But you're missing my point. My point is these people helped give us Trump, and that's why I have a problem because they don't. I only respect the people who own it. If you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, I was wrong about Trump. I was wrong about fine, right? But if you're like acting, hey, how did this all happen? This war in Iran's bad. I can't believe they're doing it. Hey, it happened because you told.
Oh, is that one of the Zateo hoodies?
Told people falsely that Trump would be anti-war.
So what's your point?
My point is, you asked me why I don't like them. I'm telling you why.
Yeah, okay.
I want some honesty. I thought we care about honesty, Bassem.
I know, but
I'm consistent, my friend.
But the thing is, like in media, it's not about you liking people or not. It's about it's about getting your word out there to people who might not listen to you. Yes. I have to say, when I went on Candace Owens, there are people who didn't know who I am. They knew me through Candace Owens.
She has a huge audience.
So don't you think?
She's also bonkers.
Okay, good. But don't you think? But why you're so
good?
Puritanical? What everything has to be everything has to be right and left for you, or like black and white, or left and left, or bunkers.
I just went on Trigonometry, the show you went on recently.
Okay, good. And that's like a very.
But they're not bonkers.
What? No, but
like Candace Owens thinks Brigitte Macron's a man. Candace Owens was horrific.
Do you have to agree with everything?
I gotta say, no. Medi's kind of off base on
this.
No,
but I want to sit down with serious people, Bassem. I'm not a comedian, with respect.
I know, but the media.
Well, it's also part of it.
But the media landscape has changed.
That's true,
right?
Yeah. And also, no, I totally agree with Bassem.
And I don't think I think that sometimes people go on very less serious. Donald Trump went on to Joe Rogan. Donald Trump actually managed all of his campaign to go on podcasts. And 10 years ago, these were not serious people. These were bonkers people. So I think that you need to be more strategic to get your words out.
I agree. I think that's a fair point. But I also, there has to be some hygiene test, right? It can't just be, I'll go anywhere. Should I go on, are you going to go on Nick Fuentes' show? No, I wouldn't go on a Holocaust dinner.
That would be fun.
I mean, you would, maybe,
because
you're ready to go anywhere and say anything.
Yeah, see, the thing is, he takes that as a challenge.
I wouldn't.
Oh my God. You're putting me down. You're ready to go anywhere and say anything?
You just said
oh
we should
my
be strategic.
God.
Would you go on Ben Shapiro's show?
The thing is, dude, you're doing the purity test thing.
He invited me. I would.
Would you? Yes.
I would.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun debate.
Ben
Shapiro.
I would.
Bassem Youssef would love to debate you. You heard it here first. There is a lot of cancelling going on. I don't know if you're following the whole Hassan Piker controversy where Democrats now are trying to say...
He's been cancelled for the 5th time now.
Who is you?
Hassan. Hassan's been like cancelled every single week. There's something to cancel him
I know,
about.
it's funny that they
this
spend
was
years
literally
saying... we need
the segment that I wanted to watch, so glad I timed that perfectly.
Joe Rogan on the left. Kamala should have gone on Joe Rogan. We should stop cancelling people now. We need a bigger audience. Broaden the tent. And they're like, but not him. Because he's anti-Semitic, and even though he spent years speaking out against anti-Semitism, even though he's a very big critic of Israel, this, to go back to your point, is one of the problems. When you call everyone an anti-Semite, people won't take the label seriously. We agree on that. Do you think that Democrats are going to hurt themselves by being puritanical?
Oh yeah, they're already hurting themselves, they already hurting themselves with Kamala Harris, with Biden, and even like someone like Hassan, who should be like, like a great asset, now they're canceling him. I kind of like, I don't know Hassan, when you speak about Democrats and Republicans, I don't care anymore. I mean, just like I look at this system and I think it's corrupt, and I don't think it's even beneficial actually to speak about them. I'm sorry.
Is the system redeemable?
No.
So what do you do as you're an American citizen? What do you do about it?
Because there's a reason why more than 50% of Americans don't vote, because they have just got red pilled.
Did you vote in the last election?
No. Can you imagine? Like I was so excited. I voted in the 2020 election. That was my first election that I voted in as an American citizen.
Assume you voted for Biden, not Trump.
Yeah, of course. No, I voted for Bernie in the primaries, and then vote blue no matter who. And then by 2024, I got completely disenfranchised of the whole thing. I was like, this is you cannot have a political system when both wings of the political system serve the same master.
Yep.
It's interesting that
awesome.
A lot of people don't recognize that people like you exist in this town, in DC. So I came back from Houston, Texas recently, and I met a lot of friends and family over there for Eid. And I pointed out that a lot of people I met are kind of red-pilled, whatever phrase you want to use. They love Tucker Carlson, they love Candace Owens. Some of them even like Nick Fuentes. These are Muslims, because they're online a lot. And they see the mainstream media lying to them, and they see more blunt speakers online. And just for pointing that out, I got attacked by liberals saying, what are you doing? Those people are racist. I said, I know that, but I'm just don't shoot the messenger. I'm telling you what's happening in cities across America, even with non-white communities. And Shadi Hamid of the Washington Post said, if Tucker Carlson ran for president, a lot of young Muslims and leftists would vote for him.
Yes.
And he got attacked for saying that. Again, just the message. He didn't say, I'm going to vote for him. He said, this is what's happening. And I feel like people are not, in this town in particular, political media elites do not recognize, especially on the Democratic side, what is happening out there. People are being radicalized because they're seeing a genocide. They're seeing a cover-up of the Epstein files. They're seeing the mainstream media, quote-unquote liberal media, just completely inadequate for this moment. And then you get these sirens on the right who are great at speaking, who speak in a very blunt, unafraid way, and they're entertaining.
Yeah, and even me
they're
and you,
entertaining.
even
That's
me and you,
part of it too.
I like most of my disagreement with you about those people. And I know it's not like I'm not supporting Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, but when you see a very sterile mainstream media who doesn't tell you how things are going, really, you will go to someone who will tell you. You'll go to someone who will actually resonate with you. And unfortunately, for better or worse, they are. Because everybody say like the problem was
they're resonating partly because the lane was left empty for them.
Yeah.
Right-wing media did a great job of creating an alternative kind of universe online, while liberals were still watching MSNBC and reading the New York Times and wondering where did young people go.
I mean,
and then you have someone like a Zoran who actually comes along and says you can energize young people without red pilling yourself, without sacrificing your values, without sucking up to the right.
A perfect example is this monologue by Rachel Maddow, who went into like, why are we
Argentical, Jesus. Like, what age range are you in?
Going through.
Because I've noticed that like anybody under the age of like 30, they kind of have like a very similar story, especially if they like kind of start pivoting more left
to Iran. Why are we going? And
Argent.
We got. And she mentioned every single country in the region except Israel, and so they will go to Tucker Carlson. It's like, well, Israel is the problem. And it's like, all right, that makes more sense.
Here's, and this is a great point as we wrap up. The difference is when you go to Tucker, what I would say to people watching. I'm not telling you not to watch stuff you want to watch. Please don't put words in my mouth. But express the same skepticism of
my generation didn't have much of that.
Independent folks, of Zateo, of the Daily Wire. God help us if that's.
Because pre-Trump, it was like guys like Newt Gingrich, which. Yeah, you're really going to get energized for Newt Gingrich and fucking, Mitt Romney.
Of Tucker Carlson, of whatever it is, as you express of mainstream media. My worry, Basim, is that people will say, the mainstream media is lying to me, but all these podcasters, they're only telling me the truth. We should be skeptical of everyone and everything.
No,
we should be evidence-based. Tucker Carlson also lies to you. Quite often. He has a notorious history of lying about things. He says January 6th wasn't an insurrection. The FBI did it. There were no guns there. All lies. All right? So those are the kind of problems I have. So, look, you're right. The lane was left open for Donald Trump to pretend to be anti-war in 2024 by Kamala Harris. And independent media, especially on the right, to take over because mainstream media gaslit, as you said at the start of the show.
It is very difficult to ask people to be logical about the media.
I think that was Family Guy.
The media has turned into
just... Bob Dole.
It's another form of entertainment. So basically, you're trying to apply logic to entertainment, and
that's also my objection to some of these folks on the right. Yeah, do they believe it or are they just grifters? Is Candace Owens a grifter?
Well, they say this about us. They say this
my
about me.
Positions have been the same for years.
No,
I haven't changed my positions. Candace has been all over the place. She was a Democrat. She was a Trump supporter. She's anti-Trump. She's pro-Israel. She's anti-Israel. She's anti-Muslim. She's pro-Muslim. Come on.
What I'm saying is it's very subjective. Same, it's like,
I know you have a soft spot for it, but what I just said is true. Everything I just said is factually true.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you can push me on Jag, but I can't push you on Candace Owens.
Dude, she's not my cousin. I mean, you can push me
That's the problem I have with this shit. They act like you're making them your new bestie.
on anyone.
I like the idea that for Bassem to defend you have to be his cousin.
No,
That's the bar.
I'm not defending. My whole point is,
that's what I'm saying,
think we
man.
should,
no, dude.
in order to
This is the annoying shit that
get
is
our words
kind
out,
of exclusive to the left on this one.
we should go on every single platform, even with platform you don't agree with, even if you think they're cuckoo, even if you think they're
I've always been
liars.
torn on that one.
Yeah.
I know you and I've talked about this before. Like even Fox back in the day, I think Tucker Carlson invited me on, Laura Ingraham I think invited me on, and I said no, I don't want to go on Fox. I don't want to legitimize that platform.
But why do you think you legitimize them by
Because
going on them?
by going on there, I'm saying that they're a real news channel. They're worthy of being
or you could
taken
be
seriously.
in enemy territory fighting the fight.
Yeah, exactly. Fighting the fight.
There's
No, I mean, at some point you just gotta admit that it's not your thing.
another way to look at it.
But don't hate on people that do it.
I get that, and I know I'm not saying it's black and white. I understand why Bernie goes on, but I understand that the Fox business model depends on them pretending to be a news channel, to be on cable, to get all the carrier deals, and I don't want to play a part in pretending that they're a news channel. I don't even call them Fox News. I just call them Fox.
Okay.
It's a propaganda channel.
Yes.
But I get your argument about going wherever you go. You want to go on Daily Wire? Ben Shapiro, you watching? He wants to come on to Daily Wire.
I know. I'll be lying to go there.
I'm actually doing a debate with someone interesting from that world. You'll see in a month's time.
Okay, can't wait.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Then you'll say, "Oh, how come you sat at a debate?" But I didn't go on their show. It's a neutral territory.
Okay, all
neutral territory.
Okay.
Where are you performing next? Let our folks.
Okay. All right. This is hilarious. I do not condone violence of any kind, and I think that this is kind of shitty that this happened to him, but at the same time, it is also hilarious that this happened to him. So, if you don't know, Sneako was doing an IRL stream, and at one point, he talked shit to someone, and the dude just, like, hauls around a truck and fucking sucker punches him. Yeah, check this out. Here it is in all of its glory.
And put your life force into a sock? Yeah, you deserve to be publicly executed, yes. What are we talking about?
So what he's talking about is coming in a sock, and he says that you should be, and then comes around. Oh! that's wearing a Dr. Pepper shirt nonetheless. Yo! Dude, he clipped him right in the mic, too.
What the?
Hey, bro.
What the fuck, bro? And put your life force into a sock?
Sneako gets punched after yelling, "You deserve to be publicly executed." He didn't yell that. I will say that much. He didn't yell it because this guy's calling it out for misrepresenting it. It's like, yeah, it's just a random dude. It was still funny, though. All right, take care. All right, have fun, dude. Tell Dieter I say hello, and I hope you guys have a great show. I think I will be following you guys. I'm not sure. I noticed that, like, last week, something else was my lead-in. All right, life force. Yeah, he's literally calling your cumsies fucking life force. I kind of want to play this one. Hold on. It's not fun halftime yet. Damn it, we're early. What's the poll? Wait, what's the poll? Give me the idea. I will take it. All right, hold on. I gotta set this up. Give me a second. Why is this not working? Really? Okay, so I'm trying to click on it's not letting me. What the fuck? Why is this not working? What the fuck? There we go.
It's supposed to be me as
Okay, fucking A, man. Every time they update OBS, I swear to God. Oh. Okay, so I'm just gonna let you guys know what's going on. My screen keeps locking up, and then it's telling me like I can't even play, like I can't put the YouTube video up. So I have to back out of the screen. Like, I literally have to get rid of the source, and then I have to resource, and then it works. It's so annoying. What the fuck? All right. Force me to upgrade. Shit. Is that what's going on? Oh, fuck off. Yeah, today. Yeah, no, I know. I've been reading up on what's going on. There's like an entire subreddit right now that's just devoted to all the problems that the new update's causing. Like right now, it's doing it again. Oh, give me a fucking break. Okay, hold on. Let me reset it again. And then, all right, now let's try. We got it. Woo! Yeah, no, Argent, I'm not exactly a fan right now. I wasn't a fan before, but holy shit. God damn it. All right, well, let's hope it plays.
It's supposed to be me as a
All
doctor,
right, we're good.
making people better, and I do make people better.
All right, so I don't think you guys are prepared for who's on this panel.
A lot better.
I called for the 25th Amendment. I do think there's something wrong with him. He called to wipe out an entire civilization. That to me is so evil, and it shows real mental depravity.
Trump derangement syndrome has rotted former Congresswoman Green's peanut-sized brain. Your response to that charming description?
Wow.
Joe,
So we sent back
Joe. We got Mark Lamont Hill, Andrew Wilson, Jack Posobiec, and I don't know who she is.
Is it upsetting that he killed the Ayatollah Khomeini who married a 15-year-old?
Did you not get held enough as a child? The fact that he is betraying his
I already like her.
voters and he is not serving the interests of the American people. Team
Calm
Five.
down, calm
Don't tell me to
down.
calm down.
Calm
Dude,
down.
smoke your cigarette. Do not tell me to calm down.
It's been almost 4 years since the media went ballistic about three people enjoying a golf tournament. Just about everybody remembers the pictures. Smiling, joking, and laughing together with the former President Donald Trump, the Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the biggest star on US television, Tucker Carlson. Well, Trump was in the wilderness back then, completely banished after January 6th. Ron DeSantis was the great new hope for Republicans.
JoJo? Okay.
But on that day, with this public show of loyalty from two influential allies, he began a historic
check
fight
pass.
back for which he once gave them both enormous credit. These days, the president says, among other things, that Tucker Carlson is a low IQ nut job and that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a deranged lunatic traitor. While their own personal strife with the president is a perfect picture of what's beginning to look like a mission to torch just about everybody who helped to elect him. And Marjorie Taylor Greene joins me now. Welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, Piers. Thanks for having me today.
Do you know what, Marjorie? You're one of the most fascinating people in American politics and have become that in the last couple of years, because the movement you've made is now being followed by a lot of other people. And, you know, I posted on X yesterday that Donald Trump, who I've known 20 years and consider a friend, but at the moment, he just seems to be on a mission to piss off absolutely everybody. And a lot of those people are people who've been big supporters of his. You, Tucker, he laid into Megyn Kelly, to Candace Owens, to Alex Jones. He's laid into the Pope. He's mocked Jesus Christ, which has offended a lot of the Maga Christians and so on. Giorgia Meloni in Italy, he's laid into her now. He's laid into the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, pretty much every other European leader and so on. I don't know what is going on here, but I think my first question for you is, what do you think is going on here? Why is he so willing at the moment?
Oh, shit.
To want to
We're
talk
at 4 hours?
so many
Oh,
people
damn.
that were loyal
Okay,
to
this
him?
went by fast.
You know, I think that's the
All right, so this will be pretty much the fun half. I need to get
question
my
that everyone should be asking, and I
zinger.
don't have the answer to that. This has been shocking to watch the president change over the past year. While he's president of the United States, you know, we fought very hard to get him elected. I myself spent millions of dollars, traveled the country, campaigned for him, spoke on his rally stages all over the country. And he called me a traitor because I fought to release the Epstein files. But just as you said, we've watched him turn on literally everyone that were once either his friends, his allies, or his supporters. And it's so concerning to me. and I honestly can't answer why this has happened.
You know what's really interesting? If you take your positions, for example, which seem to have enraged him, you wanted full disclosure of the Epstein files. Well, that was exactly what he said he wanted when he was campaigning in 2024 to be president again. You know, you didn't want America to go into expensive, pointless Middle Eastern wars. Well, again, that's what he campaigned to stop America doing if you became president again. You know, I look at this and think, why is he so opposed to you when you're basically taking the positions that he was taking himself just 6 months ago? Or longer than that now, over a year ago, but you know what I mean?
Right. I have no idea. It is honestly something that I legitimately can't answer, and it's confusing, and many people don't understand it. The way I feel about it now, though, is President Trump will soon be the past, and we have to look towards the future. And I think many of the issues that we thought were real problems back in 2024, some of them are still there, but they've also drastically changed. We have real problems in America now that Donald Trump has been president. We're finding ourselves in an escalating war in Iran, which is something that none of us want. It's one of the most unpopular things being polled in America today. But we have real economic problems, rising inflation, rising costs of gas, rising costs of living, younger generations that are unable to thrive and don't have hope for the future, but even bigger problems, nearly $40 trillion in debt, and Social Security will be bankrupt in 7 years. So I think, you know, this is the man that I supported to make America great again. However, I think America is going to find itself in a much deeper hole going towards the next elections.
Would you agree with the following statement? If we confirm that you have won, if we confirm that you are the greatest and most victorious blocker in the entire world, will you put down the phone for half an hour, just half an hour, and attend to your main duty, to the 30 million Americans who have no health insurance, to the 800,000 Americans who are homeless, to America's infrastructure that's dilapidated, to the $38 trillion of United States national debt? Would you concur with that message to Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, those were the things that I had been saying to the president, to the speaker, to many of my colleagues before I resigned. Health insurance, for one, is a serious problem. And when the tax credits expired in January, there were over 200,000 people in my former district that were unable to afford health insurance. So yes, that's a statement that spans many issues. But yes, I would agree with that.
But here's the extraordinary thing, because that statement was made by the Iranian embassy of Armenia.
Oh, Carl, that's very nice of you to say.
It doesn't surprise me. I think the entire world,
you know what? I keep saying it. I love this community.
It can see clearly what's
even though we
happening
get
in
some
America
knuckleheads that come in here and want to
President
disrupt
Trump is
things,
doing.
you know.
But what the MAGA crowd will say, and I can hear them say it already when they watch this exchange, right? They'll say, Marjorie Taylor Greene siding with the Iranians against Donald Trump. What do you say to them when they say that? These were people that used to love you.
Coming up?
I say I'm always siding with America, and I'll never apologize for
don't
that.
claw the shit
no
out of my
matter
lap
whose
again.
statement I agree with.
Dude.
Siding with the American people.
He drew
over
blood yesterday, by the way.
Cost of living, cost of health insurance.
A nice little scratch
their
on my
jobs,
thigh.
the economy, and their future is always the right thing to do. And so I wouldn't be fazed by that.
The White House provided this statement to The Hill yesterday in response to your critique of Trump's DoorDash photo op. They said Marjorie Taylor Greene is a quitter who pathetically trying to stay relevant.
So thank you everybody for hanging out over on Twitch. How you guys doing?
Trump. Unfortunately, Trump derangement syndrome has rotted former Congresswoman Greene's peanut-sized brain. Your response to that charming description?
Wow. I hadn't heard that until you just read it now. Actually, I had resigned after the president called me a traitor, vowed to literally destroy me, and was going to primary me the same way that he is doing to Thomas Massie right now, which I thought was so incredibly unfair to my district, who had elected me and President Trump. You know, I'll tell you this, Piers, it's actually a really good thing that I'm no longer a part of the institution that has a 13% approval rating in the United States among the American people. Also, the same institution that can't even fund our own homeland security right now. So I'm actually very happy to no longer be in Congress and not have to receive nasty phone calls from the president that I supported to get elected, and also be called to the Oval Office to be scolded for not voting for certain things that he wanted that were against our campaign promises. So that would be my response to whatever little staffer at the White House wrote that.
I'm packed and ready to go.
Point of view, have you ever had
Tinkerbell, make sure that you let me know though.
brain
You need, I need to. I might need the reminder.
I haven't measured, but I'm quite sure it's larger than a peanut.
Zing! She's fucking that. Whoa, devastating comeback. And a devastating 1-2 coming from MTG. God, how will Donald Trump ever come back from such a retort?
Stuff that really, I mean, look, I'm a Catholic, and I found it pretty.
Are you?
You know, I didn't like his attack on the Pope, particularly it's the first American Pope. I think Pope Leo settled in very well. I like the way he speaks. No Pope's ever going to support war. It's ridiculous to think they would. He launched a full throttle attack on him at the same time that he was reposting memes of himself as Jesus Christ, and then kind of preposterously tried to pretend he was a doctor, and that's what he thought he was doing. You know, you were very critical of this. You described it as blasphemy, and said it's more than blasphemy. It's an antichrist spirit. I mean, you're effectively calling Trump the antichrist there. Explain what you mean.
Yes, this came after how he called to, he said he was going to completely wipe out an entire civilization of the Iranian people, which was completely evil. And these statements came after what he said on Easter, which was atrocious. And then he put out the photo of himself basically being Jesus on Orthodox Easter, which was so blasphemous. It
was Orthodox Easter.
I think it shocked everyone. And then he comes out and says, "Oh no, that was me
Taking Chronic to the vet. Oh, good luck, Chronic.
being a doctor," which was absolutely ridiculous. Everyone knows
Give the animals some love for me.
that's not him being a doctor. That
Goes for all of
was
you.
him literally trying to
Got an
replace
animal
God,
in your life?
which is antichrist.
Make sure that
and
they get
is
some
an
snuggles and they know
antichrist
it's from
spirit.
Pep Talks.
And it's written about throughout the Bible and talked about among church leaders everywhere. It's talked
Sad
about
part
the
is I'm
Catholic
kinda not
Church as
kidding.
well. And
Love them animals.
So
Come
yes,
here.
I called it exactly how I saw it, and I believe
doing?
many Christians all
You're just
over.
sta-
And
you
know,
are
like
being
you said,
weird as
we
shit
all
right now.
found
You're
it to be
just staring at me.
so offensive and blasphemous. But then he lied, and
Come
he didn't
here.
even apologize. He said,
You
"Oh, I
want up?
thought I was being a doctor." It's like, no, you know you're lying. But then he put up another picture, I guess
You're
today,
just staring.
of him being hugged by Jesus.
Yeah, we've got that here.
he's-
We'll just show viewers. Yeah, what do you make of that?
I think I find it insulting that after he committed
Oh, come on. If this was the one that went first, you wouldn't have batted an eye.
complete blasphemy and then lied about it, and now he's trying to play to Christians, like saying, "Oh, Jesus loves me so much." He's trying to say there that he's being used by Jesus, being used by
I mean, dude, again,
God, playing the so-called Trump card.
he really is just trying to check all those Antichrist boxes, because holy fuck.
Well, we can look to the Bible and see in many places where God did use all types of leaders to accomplish all types of things, and they weren't always good things. And, you know, so the president constantly puts up memes and posts and tries to play to his base, but I think many people are so turned off right now that they're just not even going to fall for
Did
this
you see
one.
Trump campaign
When was the
emails?
last
Pay
time
me
you
so I
spoke
can
to
get into
Donald
heaven.
The last time I spoke to him was on the
And his base is dumb enough to do it.
telephone. I was in my office in the Rayburn building. He was at the White House, and he was yelling at me because I wouldn't take my name off of the discharge petition. And I told the president, you know, there's no way I'll take my name off of here. These are women that were raped at 14 and 16 years old, and we have to release Epstein files. It's the right thing to do. It's what we promised. And he was so angry at me. And he told me that his friends would get hurt. He said people that I supposedly know. He said at Mar-a-Lago, and I'm not a member of Mar-a-Lago. I've only been there a handful of times for certain events or campaign functions. So I don't know these people, but he said that his friends would get hurt, and he was very, very angry at me. It was a very bad conversation.
What do you make of that, though?
He's covering it up. He fought us the entire time. He did everything in his power to stop the Epstein files to be released. He even forced Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, to do everything he could do to stop it from being released. It was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. We were even shut down for 8 weeks. We had a government shutdown back in the fall of 2025 for 8 weeks. And I believe that was part of trying to prevent the Epstein files from coming out. And it's covering up for
look in your
rapists
eye
and
right now,
people that have committed all types of crimes. It's completely wrong.
What did you think about Melania Trump coming out with her sudden statement last week about Epstein and demanding that people go and give evidence under oath?
Yeah, that was so shocking. The press was completely shocked. They were prepared for her to come out and maybe speak about a bill she's supporting or foster care, an initiative she's supporting as First Lady. I actually was glad she came out and talked about it because it brought it back up in the news cycle, and I think it needs to be there. I don't know. I know there's.
I hate the fact that I have to agree with her on that.
Things people are saying about why she did it, that perhaps she was getting ahead of a news story or getting ahead of some sort of information that may come out. But I was still glad that she spoke, and I was glad that she talked about the survivors. However, she called for them to go on record in front of Congress, and she called for Congress to act. And I actually disagreed with her there. The right thing to do is the Department of Justice needs to prosecute people. And that's what the survivors have been asking for.
It's almost like they just want another kangaroo court.
Their story over and
so
over
nothing
and
actually
over
gets
again.
done.
What they really want is justice.
When King Charles visits the United States in a couple of weeks, there's been a rumor which has been played down by the palace, actually, that it's unlikely to happen, that perhaps the Queen, Camilla, who's taken a big interest in victims of sexual abuse and so on, might meet privately with some Epstein survivors. That looks like it won't be happening. But King Charles will address a joint meeting of Congress, and obviously his own brother, Andrew, has been disgraced and shamed because of his involvement with Epstein, but hasn't actually put himself up for any scrutiny either by Congress or by law enforcement here in the UK. Do you think that it would be a good thing for either the King or Queen or both to meet with Epstein survivors when they're over in America?
Yes, absolutely. I really hope that they do. That was also what I had been asking of President Trump. I'd asked him to bring them into the Oval Office. He brings in all types of people in the Oval Office from all walks of life, whether they're sports teams that just won a national championship, no matter who they are, he brings in all these people. And I had wanted him to bring in the Epstein survivors. As a matter of fact, quite a few of them told me they even voted for him. And I tried to explain that to him over and over again, but he's refused to bring them in the
Hope that worked out for him.
Oval Office. But I definitely do
Jesus
hope
Christ.
the King and the Queen will meet with them and hear their stories.
God, she's so full
said
of
the
it.
last time you spoke to him was over this. Have you tried to talk to him again, or has he tried to contact?
Like I said, guys, at the end of the day, she would still support him over a Democrat, which is fucking wild
The
to me.
only time I reached out to him was via text message after I had resigned and he had been attacking me, and I was receiving
Pendus Mountain. Things are getting too spicy for the pepper.
I can't even count how many death threats. And but the death threats escalated on one of my children. And I had sent those death threats to the FBI director, Kash Patel. I sent them to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, Susie Wiles, James Blair, and I even texted the president. And I was so upset over death threats on my children because of him. And the quotes and the death threat were from what the president had been calling me a traitor.
Yeah, dip. All right.
And
Later,
I'm not
Carl.
a traitor to my country. Standing up for rape victims doesn't make me a traitor. And I reached out to the president and to let him know this is what's happening because what you're saying about me. And he was very unkind about these death threats. And so that was our last
Pep
exchange.
Med.
What did he say to you?
Dr. Pep. I mean, whatever.
He basically blamed me.
Diet Pepper.
He had no compassion for death threats on my children. He blamed me basically that if my son were to get killed, it would be my fault.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, and I said back to him, I said, no one's children should ever be the victim of death threats or have any kind of political violence brought on them because.
Gee, guys, you think that we can find anything from her past that might insinuate that she might have been responsible for some harassment?
Because
AOC, anybody?
Because of our politics, because of our disagreements, he had no compassion whatsoever.
What do you feel about that? I mean, you knew Donald Trump very well. You were very close to him. You were very friendly, supportive, and so on. To reach that point in your relationship, how do you feel about that?
I thought that tells me exactly who. It's like a nail in the coffin. It tells me exactly who Donald Trump is.
Yeah, that's what did it.
Some of my biggest political enemies would never say that to me. Democrats that I may have had disagreements with in Congress would have never said that to me. No one's ever said those type of words to me. I don't know what kind of person basically has no compassion or care to someone's child being threatened to be killed.
Yeah, soon I'll be guest starring on The Pit.
It's unimaginable,
This
really.
is our before you laugh, his name is indeed Dr. Pepper. We call him Pep ER.
There are people who think that
or 4chan
he's
accent.
having cognitive
accent
mental
account
issues, erratic behavior, extreme comments, and so on are escalating.
I mean,
Polymarket, the prediction market says 10% chance removed via the 25th Amendment before 2027. I mean, I would think that's highly unlikely.
Her 15
but
minutes
what
up,
do you
almost.
think of this debate from knowing him as well as you did and observing him recently? Have you seen a change, or can you explain why he's now
Actually, I'm not even kidding. Like, she's coming to the end of like who she can manipulate to go on their shows
with quite such frequency?
I do think there's something wrong with him. Well, everyone knows that the president doesn't sleep very much. He just doesn't. He doesn't get a lot of sleep. That can affect anyone's cognitive ability. It affects your moods. It affects your outlook. It affects everything about you, your physical health and your mental health. After he called to wipe out an entire civilization of Iran, and no matter what anyone thinks about Iran, how can anyone wish for their entire country, every man, woman, and child, to be killed? That to me is so evil, and it shows real mental depravity that needs to be examined. And after that, I called for the 25th Amendment. Do I think it'll happen? No, I think it's extremely unlikely. One of the problems within the Trump administration, one of the problems in the Republican Party right now is people serve Donald Trump as if he is some sort of cult leader. And I don't know how anyone can't go against the president when he says such things as wiping out an entire civilization. Especially anyone in the administration or any Republican serving in the House or the Senate that calls himself a Christian. They have to call that out. And there's an unwillingness there of every single one in the administration and every single one in Congress to be willing to challenge the president when he says such things, as well as saying we need to examine what his mental state is. He's approaching 80 years old. And, we have to be really honest with ourselves. We were challenging Joe Biden's cognitive abilities and what is his health. And if we were willing to say that about Joe Biden and relate it to his age, then everyone should be honest and say the same thing about
nothing
Donald
worse than when there's a delivery to the wrong house where it's like, you just got my dog all upset for nothing, bro.
Trump. It's completely absurd to not apply the same standard there.
Miss
And
420.
so, you know, this
God.
is another one of those issues where, look,
20 seconds.
I'm a
ready.
Republican. I'm still registered as a Republican. I very much stand on issues on the right as like pro-life and border security. I'm against the trans agenda on children. None of these things have changed about me, but at least I'm willing to call it out and say, we may have a problem with our president because look at the shocking things that he's saying. Look at the things that he's wanting to do. And what direction are we moving in, and how much can this damage our country?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you very much indeed for joining me on Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers. It was good to talk to you today.
Well, joining me now to debate all this is the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, Jack Posobiec, the senior editor at Human Events, who was at the White House this week, Joanne Carducci, better known as JoJo from Jersey, and Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News. Okay, let's start with you, Jack. You've been at the White House. It's a pretty shocking interview, actually, with Marjorie Taylor Greene in many ways, not least the revelation she was coming out with about her last exchange with President Trump on text about her son and so on.
Happy time zone.
What's your reaction to that? I mean, there is a sense I'm getting.
And just happy 420 on the show.
That Donald Trump is lashing out at so many people.
Perfect timing for the 420 fun half. Because that wasn't exactly a fun segment. This one should be.
Have either previously supported him or continue to support him, whether it's Riley Gaines or Georgia Maloney or Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly or Marjorie Taylor Greene, whatever, that the number of people he's lashing out at who were pro-Trump is suggesting that he's behaving erratically in a way that should be causing concern. What is your view?
Well, Piers, I mean, first of all, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is someone that I consider a friend and certainly hope that everything is okay with her family, and anything regarding that should always be opposed the same way I've always said that I oppose any type of threats or violence. We had a situation, Turning Point USA, where Erica Kirk last night wasn't able to attend an event because of threats that she is receiving and other information that was coming to light from the security team. So that's something that obviously we always take very seriously. But when it comes to the president, you know, President Trump has had public feuds with people for his entire career, even prior to his political career, whether it's tweets, whether it's you know, in debate stages or in interviews. And so I think this is something that the voters quite largely have priced in, his personality. This really isn't anything new. It certainly doesn't seem new to me. It isn't even the first time he's gotten into a spat with the Pope. He was in a spat with the last Pope. He's in a spat with the current Pope. And I say that as a Catholic. You know, so it's really just something that I feel like is part of sort of the cycle of Donald Trump, the cycle of President Trump, and something that the voters have looked at and said that they have priced in, that they say, you know what, we still want him to deliver for us, and that's why he won the popular vote.
But as a Catholic, how do you feel that over Easter weekend, he's out there trashing Pope Leo? He's out there, you know, it's a few days afterwards, obviously, but he also posting memes of himself as Jesus and so on. I mean, it doesn't sit well with me as a Catholic, I have to say. I just think that, you know, but politically, I found it odd. I mean, I saw so many MAGA people being interviewed who loved Trump, but were just really appalled by that. What did you feel?
Yeah, well, I also looked at it in its totality because I saw the Catholic bishops going on 60 Minutes and talking about how upset they were that the illegal aliens are being deported and that they're not filling the pews anymore. And yet they have this moral outrage for ICE and Tom Homan and President Trump because he's actually enforcing the border. And that means
nationalism first, folks.
That the gravy train of
Jesus
Catholic
second.
charities
Just remember,
and
that's the
having these
Republican
illegals
way.
that come in is winding down. And I think that that's what the president was actually responding to. And the fact that Pope Leo has, of course, been passively, aggressively.
Yes, because he always speaks in code that you need to interpret.
Doing this for a while. He's entered the political field. And when I was in the Vatican City back at the conclave.
Isn't that wild how everything is like Trump just, you know, he speaks so directly, you know, just tells you exactly as it is, but then he has to be decoded.
Last year, I said, this guy is not a conservative. He is from Chicago. When he was a cardinal, he had a Twitter account that was extremely anti-Trump. It was anti-J.D. Vance. And CNN played my comments, and I said, look, I'm not attacking the guy. I'm just saying, calling it like it is. He is a liberal, and I think that's now coming to fore.
Okay, Mark Lamont Hill, welcome back to Uncensored. What do you think is going on with Donald Trump here?
So many things. First,
I think the fact that people who normally don't dip into partisan politics are weighing in, and the fact that people who normally are even leaning to the right.
No, it pissed off a lot. Like, that's something that's not being said a lot on any of the political channels, is recognizing that this pissed off people that aren't even political.
Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's saying, look, I'm still a conservative, as she just told you, but I have some legitimate gripes with the president. That tells you something here. This isn't
the weird thing, just on that note, the weird thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene is, when you look at the things that she has said, which have enraged Trump, they're all things that Trump, in the run-up to being re-elected, was espousing himself. You know, don't engage in foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East, full transparency on the Epstein files, etc., etc. It's hard to see why her staying on that message has enraged him to the point where he sort of excommunicates her.
And forgive me, there's a little bit of difficulty hearing you through my my audio here, but there is a tension and a contradiction here. I mean, Donald Trump ran on a platform, if I understood your question correctly, he ran on a platform that's very different than the one that he is engaging right now in terms of isolationism, in terms of effectively saying, I'm going to make sure the economy is strong. I'm not going to meddle in foreign wars. I'm not going to mind anyone else's business. And I'm going to make sure that the country is back on a stable ground, as opposed to what happened with Joe Biden. That was his argument. I think people like Marjorie Taylor Greene bought into that. They believed in that. And now they're seeing him veer from his course. And like any cult leader, when they change course, the expectation is not that you have to reconcile that by leaving the cult. It's that you change your ideology, and that's what's happening right now. But I think the bridge that was too far for many people who identify as believers, people of faith, particularly Christians and Catholics specifically, is not just the contretemps with the Pope, but this Jesus image. I mean, there's just no way that you can look me straight in the face, Donald Trump, and say that you weren't engaging in what a Christian would reasonably determine as blasphemous behavior. And instead of just saying, hey, I went too far, I made a mistake, he doubles down, gaslights us, and insults our intelligence by telling us that he thought that he was being a doctor.
Which is great,
and in doing that, again, it seems like he's veering off the rails.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, welcome to you, back to Uncensored. Always great to have you. A lot of our top comments on
maybe
YouTube
that's why
during
it's
this
like,
war with
what are you
Iran
gonna do?
have
Attack
been,
back?
where is Andrew Wilson? So I'm glad we can allay any concerns about your whereabouts. You're here. What do you make of this war? I mean,
I mean, where else should I be, right?
Well, exactly. What is your view of this war? We're 6 weeks in. From where I'm looking, most of the things that we were told were likely to happen haven't happened. There's been no regime change. The people haven't risen up for a variety of reasons. And the Iranians have worked out that if you shut the Strait of Hormuz, you can pretty well cripple the global economy when it comes to energy. And by attacking the neighboring Gulf states, you can cripple their business model around tourism and entertainment and sport and so on. So I'm struggling to see any real victory here, although I accept the Americans and Israeli military have been pounding away in Iran and probably very successfully at the Iranian military. But there's kind of an asymmetric war going on here where you could argue Iran is winning the other side of this. What's your view?
Well, so we're not very far into this conflict. Trump doesn't have the Bush model. So the Bush model of nation building and Bush doctrine is not the Trump model. He's been very clear that he wants to get in and out of this place as quickly as he possibly can, and they're already moving into talks of peace and this kind of thing and opening up the Straits of Hormuz. So I don't think that this will be a long-term military action. I don't think it was ever designed to be a long-term military action.
No.
Trump's never had any interest in those before.
It wasn't designed to be that, but that's because he didn't understand that he was making it that. Oh my God, dude.
Now.
Every time.
Right, but if it ends with the regime still in place, with the Ayatollah's son as the new supreme
and then they get to fucking charge tolls.
leader, albeit he's obviously been badly wounded, but appears to be alive and has already been.
Andrew's like the shitty snapshot of a debateBRO, right? Yeah, really.
Announced as a new supreme leader. The IRGC remain the controlling kind of military arm of the regime's leadership, and then you have the enriched uranium remaining underground but still in Iranian control. And Iran insists, as part of any peace deal, that they have a form of control over the Strait of Hormuz. How is any of that a win for America, particularly for a president who said we want regime change, we want total surrender, they're never going to build a nuke and all these things. If there's no guarantee of any of that, how is that a win?
It's to declare a state of emergency to shut down the elections.
Well, it wouldn't be, but they walked away from the peace talks.
Well, they're going to do that regardless.
They're not going to
Apparently,
accept
their whole plan is to say that there's an investigation and that they found something from Georgia in the 2020 election that made it so they have to just shut it down.
Conditions from Iran.
State of emergency.
They literally said we're not going to accept those
He's
conditions.
going to do it. Like, he's going to do whatever he wants to fucking do. This is why I'm not going to be surprised when he does.
They're not allowed to enrich uranium, and they walked away from them. So I don't think that that this is done until the Iranians capitulate. And you also can't trust Iranian state media. They lie constantly. Their state media lies on X constantly. So we don't actually know just yet what sort of deal is going to come out of this. Right now, everybody's panicking, but there may be no reason to panic. You might want to just take a step back and see what happens before you rush to a take here.
As a committed Christian,
there's absolutely reason.
Stop. This constantly happens with them. It's just, you know what? He's just doing things. He's just a troll, and it's not. Honestly, it's just you guys take things too seriously, and you can't judge him on the merits of what he does. You have to judge him based on the merits of what we think he's gonna do. Like, fuck off.
No, there's no reason to panic, Mark.
I mean, we've
what are you panicking? What are you?
In flag-draped coffins at this point, but that's okay. Don't worry about the 13 people, the 13 heroes that we sent back in coffins.
Was Trump over there killing too many pedophiles for you? Is it upsetting that he killed the Ayatollah Khomeini, who married a 15-year-old?
You want to talk about Trump and pedophiles?
Yeah,
I don't really think you want to talk about Trump and pedophiles.
I was about to say, man, open that can of... Oh, wait. He can open a jar. A can in this case.
Get into
That's the door you want to open.
I do.
Dude, no. Say, do you really want to open that olive jar?
Yes, let's open that. You want to get into Epstein?
Trump's
you guys,
outrage about
hang on. You guys.
I would legit say it too.
Dear Marjorie Taylor Greene, look.
You guys are constantly saying that Trump is covering for pedophiles.
Oh, that's right. You can't.
He's killing them. Overwhelmingly killing them.
Piers,
he makes
can
it too
I just
easy.
say that your interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene
Yeah,
was excellent?
don't all talk at once. Jojo, yeah.
I understood that reference.
Yeah, no. Look, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agreed with everything Marjorie Taylor Greene for the most part said, and that was a great interview that you had with her. And something Marjorie Taylor Greene said was that Donald Trump ended his relationship with her. He called her a traitor. He called her and screamed at her because she was not going to take her name off of the discharge petition for the Epstein files release. And I don't know why that isn't a big red flag for you. He said to her, you can't do this or it will hurt my friends. Now, if you don't want to have a conversation about Donald Trump and Epstein, then you're really just taking what Marjorie Taylor Greene just said and calling her...
JoJo from Jersey.
I guess you're calling her a liar.
I know.
Because why would Donald Trump go to such great lengths? Why would he end his relationship, his friendship, with one of his original and most
weird. I actually follow her mostly on Twitter.
Ardent supporters over releasing the Epstein files if there was nothing in the Epstein files that he needed to worry about. And by the way, we just saw the case with the Wall Street Journal and defamation that Donald Trump had alleged had happened in releasing that card, the birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein, that the court threw that out. So if you want to open that door for a conversation about pedophiles and Donald Trump, I'm happy to go there. I mean, I'm not happy to go there because it's
well, I'll tell you what, Andrew,
hold on.
Andrew,
we don't want to talk about the Epstein files too much, you know.
Andrew, the question I would ask you is, the Donald Trump, the candidate in 2024...
Trump didn't realize he couldn't pump it up in Iran, then pulled out faster than he did with Stormy.
Be totally transparent about the Epstein files.
Long hair hippie. Appreciate you. Also, hey.
We're going to release everything.
Brother.
Secondly, we're not going to engage
hit that
in
subscribe button if you haven't
wars,
already.
particularly in the Middle East.
Please.
They couldn't have been clearer about that.
That
We're
goes
going to
for
be
all
America first. We're going to control our border, which he's done very successfully, by the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But he wasn't going to do that. He was going to be transparent on Epstein. He was going to be not committing anything in terms of wars in the Middle East. And he's gone against those two things pretty dramatically. And, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene still wants transparency on Epstein files, and she still doesn't think America should be engaging in new foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East, which is where Trump was in 2024. And now the third prong of this for you is, as a committed Christian, you can't be happy when he starts reposting memes, of himself as Jesus Christ. And he's done another one today of him with Jesus. And he's attacking the Pope and so on. But if you're a Catholic, you care about that. If you're not, you probably don't. But this stuff with Jesus Christ, you can't be happy with that, are you, Andrew?
Yeah, so there's a lot here to respond to.
Yeah.
So let's start with this. We'll start with the Christian front first. So Trump has made
Why? So he can ignore the one that is kind of a gotcha?
Jokes, which would be considered
long hair hippie. Appreciate that.
Offensive. It's amazing to me that a bunch of progressives are panicking about blasphemy when they have all these gay musicals that they put in all of these newspapers, and with like Jesus Christ being played by a bald lesbian, for instance. They don't care about that. They told me on this very show, Pierce, that wasn't blasphemous, that was fine, but now suddenly Christians are supposed to be morally outraged on progressives' behalf for some reason. When it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, but hang on. Let me respond.
And that's
to
also
some of,
no.
Pierce's
It's called
question.
again.
When it
Moral,
comes to
I know you guys don't know much about it, but it's moral consistency.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, this progressive here just got done
The thing
telling
is,
me,
if you were outraged by that, then you would also be outraged about this. But okay, tell us how. Again, you have to be outraged on the liberals' behalf instead of just being outraged on your own.
Hey.
It's almost like everything is manufactured and it's bullshit to you and you don't actually have real principles.
I actually agree with her. That's amazing. Yes, of course they'll agree with her when she's anti-Trump. These people have TDS. Joe's all over Twitter's always had TDS. She agrees with Marjorie Taylor Greene because it's politically expedient to do so. When it comes to the Epstein files, they lie about this too. There's tons of redactions that are put in and lawyers who restrain this on behalf of the victims. That's been going on for years. Under Trump, he's the only one who's ever released anything on the Epstein files. Where was Joe asking for Biden to release a damn thing on the Epstein files? Nowhere.
What does this have to do with what he asked?
She did one tweet. We got one tweet from Joe, who's on Twitter every single day, tweeting her brains out about how Biden needs to release the Epstein files. Nothing. It's always just anti-Trump, anti-Trump.
Chris, I'd like to respond when he's done.
Yeah, okay, Mark.
Can I jump in now?
Yeah, let Mark respond, and then I'll come to you, Joe.
I'd like to respond.
Let Mark respond, and I'll come to you, Joe.
Okay, I've missed about 4 rounds here. So the first thing is, the panic around Iran, just to be clear, isn't about the death of pedophiles. That's just a gross misrepresentation. Thousands of Iranians have been killed. Almost 1,800 civilians have been killed. 250, as of the time of this recording, I believe 254 children have been killed. That's what I'm upset about. That's my concern. My concern is the killing of a sovereign leader. My concern is running roughshod in a region and continuing the U.S. foreign policy position of having no legitimate friends and only political interests. With regard to the Christian blasphemy thing that you said, you're misrepresenting the progressive position or the left-wing position. It's not that we want Christians to be outraged on behalf of progressives. I expect Christians to be outraged on behalf of Christianity, and they are. I'm not thin-skinned.
Because it serves your
I'm not
interest.
up here saying we can't have. Allow me. Please allow me to finish as I allowed you to finish.
All right, go ahead.
I'm not thin-skinned. Thank you for your permission. I'm not thin-skinned. I don't have a problem with irreverent humor. What I'm saying is that if Christians are taking a particular position around morality, around values, around representations of God, then this is simply a blasphemous or immoral position. And instead of deflecting at what progressives get mad or don't get mad at, it's okay to just say, hey, Trump screwed this one up. And finally, when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's not Trump derangement that leads me to agree with her. She just talked about the war of the trans agenda on children. I think she's 100% wrong on that. She talked about other things that I think she's 100% wrong on.
Well,
the
that's
difference is
that's
when she says something. Again, that's fine. Also, interrupting me is blasphemous. Let me finish. My point here is that when Marjorie Taylor says
that would
something,
only be blasphemous if you see yourself as Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and you know what? I would never do that because I am not Donald Trump.
Then it can't be blasphemous.
I don't have that kind of self-identification. Yeah. So again, allow me to finish my final point, which was simply, I agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she's right.
No, it's a respect issue.
Right. If Donald Trump says there's a genocide in Gaza...
Really? You're going to bitch about not being able to use all caps?
I say...
What are you, old? You can't fucking see?
Trump's right.
Is that what it is? Do you need more attention? Why do you need to use all caps is more the fucking... It's the question.
Trump says, you know what? I have not
This goes for left and right in my chat, by the way, dipshit.
been responsible for the
Fuck.
Epstein files, I'll say
But
he's
since
right.
you
If he says
have
Piers
a
Morgan is
major
not as handsome
problem,
as Marco
apparently,
Rangel,
with it.
I'll say he's right. It's not about the person, it's about the principle. And it just
It's always the ones clutching their pearls the hardest, where they're just like, oh my God, they're so offended.
so happens that she's right on that point. It's not Trump derangement. She's just finally stepping outside of the cult and saying something true.
Okay, let me. I'll come back to Andrew for a response in a minute. But Jojo, you wanted to respond to what Andrew said about you, and in particular, by the way, why was it that the Biden administration did not reveal any Epstein files?
Because it was an ongoing investigation.
By the way.
That's why.
They had 4 years.
It's a simple
4
answer
years.
to that question.
4 years? You don't reveal a single file?
Simple answer to that question. It was an ongoing investigation. That's
Also,
that's
Piers is
my
playing that game
understanding.
now.
of this,
Couldn't
but-
reveal
but
a
I don't wanna
single file in
relitigate
4
Joe
years?
Biden's administration. Again, Piers, it was an ongoing investigation
Epstein
into Ghislaine
died
Maxwell's
6
case.
years ago, didn't he?
So I don't want to relitigate Joe Biden's administration.
Of
I want
course
to
not.
respond to
Of
what's
course
happening
not.
right now.
Yeah.
You're not going to let anybody talk. Were you not, like, did you not get held enough as a child? Now, back to the TDS. It's not TDS to call out the fact that Donald Trump has betrayed his voters. Donald Trump has repeatedly betrayed his base. He has gone back on his promises. He said no new foreign wars. He said he would release the Epstein files, that there would be justice for the survivors. He said that he would lower prices. He said that gas prices would come down.
Honestly, the easiest way, she actually handled that perfectly, where it's like, I'm not going to litigate what Joe Biden did. We're not talking about him. We're talking about Trump right now.
And he said he would bring back.
It's like, if you guys, all you have is whataboutism, then I don't think you have much ground to stand on, to be completely honest. And that's why you need to constantly fall back to that.
Manufacturing. He said he would.
Why can't you ever answer the question that was just asked?
Would bring back jobs. None of those things have happened. It's
Wow. Piers didn't like the fact that she was able to fucking answer that one and not get the gotcha moment.
not Trump derangement syndrome for Marjorie Taylor Greene, or me for that matter, to point out the fact that he is betraying his voters and he is not serving the interests of the American people. He is not putting America first. He's entangled in foreign wars. He's much more interested in getting himself a Nobel Peace Prize or a FIFA Peace Prize or whatever it is that he's seeking. And I think that it's incumbent upon all of us to have these conversations honestly about what is happening right now. We're entangled.
All right, let me ask.
We're 7 weeks into this
If
war.
you're going to be honest,
hang on,
then
let
stop
me-
obfuscating away from the fact that you haven't answered to why it is that Biden didn't actually
haven't
release
answered
any
the
of
question.
this. Hang on,
No,
hang on.
you haven't
Joe.
answered a single question, Andrew.
Who's the president right
Again,
now? No.
this is it's the intellectual
I
trap.
haven't answered
You
the
didn't
question,
answer the
Joe.
question as to why
Yes,
Marjorie
yes.
Taylor
You
Greene.
can snap
You
your
didn't answer.
fingers and
Andrew,
girl
is
boss,
your name
but
Andrew?
you need to let me finish, lady.
Okay,
Calm down.
you did not
So
answer the question as to why
was this.
Marjorie Taylor
Question
Greene
was
said
this, lady.
he
Calm
broke
down,
their
lady.
relationship
Lady,
over the
calm
Epstein
down,
files.
calm
Don't tell me to
He doesn't look good when he does that, by the way.
calm down.
Calm
Dude,
down.
smoke your cigarette. Do not tell me to calm down. Why did
Be
Marjorie
calm.
Taylor Greene
Calm.
say
Lady,
he ended
lady,
their
calm
relationship
down,
because
lady.
she wouldn't
Lady.
Is Piers ever going to fucking step in with the child? Like, again, this is why Piers needs to be called out every time by some of his leftist guests on the fucking show and make it undeniable, where it's like, Piers, do you only interrupt leftists, and do you allow your panel to just be complete children? Is this how it is?
Do not tell me to calm down.
Since we obviously understand your fucking biases, that's why we call you conservative. Woke is dead.
Dude, you sit there and smoke your cigarette.
Bro,
You're not answering the
calm
question
down.
about why
You gotta
Marjorie
calm down.
Taylor Greene
You have to
said
chill
he
out,
screamed
lady.
at her.
Chill out, lady.
Dude,
It's
you
my turn to
need
talk,
to
lady.
calm
Calm
down.
down.
You've talked a lot. You
Just
interrupted the
relax.
other gentleman.
Just relax.
Piers, look at how cheeky he is. Look at how proud of himself he is.
Now,
He just loves Andrew.
You
I love casual misogyny.
need to answer the question as to why
it
Marjorie
is.
Taylor Greene. We're
no,
not
lady, it's
talking
my
about
turn
Joe
to
Biden.
ask the question.
Who
not
is the
yours.
president, dude?
This would be
Dude, it's
my
not your
turn
show,
to ask the
asshole.
question.
The
It's
show
not
is
yours
Piers
either,
Morgan's
bitch.
show.
What she conveniently forgets, like I said, only in moments when he wants to get his rocks
It's
off.
not yours either, bitch. So
It's
what are
not
you talking
your
about?
show. The first question
It's
that was
not
put
yours
before
either.
this panel was
It's
why
not
did
yours either.
Marjorie
You can't
Taylor
girl
Greene
boss your
say
way
that
into
Donald Trump
making
called her
demands,
a
lady.
traitor over the Epstein files? Andrew, why won't you answer that question?
Why
Who's the
didn't
president
Biden
right now?
release anything on the Epstein files? That was the question you
Who is
obfuscated
the
away
president
from.
right now?
I'm pointing out.
No, the actual first question that even Piers posited was just about why not just Why not just be open and honest about it?
Your hypocrisy.
Okay, do you know what hypocrisy is?
That's what you're
engaging in.
Shut the fuck up. Now you want to, see what I mean?
My show.
I did get reminded that it is my show, but I wanted to make sure that Andrew got the last word in before she actually started making a good point again.
Hey?
Given it is my show.
Who's the president right now?
Are you
okay,
lady?
Lady and gentleman,
Who's the
if I may
president
You're calling him a gentleman?
intervene, it is JoJo, as you said, my show, Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yes,
the
sir.
truth is, Biden was totally wrong not to be transparent in releasing Epstein files, and Donald Trump, for a very long period, probably continuing now, has not been as transparent as he promised to be. So a stain on all their houses, frankly. If you're an Epstein victim, you have been served a grotesque miscarriage of governmental justice over this. Jack, you've been very patient, as always. The interesting part of all this is when I talk to someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene for 20-odd minutes, whatever it was.
No, that's all Andrew's good for.
I'm just struggling to see why her positions on these...
It's kind of funny how Piers just sits there, you know, cheekily smiling at the fact, again, casual misogyny.
...things, which appear to be very consistent with Trump, the candidate in 2024, have now become enough to enrage him to the point he has nothing more to do with her and wants to call her a traitor and everything else.
Oh, my God.
She hasn't really moved from where he was in 2024. It's Donald Trump who's moved, isn't it?
Well, I think if you talk about certain issues, yes. But if you want to talk about tweets and you want to talk about this language and that language, I think, no, I think it's the same behavior that we've always seen, the same personality that President Trump has always had. He posts memes. We always know that he posts memes. He's posted a meme of himself as a green frog in the past.
My neighbor got his
he
mail.
Posts memes all the time. Hulk Hogan. He's posted memes of him as Rambo and different things, I think, and others. So, I mean, I don't really see a change in his personality. It's always been his personality. His personality won the first time. His personality won the popular vote in 2024. That's been his personality. Now, if they have a disagreement, a personal disagreement over tactics, that's where I think that this takedown came from. But I do have a very interesting question, because there's an opportunity right now for us to, you know, on this whole Epstein thing, to actually sort of everyone show our cards, because there is a situation going on right now in Congress. We've got two congressmen who have been credibly accused of mistreating women, one of which is Tony Gonzalez. The other one is Eric Swalwell. Eric Swalwell has resigned. They both resigned as of this point. There may be further things going on. I released a video on Saturday night of Eric Swalwell in a very compromising position. And there are many people now asking questions of his close...
Ooh, I have a feeling some TPUSA receipts are coming out soon.
...friend, Senator Ruben Gallego, who they've traveled together, they've been very close together, very chummy together. So on this point of Epstein, I remember when Gallego last year was running around all year saying Epstein files, Epstein files, Epstein files, Epstein files. But the minute that he's asked, what was your relationship with Eric Swalwell, suddenly he clams up. There's nothing to be released, no pictures, no text, no files. So the question is, and again, I've said this, Republican and Democrat, I don't care, but if he knew something, why won't he release those files? And why don't I hear Democrats or liberals calling for Gallego to release what he knew about Swalwell? And the people aren't even asking him questions about this. It's ridiculous.
Well, the thing about Swalwell, I just think, is that he was first out of the traps whenever any Republican politician was ever caught in any scandal involving inappropriate behavior with women. And the number of videos of him taking the high...
Do you want to do this?
...moral ground.
Okay.
All this. And then to see what's now unraveling about it.
So E.G. and Carol, we all of a sudden now believe it, all right?
Him.
Right?
Is quite extraordinary.
Or is it just about the hypocrisy angle? Because if it's just about the hypocrisy angle, oh boy, why don't we bring Marjorie Taylor Greene back on?
But it does beg the question, that was he really doing all this and nobody in the whole Democratic Party seems to have had any knowledge of any of it? It just seems to be stretched.
That's the same thing about fucking that other Gonzalez or whoever the fuck.
Credulity a little too far. Hold fire panel for a moment. I'm just going to very briefly on the issue of the 25th Amendment, which Marjorie Taylor Greene would like to see brought against Donald Trump. We're joined by a guest who has a strong view on the president's health and is a psychologist, Dr. John Gartner. the founder of Duty to Warn. Well, welcome to Uncensored, Dr. Gardner. Your view is what about Donald Trump's cognitive current abilities?
Right. The man is not compos mentis. Those who know him well say he wasn't the same man he was 4 years ago. But I believe that he is showing signs of dementia. A lot of doctors are saying that now. Dr. Vin Gupta has been saying it. And the nature of dementia is it doesn't get better. It doesn't stay the same. It gets worse. And the rate of decline accelerates. Now I think he's not the same man he was 4 weeks ago. We're watching his decline in real time accelerate. And it's really quite frightening because the type of dementia that we think he has, frontotemporal dementia, the main component is a lack of inhibition of aggressive behavior, as well as loss of memory and confusion. But because the frontal lobes, which are the brakes in our brain that give us judgment, that hold us back from acting out impulsively, that's the part that's deteriorating. So not only is he losing his capacity to understand and comprehend, but he's losing all internal inhibition. And that's why he's behaving in this more...
Watching him clutch Dana White's hand before for balance says it all.
Erratic and actually self-destructive way. In this, I mean, say...
But these alpha males...
tweeting against the Pope or cursing
people out.
It's
gonna be a great fight.
That he's always been impulsive and aggressive.
I mean, he has
but
attacked...
now it's starting to show in a more extreme way.
He attacked Pope Francis. He's attacked individuals throughout his entire life as an adult, both as a real estate tycoon, as a TV star, as a politician. There's nothing unusual about any of that. I spoke to him on the phone 2 months ago, and he sounded for about 10 minutes exactly the same as the Donald Trump I've known for 20 years. So I'm not sure that I've personally seen any evidence of this dementia you're talking about. But I guess my question for you would be, did you express the same public warnings about Joe Biden?
Well, I think the difference was they were hiding Joe Biden from us. So we really
they weren't hiding him from us on television. I mean, I wrote a number of columns, for example, for the New York Post, in which I said there is clear evidence that Biden is suffering serious cognitive decline, which looks to me like the early onset of dementia. I did this repeatedly for 2 years. I'm not even a psychologist. But I'm just curious whether you ever publicly expressed any concerns about Biden's cognitive ability while he was president.
Well, I think that we missed that one, to be honest, especially for those of us who didn't have close contact with him. But
So you saw nothing, just to be clear, you saw nothing about Joe Biden in public life during the last 2 years of his presidency, which as a psychologist made you think he had any cognitive issues whatsoever?
Well, I think the shocking moment was the debate.
Yeah, but before the debate. Before the debate.
Right. Well, unlike Trump, who's so out there with his cognitive deficits, as I'm saying, I think that his handlers were doing a very good job of keeping him out of the
Biden was
public.
talking to dead people in audiences. He was falling over all the time. He was talking complete gibberish.
That's all they have. It's literally all they have, dude, is what about Biden? Dude, we made jokes about this. It's too late. At this point, just be like, dude, second year in, are you still playing that game? Yeah, but what about... It's like, okay, man.
He looked to me half
Jesus fucking
zombie-like
Christ.
for the last 2 years of his tenure. And I suppose the point I would make to you, Dr. Gardner, is it's hard to escape the suspicion that you are politically motivated rather than medically motivated, because for years we all watched Biden's obvious cognitive decline unravel on the most public stage imaginable, but you've only piped up when it's Donald Trump, not when it was Joe Biden. So people are saying, come off it. They're watching this going, really? You didn't say a single word in public, but now you're trashing Trump all over the place? What do you say to those?
Wait a minute.
I say that humanity is in the most dangerous moment now that's ever happened in human history, because the man who is president is a malignant narcissist who wants to assert his dominance and his grandiosity over the world. And as he's starting to cognitively deteriorate, he's attacking on an impulsive basis, based on the thrill he gets from destruction because he's a malignant narcissist, and based on his confused cognitive picture so that he's acting on impulse. He's not acting on strategy.
Okay.
He can't tell us when, where, why, how. He says he knows it in his bones. And so no one can, there's no rhyme or reason to it, but now it relates not just to awkward comments or wandering away from ceremonies, right? But starting what potentially World War III. And this is happening now.
Okay. I'm just, like I say, a little bemused that you didn't see anything wrong with Joe Biden, but perhaps your own cognitive abilities as a psychologist went missing for a few years. But anyway, Dr. Gartner, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right, back to the panel. Andrew Wilson.
So what are we taking from that? I guess that we just ignore Trump's cognitive decline.
I mean, we might have had a clear example there of Trump derangement syndrome, where there was nothing to see with President Biden whatsoever, even though me, an English guy sitting in London, was able to see it very clearly.
They hid him from us, you see. He couldn't. How could he diagnose?
I guess that just means that Trump is hunky-dory. All right, let's not worry about anything that's going on. Let's just go do the thing where we're just like, I guess Biden really was bad. Now what?
They had him trapped in the basement. He wasn't allowed to come out and say hello. That's of course that's Trump derangement syndrome. The guy also said a whole bunch of things there that were incorrect.
Man, Pierce must have gotten a phone call.
We're on the precipice of World War III. No, we're not. That's complete panic mongering.
I have a feeling that
who would the axis
somebody got into his ear saying, "Hey, man,
World War III," just totally made up nonsense. And by the way, of course, the guy didn't say anything about Joe Biden. He probably said Joe Biden's sharp as a tack, like most of these guys did. Meanwhile, there was a ghost administration who was running it on behalf of Joe Biden because he was not cognitively there. He also declares that Trump's a grandiose narcissist. Based on what? Based on what? You got nothing. The guy has nothing. Total TDS. These people are ghouls.
Just posted a meme of himself as Jesus, Andrew.
Oh, he posted a joke. Oh my God, he posted a joke.
It was a meme.
He said it wasn't a joke. Andrew, he said it wasn't a joke. He said he thought, which is concerning if it's true, he thought it was him as a doctor. He did not say it was a joke. J.D. Vance said it was a joke, but Donald Trump didn't say it was a joke. He said he posted it himself.
Man, right-wing media really does spin itself in circles to protect this guy.
Trump's
So
been
you're
memeing
right. There's
for
no
years.
indications of malignancy.
And it always comes back to that. It's just Trump. Yeah, he's an asshole. So what? So what? His brain is pudding. Who cares?
I was there when he said that.
He's put his name.
Dude, you literally worship a guy who can't actually argue points. He can only just resort to bully tactics and smoke his fucking cigarettes. Honestly, and he can't open a jar for shit. He really is a bitch boy. Trust me, I've met him. He's also playing a character, Christian. He's not real. You like a wrestling character.
Name on the Kennedy Center.
Like, he's nothing like this when he's in the green room. He's not, trust me.
He's trying to build himself a ballroom. He's trying to build himself
But yeah, you know.
an arch with
You're just a fan of him.
his name on it. You're right. There's no
You're so gay.
no evidence
Well,
whatsoever.
Jojo, let me ask you. Hang on.
Very, very gay for Andrew.
Hang on.
Very gay for Trump. You guys have to you guys put yourselves out there to protect a bunch of other dudes a lot.
Hang on. Jojo, let me ask you. How many times before the big debate,
totally not gay.
it became too obvious for anyone to deny it, how many times before then did you call out your concern about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities?
Well, I'm going to answer that question about Joe Biden,
Well,
but I really want to focus on the person who has the nuclear
How many
codes.
times before the debate? which
None,
ended
and
by
I
the
can tell you
president-
why. Piers,
What's wrong with Andrew Wilson? Oh, the fact that it's a character.
I've actually... And
Like, this is just a character. He's literally placating to what, your baser impulses. He's using tactics that if you're an honest debater, you just don't even engage with him because he's not trying to debate you. A debate is something where you try to kind of mutually learn and maybe kind of pivot somebody's positions. Then you can kind of, come to a mutual understanding, or you just kind of say, okay, agree to disagree, but you do kind of try to, move the audience. What this guy does is he's only placating to idiots like you. Like, The ones that are just like, oh, basically got him. He's the GOAT.
And I can tell you why.
Well, sorry.
Look at how he obfuscates and laughs every time that somebody makes a point, and then he does a whataboutism. And then he calls out them doing whataboutisms. Because he isn't an actual fucking debater.
Zero.
And I can tell you why, if you allow me to just expand on that.
Yeah, I mean,
you had no concern
I've
at
been
all about
lucky
his
enough-
cognitive ability.
Can I just answer the question?
Sure.
I appreciate the question. I want an opportunity to answer it, and I also want an opportunity
Feel
to
free.
discuss the fact that the person with the nuclear codes right now needs to be the
But I'm
focus
talking
of
about
this
the guy
conversation.
who had them.
Yeah, I'm happy.
yeah, notice how he didn't do anything with them, jackass.
to answer that.
Notice how, things were technically better. He didn't take us to a random war. Weird.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer that, but he's also not the president at the moment. I had the an unbelievable good fortune of having met Joe Biden 4 times. I met him first in 2022 at the White House, where he was much younger and I would say had more energy, but he was so engaged with everybody on that rope line that he took time with each person to have a conversation about where they were from. He talked to my friend Joe about his grandfather who came here from Italy. I got to meet him 3 more times. The last time I met him was in December.
Are we all here just to argue about the past? Well, that's what MAGA wants you to do. Like, this is the way that, like, the MAGA media is trying to shift, like, they're trying to shift the goalpost. Well, not even the goalpost. They're just trying to shift the attention away from the fact that Trump is literally melting down.
The election.
Like, his brain is fucking, I said this earlier, it's melting out of his fucking ears. But they're just like, what about Biden?
And I was lucky enough to have been invited to the Roosevelt Room, and I was lucky enough to have gone to the Oval Office. And when I had conversations with Joe Biden,
It's almost like that fucking psychiatrist was also just like, yeah, he also, he may have had it bad, but that he had handlers that were taking care of it. In this case, it's a bunch of yes men telling him, you're great, sir. You're great. He's like, you hear that? I'm in perfect health.
then he took plenty
Who are you?
of time. He took almost 20 minutes with a whole bunch of us to talk. I did notice that he was slower in his step. I did notice that his health did seem diminished, that he seemed much, much older. The office does age you, and Joe Biden is an older man. He's older than Donald Trump by a few years. I would tell you this, and I promise you that this happened. When I was in the Oval Office, I told him, he asked everybody, where are you from? And I told him the name of the town where I live. And he said, without skipping a beat, that he knew the famous confection that is made in my town, because Jill is from New Jersey. Joe Biden said that like that. Do I think he was slower in his step? Do I think that he was less healthy, less vigorous when he was leaving office than when he entered it? Absolutely, but every president has. I want to focus on the person right now who is threatening genocide on Orthodox Easter. After the Easter prior to that, threatening to just decimate an entire country of 90 million people. I think that the focus right now, instead of litigating the past, should be on our national security,
Well, no,
on our safety, and on whether or not the person in charge of all that is
Mark, I will bring you in. Mark, I'll bring you in. The point I would make is, the whole thing I've tried to do on this show is be intellectually honest, right? Which is to call out all this stuff whenever I think it's wrong. I called out Biden repeatedly when he did dumb stuff. I've called out Trump repeatedly, particularly recently, when I think he does dumb stuff. It's people that refuse to call out anything on their side, but then hammer Trump, or the other side, by the way, if they call out nothing on the Trump side, but only hammer the Democrats.
I didn't see anything
I think there's an intellectual dishonesty to that. Mark?
I think that intellectual honesty is necessary, but it's also important to not use intellectual honesty as a kind of pretext to avoid the issue at hand. When we're talking about Joe Biden, to be clear, Joe Biden showed cognitive decline in my estimation. In my estimation, Joe Biden at some point was not capable of being president, and at some point, Joe Biden probably, based on the reports I've heard and people and some reliable sources, was not managing some of the day-to-day operations of the presidency, which to me effectively amounts as a coup if people are running the country who we didn't vote for. So I am fine saying Joe Biden was awful. I'm also okay saying Joe Biden was awful on the Epstein files. We can say all of those things. Everyone doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, JoJo might want to fucking, get a little less libbed out
On this point. But I'm saying, yes, all of that is true. Having stipulated that, Donald Trump is president right now.
This is a better
and I'd
point.
love to have the conversation about Donald Trump's cognitive ability. I thought the 25th Amendment was appropriate for Joe Biden, and I definitely think it's relevant for Donald Trump. I think the Epstein critique was applicable to Biden, and it's definitely applicable to Donald Trump. And I'm not just saying that now. I said it.
Okay.
Yeah, why are they doing the exact same thing?
Even on
and how come, again, now it's like, how come Trump is doing exactly what Biden's doing and you're not mad about it?
Okay, let me give the final.
Like, how come all you have is just, well, he did it?
Final word to Jack. We run out of time. Jack, what is going to happen here? We've got the build up to the midterm elections. We're nearly in May, so it's not far away. All the sort of mood music around this is that because of the way the Iran war's been going and the effect it's had on inflation and food prices coming and oil prices and so on, that ultimately the punishment will come in November, that the Republicans will lose not just the House, but also the Senate potentially, and that Trump then becomes a lame duck. Can you see that scenario happening?
Well, Piers, I mean, I'm certainly aware that that is the conventional narrative here in Washington, D.C. That's the conventional narrative that we see playing across the media. There's no question. And by the way, just to kind of reiterate the point, Piers, I came on this very program and called out the mishandling of the Epstein files, and
yeah, you did.
I was part of it with the A.G. Bondi, who is no longer in office.
No, you did. You don't remember.
This whole debacle with handing us a bunch of files that had already been released. So yeah, I'm more than happy to point that out and say that was, I think, the first big misstep of the administration, where this break between the move the admin and then the 2024 coalition that had won that broad support had really came in. And it still comes up, by the way. We had the Turning Point event last night down at University of Georgia and got the vice president there, and every other question was about Epstein, and the other questions were all about Israel, Gaza, Iran, et cetera. A couple questions on H-1B as well. And so what I've said, and I said this in interviews, said it on my show, is that the key here has to be turn the ship towards economic relief for the American people now. Not indirect relief, direct relief, whether it's gas prices, whether it's food prices, whatever the prices are, well, housing prices, of course. Rebates are coming. Today's tax day in the U.S., obviously. So people need to see that direct relief now. That's the key. Bring it back home. And by the way, I've also said that I do think that the whole situation with Iran is really all about China, and it's really all about this May 14th meeting that's coming up in Beijing. I asked the president about that on Monday. Then he confirmed that. Then we see this morning the Strait of Hormuz is now open, and he mentioned the involvement of Xi Jinping. So I think there's a lot going on vis-a-vis our relationship with China and what happens in that deal that could potentially lead to long-term growth for Middle America. But that may not come in time for the midterm election.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the totally open Strait of Hormuz. Okay. 90% of pharmaceutical industry poisons are petrochemical based. Yep. All right, folks. Well, that is going to do it for this edition of High on Politics. Now, if you guys are interested in seeing some more of my content, come and join us over on this space. I will be on in about just under an hour for some primetime propaganda. So I appreciate y'all hanging out, but I do gots to go. So I will likely not be streaming tomorrow, pending, me just going, hey, I really, really want to do this, or, world events. That does kind of tend to dictate it. But, yeah, I will definitely see you guys on Friday. And as I said, come and join us for primetime propaganda on this space in just under an hour. I will catch you guys later. Appreciate you all. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans,
It has been confirmed today from pep talks that we are indeed all high on politics.